Chapter 51, Monday, 21st September 2020, continued. Jonah's POV. "I knew it," muttered Fang. "Do I know my baby sister or what?" He grumbled as he went to retrieve the portable portal. Relief washed over me. We were one step closer to Star. I had to admit, my youngest brother, Zaya, certainly knew how to give an impassioned speech. I wish I was as good at expressing my feelings for Star as he was. I sighed. While Fang fetched the portal, I noticed Noah edging closer to Alpha Maze. Alpha Thaddeus offered us beers. Eli took one, despite me shooting him a disapproving glance. Zaya hesitated, then grumbled, "Why the hell not?" He downed a beer in one long drink. Thaddeus roared with laughter and clapped him and Eli on the backs. Friday giggled at the three of them. Noah drew Maze's attention to a territory map on the wall, commending the distributions and management of the land. Maze smiled slightly. The little future alphas came towards me curiously. I smiled at them. "Who are you?" said one with dark glossy hair and wide gray eyes. He had the same refined accent as Maze. "Jonah, who are you?" I asked, stooping to be at eye level with them. The other little alpha laughed mischievously. "He is Tiberius," said the lighter-haired one. "And I am Maddox," added the lighter-haired one. They burst into fits of giggles. "It is the other way around," said Friday to me. "Mom?" whined the real light-haired and blue-eyed Tiberius, clearly the son of Thaddeus, upset at his prank being ruined by his mom. "It was a fib," Maddox, the dark-haired son of Maze, told me, his tone solemn. "That's okay," I told them. "You had me there." They grinned gleefully at me, and then at each other. "Our mommy is pregnant," Maddox informed me. "Wow," I said, widening my eyes. Did he even know what that meant? "She's keeping our sisters in her tummy until they are ready." Maddox explained. Tiberius announced, "We am naming them Monday and Tuesday." I laughed. The boys stared at me, their little faces serious. I stopped laughing. Fang returned with the snow globe. He brandished it most unceremoniously, handing it to me. "Thank you," I said to everyone. "Bye," called Zaya. "See you later," said Noah. "Cheers," said Eli, raising his second beer to our hosts. "Bye, lover boy," laughed Thaddeus, clearly teasing Zaya for his dramatic declaration of love for Star earlier. "He's whipped that one," commented Maze. The two alphas burst into laughter. Friday rolled her eyes. The little alphas were play-fighting. Fang was encouraging the play-fight. Zaya, Eli, and Noah held on to me while I read the incantation. My stomach lurched as Friday, Thaddeus, Maze, Tiberius, and Maddox disappeared from view. A blast of cold air hit us. We were up north now, in the winter moonpack lands, the icy, rocky landscape governed by the Triplet Alphas and their Luna Chastity. Jesse's POV. We followed Georgiana's ghost as she practically glided through the woods. She had softly padded through the trees at first, slowly increasing her pace. Now she all but flew. It was becoming increasingly difficult to keep up with her. Jamie was out of breath as I grabbed her hand, pulling her forwards. I was worried for my Luna. I shifted, transforming into a huge black wolf. Jamie promptly climbed onto my back, and we were off. I ran through the woods with my little witch on my back. She had flung her arms around my neck. "Hold on tight, little witch," I warned. "Okay," she said feebly. She was getting tired. This woods had a strange draining effect on her. It was affecting me also, but to a much lesser extent as an alpha. Georgiana stopped abruptly, and so did I. Jamie emitted a small squeal at the sudden movement. I flinched at the sound, hoping Georgiana would not turn around and look at us. I hadn't actually seen the ghost's face yet, and I really didn't want to. Her gauzy white dress billowed behind her in the wind as stepped lightly along a curved pathway now. She disappeared into thin air. I gasped. She had vanished through the wall of a small cottage in the middle of the woods. "This must be her cottage. It's real." "Jesse, I think we found it," said Jamie excitedly. I walked hesitantly towards the cottage. It had whitewashed walls. The entire structure was covered in overgrown flowering vines. The flowers seemed to sigh softly as they unfolded in the moonlight. The sun had set, and the moon had come out. It was a starless night. The door was padlocked. Jamie enchanted the lock, and it clicked open and fell to the ground. My wolf form could barely fit through the doorway, but I was determined not to shift back in case we needed my full strength for something. I walked into the cottage's cobwebbed living room. Jamie enchanted the dusty old candles so that they lit on their own. Flames burst to life in the fireplace. I didn't need the light to see, but Jamie did. She studied the room. "What now, little witch?" I asked her. "I'm not sure. I doubt she would keep her tomb upstairs," said Jamie, indicating to the tightly wound staircase in the corner. "There must be a cellar of some sort," insisted Jamie. Jamie climbed down off my back. There was a large circular rug on the creaky wooden floor. She grabbed it and flung it aside. A cloud of dust rose up, causing my little witch to have a sneezing fit. When the dust settled, there was nothing there but the plain wooden floor. Jamie tried a revealing charm. Nothing. We looked at each other. We went upstairs. The hallway was a bit narrow for me in my massive wolf form, so that my coat brushed against both walls. I made Jamie walk behind me. We found Georgiana's bedroom. This little cottage was her escape. Alto and Georgiana must have spent time here. There was a painting of them together hung on the wall. The drapes and bedding were coated with dust. The vanity was cluttered with unused potions and beauty products. The closet was filled with both feminine and masculine clothes, as though one day the couple just never returned without bothering to retrieve their belongings. "She never came back for their stuff?" I asked Jamie. "She was probably too devastated after Alto's death to bear to look at any of it," responded Jamie. A large floor-length ornate mirror stood in the center of the room. I wondered why it stood out so much to me, and then it hit me. The mirror was perfectly clean. Jamie, the mirror, gathered no dust over the years. I pointed out to her. She gasped. "It's enchanted. It has to be." Jamie walked up to the mirror. She peered into it. Clearly, I wasn't seeing what she was seeing. She grinned at me. "I knew it," she exclaimed. "Knew what?" I asked, totally confused. "This cottage isn't befitting an alpha and a coven mother. It's cute, but it's rather bland for them, don't you think? It was a ruse, a cover for their real hideout. Their actual escape," explained Jamie. Jamie dragged her fingertips across the mirror's surface. The glass sublimed into silvery mist. The mist beckoned us forwards. A lovely smell wafted towards us. "Wait," I implored Jamie. "What's wrong?" asked Jamie. "I can't fit through the mirror like this." I said, "Oh," she realized, giggling at my massive, shaggy wolf form. "Shift back," she said simply. "I shredded my clothes," I said. She smirked at me. "Shift," she commanded. I shifted. I towered over her still, even in human form. My little witch trailed her eyes over my naked form. I grasped her waist and pulled her flush against me. "Jessie!" she squealed out loud indignantly. "We can't." I silenced her by crashing my lips against hers hungrily. She moaned into my mouth, our breath intermingling. She pushed against my chest. "No," she squeaked. "We're on a mission," she reminded. "I'm on a mission," I growled playfully, grabbing her again. "Jessie, behave," she implored me, making clothes appear on me. "I don't like by outfit," I complained, attempting to take my new shirt off. It wouldn't budge. The buttons could not be undone. I stared at her, my mouth agape in astonishment. "You naughty little witch," I hissed, attempting to grab her waist again, but she ran through the mirror of mist. I grumbled as I chased after her. I found myself in yet another forest, this one strikingly beautiful. It was daytime here. Songbirds belted from the treetops. Every tree and blade of grass seemed to flower. The sweet smell was the combined aroma of thousands of flowers. "Jamie," I called through her link, searching for her in the silvery mist. The flowers were emitting the mist as if their scents could be seen. I realized most emitted a silvery mist, but some sprouted mists other colors: pink, gold, blue, yellow. "I'm right here," said Jamie. She made the mist clear a little, revealing herself to me. "Where are we?" I asked. She smiled sadly. "This must be a little haven Georgiana made for herself and Alto. It's abandoned now that they're both gone. The cottage we were in was just a decoy. Anyone who came looking for them would just find an empty cottage that looked lived in and assume they weren't home. A very clever way to protect their haven." I frowned. "I'm surprised it let us in so easily," I said. "The protection charms might have faded over the years, or maybe we confused the doorway." "We are a coven mother and an alpha too, after all, similar to the previous owners," mused Jamie. She was right. It felt almost meant to be for us to find this place. Perhaps we were the only ones who would have been able to get in, besides Georgiana and Alto themselves. We walked a while through the scented mist and the fields and forest of flowers. There was a huge cottage in the distance. That seemed more like where they would have been. I felt sad for them. They had not deserved such a fate. We walked into the castle. Jamie seemed entranced almost as she made her way through the grand halls. There was no dust here, no cobwebs. Everything still sparkled and shone, powerful magic indeed to stand the test of time this way. Jamie began to walk faster, reminding me of the way Georgiana had glided. "Jamie, slow down," I commended. Of course, my own Luna could not be commanded. She sped up. She broke into a run. I ran after her. She ran up a huge sweeping staircase. I followed her. We found ourselves in the bed chambers of Alto and Georgiana. She had stopped running. She stood still as if transfixed. She was standing at the foot of a four-poster bed where the drapes were drawn. "Jamie! Jamie! Jamie!" I yelled in her mind. She seemed to snap out of it. "She's here," said Jamie. I took a deep breath. I gripped the curtain and pulled it back to reveal the bed. Georgiana lay there, in the flesh, as though merely sleeping. But she had no heartbeat. Her body was perfectly preserved. The other side of the bed was empty. This is what she wanted, to rest in peace next to Alto. We had to bring him here to her side to stay forever. Star's POV. After Haven the Hellish had made it hail, he charged at me. Running was no use. I refused to run and hide. Where would I hide from a 100-foot dragon in an open arena? My heart almost stopped in fright as Haven's snout neared me. Was this the end of me? He opened his wide jaws. He could easily fit 12 of me in his mouth. His huge tongue snaked out. His breath was not hot but ice cold. I felt the blast of cold air. I shut my eyes tightly. Ice water touched my face. I shivered. I waited for the pain. None came aside from the blistering cold. I opened my eyes slowly. The ice water was Haven licking me. "Stop!" I squeaked. He stopped and seemed to whine like a scolded puppy. He sat back, making the whole arena shake. I stared at Haven, and he stared at me. I had tamed him, hadn't I? That was it, wasn't it? I looked at the Queen hopefully. She stared at me, clearly unimpressed. "Haven," I said loudly, feeling immensely relieved. Haven cocked his head to one side. "Come here," I demanded. Haven bent his head towards me again. I gripped his ear and hoisted myself onto his scaly head. I shrieked in surprise when he raised his head, causing me to slide down his neck onto his back. I held on for dear life so I wouldn't fall from his back to the floor. The crowd was roaring madly. I knew what to do somehow. I got a secure grip on his scales and leant forwards as if I were riding a gigantic horse without a saddle. "Haven," I yelled. Haven roared happily. I understood his emotions better now. I smiled. "Take flight!" Zaya's POV. We were in the middle of a snowstorm of sorts. There was a huge house up ahead. We crunched through the foot-deep snow to get to it. We would have been hypothermic had we been humans. We reached a porch and climbed the short steps. We hesitated, wondering if to knock on the door. We were not completely sure if they would be a portal from the winter moonpack lands to the ice moonpack lands, or if we would have to find another mode of transportation from here. I glanced at the 6 SUVs parked in front of the huge house. I banged on the door. "Hello, is anyone home? Hello!" I bellowed. "Hi," said a cheerful, high-pitched voice from behind us. We all jumped around to find a she-wolf standing there. She looked very young. She could be our age or just a few years older. She had dark golden blonde curls down to her waist and huge brown doe eyes. She had an olive skin tone, a button nose, and a small mouth but with full lips. Her cheeks and nose were flushing pink due to the cold. She was very pretty in a delicate way. Of course, no one held a candle to my Star, but this girl sort of looked like a fairy tale character. She had a sweet, innocent appearance. Star was sweet and innocent too. I sighed. I had to get to her quickly. "Hi, little girl. We are the future alphas of the Viper Moon Pack. Our Luna is currently on the Ice Moon Pack lands, and we need the fastest mode of transportation there possible, a portal, preferably," I explained. "Little girl," snapped the girl, narrowing her eyes. "I'm not a little girl, excuse you," she said indignantly. I didn't have time for her tantrum. "Sorry, miss. Young lady, do you know the fastest way to the next pack?" I corrected myself. The girl was staring at us now in amazement as though she had only just noticed something. "You're the Quadruplet Alphas," she squealed in surprise. She giggled. "I'm so glad I only have 3. 4 is crazy. Your Luna is missing. Oh no, I'm so sorry." "Was she kidnapped?" asked the girl. "Your Luna Chastity," exclaimed Noah suddenly. "Duh," said Luna Chastity, giggling again. "Chastity, you have to help us, please," begged Eli. Our Luna wasn't kidnapped, but she still needs our help. There are 2 portals here, a fixed one and a portable one, whispered Chastity. We leant in to hear her better. My alphas are kinda jealous. I will sneak the portal to you, the portable one. My alphas are having a meeting with the other pack leaders in the cellar where the fixed portal is, so you would have to wait to use that one, and it'll take you to the edge of the parklands, whereas the portable one will take you right outside the castle. Please, Chastity, let us use the portable one, pleaded Jonah. No prob, that's what I just said, guys, complained Chastity. How did this tiny rosy-cheeked Luna boss around 3 humongous alphas? I had seen pictures of the alpha triplets, and they looked ferocious, honestly. Alpha Felix, in particular, had one of the highest kill counts in the north. I didn't want to get her in trouble with her alphas, but I was desperate for that portal. Wait here, she whispered. Don't make any more noise. You're lucky everyone was in the cellar, she told us. Chastity went inside. She quickly came back out. On second thought, follow me, she said. She ran inside and up a large staircase. We ran after her as lightly as we could. She ran into an upstairs office. She went to a shelf. She stood on tiptoe but couldn't reach the snow globe on the highest shelf. Damn it, she muttered. I heard some heavy footsteps echoing in the hallway. Baby, what's wrong? Called a deep, gruff voice. Luna, you in there? Called a similar but more refined voice. Are you playing hide-and-seek with us, goddess? Asked another voice playfully. Chastity smiled in the direction of the voices, but then looked worried. She said out loud. Should we hide? I asked, somewhat nervous. Eli easily reached the snow globe. 3 huge men burst into the room. They looked livid when they spotted us. Chastity fixed them with a stern glare. I'm lending the Alpha Quadruplets the snow globe thing. They need to go to the Ice Moon Pack to rescue their Luna, said Chastity defiantly. Baby, growled one of them. He snatched her away from us, enveloping her in his arms. How dare you talk to our Luna without us present? He roared at us, his eyes black. Felix, protested Chastity. Calm down, implored Chastity. Another triplet moved quick as lightning. He snatched the snow globe from Eli. This was a gift from our cousin-in-law. It's not to be borrowed, grumbled the Alpha. Calyx, squealed Chastity. Why can't they arrange their own transport to the neighboring pack? Asked another Alpha. Alex, lend them the snow globe, please, for me, whined Chastity. She pouted. Felix kissed her gently. I felt a sharp pang. It felt like ages since I'd kissed my little star and held her. Calyx and Alex were looking at their Luna, stroking their chins. You're wasting time. Remember how you felt when I was missing, said Chastity. All 3 alphas flinched, clearly not over the bad memory of their beloved Luna's past kidnapping, even though she was home safe and sound now. Alex sighed. Okay, Luna, but we expect it back ASAP, said Alex. All right, baby, you want it, you got it, said Felix. Next time, ask us first, please, goddess. Don't just steal it. You little thief, teased Calyx. Chastity looked livid. The triplets laughed. She's just like the actual Goldilocks, snooping, taking people's things, eating their porridge, critiquing their furniture, stealing their snow globes, grumbled Felix, his eyes alight with mischief. His brothers laughed heartily. Yeah, you're hilarious. Have you put the boys to bed? Asked Chastity. Don't try to change the subject. Gorgeous, snarled Felix playfully, attempting to tickle Chastity's sides. We let you out of our sight for 1 minute and you find quadruplet alphas, said Alex, bending down to nuzzle an outraged Chastity. Calyx chuckled and ran his fingers through Chastity's hair. Chastity rolled her eyes. I only have eyes for my star, and I'm sure Chastity is all about you 3. Well, I said, finding their banter amusing. Who the f*** are you for exactly? What are your names? Asked Felix casually, snaking his arms around Chastity again after she had wriggled away. She giggled and tried to swat his arms away, but he tightened his grip, bear hugging her. They were so open with their affection. I smiled at that. I was pretty sure Felix had heard of us. We had certainly heard of them, but I introduced myself and my brothers anyway. I'm Zaya. This is Eli. Jonah. Noah. Our Luna is called Star, I said, pointing to each of my brothers in turn. The triplet alphas were a few years older than us. They regarded us with curiosity. I'm Felix, said Felix. This is baby boy Calyx. Calyx laughed. Alpha of alphas, Alex, Felix added. Alex grinned. And this little minx is my baby, Luna Chastity, said Felix, giving Chastity's waist a squeeze. Where are the baby triplets? Blurted out Noah. Ugh, we didn't have time for this. I was anxious about being apart from Star. Alex grinned and motioned for us to follow them. We entered a large nursery where there were 3 toddlers dressed in the same striped outfit but in 3 different colors, red, blue, and green. I thought you said you had put them to bed before the pack meeting, said Chastity, shocked to find all her babies awake. She smoothed their shiny, loose, dark blonde curls. They had gotten her hair and the blue eyes of their fathers. They were restless today, Goddess, said Calyx sheepishly. We'll put them to bed now, Luna, promised Alex. Baby, I'll come with you to watch over you while you rest, said Felix. I'm not the least bit tired, protested Chastity. What are their names? Asked Noah. Alex grinned. Luna named them, said Alex. Chastity smiled. My little blue boy is Adriel. Raphael is in green. Suriel is wearing red, explained Chastity. Goddess color-coded our heirs, laughed Calyx. I couldn't help but laugh. I love it, I said. I really did like the idea. Don't let those kids pull a fast one on you, said Eli. Watch them like a hawk, chuckled Jonah. Chastity nodded. Felix, Calyx, said Chastity, pouting. Stop stalling. Give them the portal. The triplets laughed. Were they scamming us? Felix seemed like a handful. He laughed the loudest. His way of laughing made me laugh, too. Our snow globe portal is time-sensitive. My cousin-in-law, Jamie, cast a spell on it. It doesn't work after a certain hour until the next day, explained Chastity. What? Shh! Is it too late? I asked anxiously. Chastity shook her head. Relief washed over me. Wait, did you just say Jamie? Asked Jonah. Yeah, mumbled Chastity. She's the witch Luna helping us. There's a curse affecting our Luna that needs be broken, said Jonah. Jamie's mate, Alpha Jesse, is your cousin, right, triplets? Asked Noah. The triplets nodded. Sorry about your Luna, said Felix, sympathizing with us. Go get her, said Alex, tossing the snow globe to Jonah, who caught it, his face lighting up. Good luck, guys, said Calyx in earnest. All the triplets were now sitting in the corner of the nursery behind a huge desk on 3 separate chairs. Chastity was on Calyx's lap. Alex and Felix were both playing with the Luna's long, dark, golden curls. My brothers and I gathered around Jonah, who was holding the snow globe. Go kick some ass, said Felix. I intend to, I said. Chapter 52, Monday, 21st September 2020, continued Jesse's POV. Wait, so we'll have to return here? I asked my little witch. Yes, I'm afraid so. We can't move Georgiana's body from here and bring her to Alto. I believe she wants him brought to her. This was their getaway. These enchantments are all hers. She made this place for them. She won't want to rest in a cold Alpha's tomb with him on his packlands, especially not after what his brother did. Explain, Jamie. I sighed. I understand Georgiana. She was not the villain I had been expecting. She was a hurt, scared, heartbroken woman. She was supposed to have been a blushing, blissful bride, but Oleander took that all away from her when he framed her for Alto's poisoning. The poison had been meant for Georgiana herself, so either way, Oleander was an unforgivable enemy in her eyes, and his lineage had produced the quadruplets. The curse made sense. Why should Oleander and his predecessors fall in love and live in marital bliss when she had been denied it? She deserved to have Alto brought to her. What about Nina and her students? There's something off about them. When we return with Alto's body, won't they be in the way? I pointed it. Jamie considered it. She tilted her head to one side, thinking. She looked at me and opened her mouth to speak. Just as she did that, she vanished. Jamie! I bellowed, grabbing at the empty space where she had been. Dalton's POV. The Coven Mother and the old hags were performing a summoning spell, according to Fox. They had drawn a large chalk circle on the dining table and lined it with salt and candles. Zack and I waited to pounce when necessary. The hags chanted, their croaky voices echoing throughout the manor. There was something materializing in the midst of the circle. I watched it take form. My eyes widened. Luna, Jamie! Exclaimed Zack. He attempted to rush forwards. Wait, said Fox. Wait for them to summon Jesse, too. Then we'll get rid of them. Zack nodded reluctantly. As soon as Jamie had appeared within the circle, magical restraints held her in place, tied to the table. She struggled against them, but could not move. There was a light around her that seemed to be her aura. Summon the Alpha now? Asked one of the hags. No, said the Coven Mother sharply. We'll need sufficient strength to deal with him. We'll drain his mate first. That way he'll be weakened and devastated, and we'll have her energy. That'll be just enough to best him. Sisters, imagine how powerful we'll be once we drain them both." Zack growled lowly. I snarled. "On second thought, we'll figure out how to get Jesse from the woods on our own. Do your worst, Dalton and Zack," said Fox. Zack and I shifted in seconds. Just as the old witches began siphoning Jamie's energy, breathing it in, leeching from her, we pounced. We were still invisible, and they could not hear us either. I had never witnessed such terror as this. The reactions of the old wicked witches when Zack chomped the head off of one of them was priceless, as to them there was no assailant in sight. Nina looked on in horror. We were not cruel. It was clean and quick, and over in a minute for the main 12. We saved the Coven Mother for last. She was crouched in the corner, staring wildly at the empty air, casting random spells in random directions, hoping to hit us, unsure of who or what we were. "Wait," said Fox as he released Jamie from her restraints and helped her down off the table. We'd regrettably splattered our Luna in blood. We should have probably helped her down first. She didn't seem too disturbed. She was an Alpha's mate after all, so she had to be tough. "A concealment charm," she said softly. "Yeah," said Fox, sprinkling Jamie with something so she could see and hear us whilst the spell was still in effect. Jamie looked at the Coven Mother. "Summon Jesse," she instructed. "Only if you'll spare me," said the Coven Mother. Jamie thought about it for a few seconds. "Sure. Zack and Dalton stand down," said Jamie. We had to listen to her. She was the Luna, and our Alpha was not present, making her first in command and unchallenged. I hoped Jesse would let us kill the Coven Mother when he arrived. "Summon Jesse," said Jamie again. "Vow," said the Coven Mother. "What?" asked Jamie. "Magically vow that no harm will come to me if I summon Jesse, and then I will," said the Coven Mother simply. Jamie's eyes widened. She looked a bit worried. Fox did too. Nothing worried those two usually. Zack and I exchanged a nervous glance. Maybe we should find Jesse the old-fashioned way. Tie one end of a string to a tree and the other end to our waists while we search the woods or something. Could that work? Star's POV. Haven stretched his magnificent wings out to their full span. The crowd gasped in amazement. I glanced at the area where the nobles sat. Harper was cheering and jumping up and down. My dad and Azriel were cheering too. The queen actually smiled. She stood to watch me as my dragon took flight. A rush of cold air whipped my curls about as we soared upwards and out of the arena. I let out a joyous cry. I felt so alive. This was reminiscent of the night I had shifted. I felt wild and free and like my true self, no matter how fleeting the moment. Nothing could touch me in this moment. The world was a wilderness, but I was a wild creature myself, and thus I belonged. I squealed. Somehow steering Haven was as easy as breathing. He moved based on how I lent my body weight, and he seemed to guess my thoughts. I called out to him. "Look!" I shrieked. There were moving dots in the snow, while there were people down there at the outskirts of the castle, moving as quickly as possible towards the castle itself. A breach? Well, I had been a part of a breach. Just earlier this very day, Haven roared. He swooped down towards the dots. I sensed them before I smelled them. "My mates." "Heel," I bellowed. Haven reared a bit. He landed, causing a cloud of frost and snow to rise up as his gigantic claws hit the white blanket beneath us. I slid off his back and landed lightly on my feet in the snow, mere yards from my 4 awestruck mates, the quadruplets. Jonah's POV. We arrived in the Ice Moonpack lands. These lands were even wilder and colder than the Winter Moonpack lands. The castle sparkled in the distance. We had done it. Noah's crazy plan had worked. We had snow globe hopped all the way to Star's Packlands. "Yes!" screamed Noah. "We did it!" bellowed Eli cheered. My 3 idiotic little brothers jumped up and down, dancing around like mad men. They looked like they were playing Ring Around the Roses in the snow. "All right," I said, though I was grinning at their antics. I was elated too, but we were far from finished. "Now, on to the actual point of all this madness, locating Star," I said. They nodded eagerly. A high-pitched screech made us look up, startled. A massive dragon flew overhead. My jaw dropped. I had not been expecting that. Would we have to fight that thing to get to Star? I was prepared to do whatever I had to. I took a deep breath. Zaya was peering at the dragon, his eyes narrowed. Noah gasped. A huge smile spread on Eli's face. "What is it?" I asked them, yelling over the sound of the dragon's roaring and the rushing of air caused by him circling low to the ground. "Star!" yelled Eli. "Star is riding that dragon!" "What?" My heart dropped into my stomach. The dragon landed a few yards away, displacing an awful lot of snow in a cloud of white. The dragon itself looked as though he were made of frost and ice. All his scales either icy blue and snow white. He camouflaged easily once on the snow. I wouldn't want to step on him by accident. I spotted Star. Her ears were pointy. She looked different, but it was unmistakably Star. She slid off the dragon's back and walked towards us, smiling. Where was the shy, scared girl who had cried when we told her to leave Angie's party? She was a dragon-riding babe all of a sudden. Her fey heritage showed now. It had probably been suppressed earlier somehow. She had always been very pretty, whether she realized or not, but the small changes suited her well. She was even more stunning somehow. She seemed somewhat more aware of herself. She smirked at us, a tiny bit smug, waiting for us to say something. Noah's POV. My snow globe hopping plan had actually worked. I was a real strategist now, like Maze and Alex and Jesse. I was so elated. I could practically smell Star. I gasped. I could smell Star. She was here. I was certain of it. A huge ice dragon drew my attention upwards with its battle cry. I gulped. How had I missed that? It did blend in well with the landscape. The magnificent creature landed nearby and Star slid off of its back. She had ridden it here. My mouth was agape. We all stared at her in astonishment as she walked towards us. The dragon roared behind her, sending a blast of cold air our way, whipping our hair back. Star seemed unperturbed by it. As she came closer, I noticed her ears and her cheekbones were like that of the Fae now. I smiled. She seemed more herself somehow, more at ease. She was even more beautiful this way. I felt a bit lost for words. I wanted to say we had come to rescue her and tell her about my snow globe hopping plan and how it had worked, but she had just pulled up on a dragon, so she did not seem to be a damsel in distress in need of rescue right now. I grinned sheepishly at her. I couldn't wait to tell her about all the alphas I had met. I had the last snow globe in my hand. Star needed to be there when I gave this back to Chastity's alphas. Chastity would be the perfect friend for Star. They could definitely relate to each other. I didn't know where to start, so I just marveled at Star in silence. Eli's POV. I felt like a kid at Christmas, and this landscape certainly resembled the North Pole. We had done it. Noah's crazy plan had worked. Thank goodness for my nerdy-ass elder brother. I clapped him on the back. Zaya was staring at something. Noah gasped. I looked up. Oh my, Star! I yelled, spotting Star atop a colossal dragon, an ice dragon. Star is riding that dragon, I bellowed. My princess did not seem to need rescuing. I grinned as she landed her dragon. Her own rarity and magnificence outshone even the rarest of dragons. She was stunning as always, but now she had her fey ears. Some of her features were slightly sharper. Her curly hair had grown longer and shinier. She looked the picture of health. She walked towards us. Words failed me. She seemed proud of herself for once, as she should be. Zaya's POV. Noah's nerdy ass had saved the day with his crazy snow globe hopping idea. Thank goodness we had listened to him. We usually didn't, but we'd been so desperate today, so... I heard a whoosh above me. I smelled a beautiful floral scent. It was coming from above me. How strange, I peered upwards. There was a dragon flying towards us. I knew about ice dragons, but I had never seen one. They were quite rare. Dragons were rare, and ice dragons were rare among dragons, so you could imagine my surprise. I was anxious to get to my Star, but it seemed my Star had come to me. She was on the dragon's back. She landed her dragon a few yards away. Since when was my baby such a badass babe? I let her out of my sight for half a day, and she changed her whole look and adopted a pet dragon. I grinned at her as she approached us. My dorky elder brothers were quite. Even Eli, the only other cool one, was acting shy. Come here, baby. Don't think 'cause you ride dragons now that you can just run off whenever you want. I'm not afraid to spank dragon-riding Fey Princess, I told her. She burst into laughter. I wanted to tell you, but, she began. No excuses, I said, still a little angry with her, but so relieved to see her in one piece. The dragon heard the aggression in my tone and roared at me. Pipe down, I saw her first, I told it. Dragons were jealous and possessive pets. The dragon growled at me. Ugh, I would bribe it with meat. I would walk with some stakes or something the next time I came here. I didn't want this huge thing cramping my style when I was wooing my baby. Star ran to me. She ended up with 8 arms encircling her as we all hugged her tightly. She sighed happily. The dragon noticed Star's liking for us and sniffed us. It made a face as if we smelled gross. I was not surprised. I expected a Fae dragon to be just as snotty as the Fae were. I would win it over. "Come on," said Star. "I want you to meet my dad." I grimaced. It seemed as though the dragon was not the only one I had to impress when it came to Star's new life. Chapter 53. Monday, 21st September, 2020, continued. Jessie's POV. I was freaking out. Where was my Jamie? Had those weird witches spirited her away? I was desperately trying to mind-link Dalton and Zach, but they weren't hearing me. I roared in frustration. I could feel my eyes turning black. This heavenly haven, magically made by Georgiana, was swiftly turning into a hell. I was trapped here in this endless forest. The fairy tale forest within a forest was no better. There was still no way out, no way back to the manor. This place was maddening. I was afraid to leave the area where Jamie had vanished, but I wanted to search far and wide for her at the same time. My heart was aching. I hadn't been this worried since Jamie had been buried alive by her so-called best friend. I pushed that traumatic memory away. "Alto?" said a melodious voice. A chill crept through me. I looked at the bed. Georgiana's body was still lying peacefully there, perfect and whole, with no sign of decay. Despite this, I felt a presence behind me where the voice had come from. I took a deep breath. I slowly turned around. Georgiana stood there in her blood-splattered wedding dress, looking forlorn. The blood belonged to Alto's Gamma. I remembered how Alto had slain him in the vision in defense of his bride. She was a frightful sight. She stared at me, her hair and eyes wild. Running would not make sense. This was a realm of her making. Even in death, she probably held dominion over it. I decided to ask my own question rather than answer hers. "Do you know where Jamie is?" I asked. "Who's Jamie?" she whispered. "Are you Alto?" Before I could say anything, she became angry. "Is Jamie a girl?" she asked. "Yes, a witch," I said. "She's another witch," hissed Georgiana, her anger igniting further. "You dare bring another here to taunt me," she shrieked. "Georgiana, calm down. You're confused. I'm not Alto," I explained, putting my palms up. "Who are you then?" she asked. "Are you Oleander?" she hissed. No, I'm Alpha Jessie. I'm not from the Viper Moon Pack at all," I said. The specter of Georgiana actually seemed to be listening to me. "My Luna is a witch," I told her, "and her name is Jamie. No one is here to taunt you. We want to help you. We want to bring Alto here." "Alto is dead," she said simply. "So are you," I thought. I knew better than to say that out loud. Jamie had warned me to never acknowledge a ghost's death to his or her face. It was traumatizing and would bring out their vengeful side if they had one. Georgiana certainly had one. "Alto can lie on the other side of the bed," I said, pointing to the canopy bed where Georgiana's body was. Georgiana smiled slightly. "I can't hear Alto in my mind anymore," she said. "I know," I said apologetically. "I'm lonely," she whispered. I felt truly sorry for her. A stray tear escaped down her pale cheek. "I will bring Alto to you as soon as possible," I promised. "You're leaving?" Georgiana asked, sounding panicked. "Jamie and I are going to get Alto and bring him back here," I explained again, trying to placate her. "You're already here," she stated matter-of-factly. "Jamie left you," she added. "Not on purpose," I said quickly. "Stay here with me," said Georgiana. "Oh, this was not good. I tried a different approach." "Georgiana, Alto was a great alpha," I said. She nodded. "I can't stay here with you. He wouldn't like that." "You belong to him," I said, rather than sound as if I were rejecting her. She smiled. "Yes, go before Alto comes back and gets angry. You don't belong here," she said softly. Help me to leave," I said eagerly. She stared at me. She was confused, that was for sure. But she was still quite powerful. I could feel it. "Send me wherever Jamie went, where I belong," I said. She stretched her hand out and grabbed my wrist. Her touch burned. I groaned in pain. It felt as if contact with her skin was searing my flesh. My stomach lurched and darkness enveloped me. Harper's POV. My twin, Star, had just soared right out of the arena on a dragon. I had known Haven would like Star. He had helped us get into the castle in the first place. I turned to look at the queen, unable to hide my smug expression. She pursed her lips. Your sister has done well, she said airily. Now let us see if you have what it takes to be alpha of this pack. If you do, I will bequeath the kingdom of the Ice Moon pack to you. So he's got to wait for the queen to die? Muttered Rhine, the grumpy earring. That could take ages, millennia. The queen is immortal, but she's at least 100 by now. She might retire in Florida and let Harper take over early, said Aaron. If those two had bodies to begin with, I would have their heads chopped off, snapped the queen with a disdainful glance at Azriel's earrings. What do I have to do to prove I'm worthy of being alpha? I asked, feeling a little apprehensive. I was pretty sure the queen would up the ante after seeing how effortlessly Star had completed her task. Before I could find out what our darling great-grandmother had in mind, a roar sounded overhead. Haven and Star were back, and they'd brought company. Star steered the dragon into a smooth landing. The crowd was on its feet, applauding and screaming. I peered at the dragon's back. Ugh! Star's mates were here. What were the quads doing here? How did they get here so fast? Well, at least they had gotten to see Star in her moment of glory. That would teach them some respect for my sister. Star landed Haven and slid off of his back. The quads slid off too. The crowd was chattering excitedly. Many of the wolves present, and even some of the Fae, recognized the quads as alphas from the southern region of werewolf country. The future Viper Moon alphas. When I became the Ice Moon alpha, I would have to play nice with the quads because of Star. We would have to be allies. I glared at Jonah. He had spotted me. They all had. They were staring with their mouth agape. Perhaps it was my new ears. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes at them. Star and the quads were led up to the seating platform for royals and nobles. The queen regarded them with curiosity. My father scowled at them. I snorted with laughter at his expression. He looked very underwhelmed by them. Azriel grinned at them and introduced himself. "Omg Zaya, he's so dreamy," said Aaron the earring. Of course, Zaya could not hear the earring or see it for what, or perhaps who it really was. "Why is Jonah here? Isn't he with the cousin?" muttered Rhine. "Shh!" chastised Aaron. "They can't hear us, you nit-twit!" yelled Rain. "Don't embarrass me in front of Zaya," cried Aaron. Azriel and the quads were having a conversation I did not find interesting. I wanted to know what my task would be. I knew the queen was keeping me in suspense on purpose. "Those are cool earrings," commented Zaya. "Ugh, now we would never hear the end of it." Aaron shrieked with excitement. "What should I say?" "I don't know what to say," said Aaron. "He can't hear you," said Rhine, emphasizing each word. "Do you think Princess Hannah will become jealous?" said Aaron in a stage whisper. "I'll let her know there's nothing serious between us. It's just a friendship." "Oh, good grief," grumbled Rain. "I'm still not over my ex," said Aaron. "Also, I ship Star and Zaya. I'm loyal." "Thanks, man," said Azriel to Zaya. I could tell Azriel was trying to contain fits of laughter, and Zaya was confused as to why. "I was thinking about getting my ears pierced," said Zaya, continuing the conversation. Aaron squealed so loudly, all the Fae present jumped. "Prince Azriel," said the queen, "contain your jewelry," she demanded indignantly. Azriel snorted with laughter, but snapped his fingers. Aaron had been in the middle of proclaiming he might one day live on Zaya's earlobe when he fell silent. I looked at Aaron and Rhine, actually worried for them. They were fun, and I quite liked them. They were fine, just sleeping, Aaron snoring softly, and Rhine muttering unintelligibly in his sleep. "Harper," said Jonah pointedly, annoyed that I had not yet acknowledged them. "Or should we say Alpha Harper?" said Eli. "It's Prince Harper," said Noah quickly, seemingly thrilled about the whole situation. He was looking at me like I was his next werewolf world studies essay. I knew Noah was into all those classes I didn't attend. "Dad," said Star hesitantly. Dad stared at her. "These are the quads," said Star. "Jonah, Noah, Eli, and Zaya." "What kind of name is Zaya?" asked Dad loudly. I turned my face away so I could laugh quietly in peace. "It's short for Isaiah, sir," said Zaya, holding out his hand. Dad shook hands with all of them. "Why are you four here?" asked Dad bluntly. "We're here to make sure Star is okay," said Eli. "Why would she not be? She's with her father, twin brother, and Fae family," said Dad, raising his eyebrows. He had a point. I looked at the quads. "Quite right, sir," said Eli. "I know you're a spectacular warrior," he added, changing the subject. Dad shrugged his shoulders. Noah nodded, eagerly agreeing with Eli's assessment. "So I was wondering maybe we could spar together," said Eli cautiously. I grinned. That would be interesting. Star looked mortified. You want to fight me? Asked Dad incredulously. I want to practice fighting. I want to learn from you, said Eli quickly. Dad stared at him for a long moment. Well, first you have to show me what you've got. I'll be training Harper too, so I guess you can tag along, Eli, said Dad. Excuse me, what? Yes, Harper's training should begin at once, said the Queen. I looked at her, my eyes widening in surprise. Clearly, said the Queen, you are the children of Hesper, she said more to herself than to any of us. She looked very sad all of a sudden. Plume, said the Queen. The Fey man, who had led us to the Queen earlier, scurried forwards. Ensure their quarters are prepared appropriately, said the Queen. Also prepare quarters for the sons of the Viper Moon Alpha. They have traveled from afar. Make them comfortable, said the Queen stiffly. She and her ladies-in-waiting then promptly departed without another word. That had not been the reunion I was expecting. She likes you, said my father, ruffling my hair and pulling Star into a hug. Do you think she likes us too? Asked Noah eagerly, grinning. Dad looked at Noah like he was the strangest sight he had ever seen. Noah frowned. Jesse's POV. Someone was cupping my face in their soft, cool hands. It was so soothing. I groaned. He's coming to, said a familiar voice excitedly. Dalton? Jesse, whispered a voice I'd know anywhere. Jamie, I opened my eyes. Jamie was cradling my head in her lap and stroking my face and hair. What happened? I asked. You tell us, said Zach. Huh, I said. You appeared her out of thin air without the witches summoning you, explained Fox. The witches summoned Jamie and Dalton, and Zach killed them before they could drain Jamie's energy. They were draining the youth and life force from unsuspecting visitors. I sat up slowly with Jamie and Zach's help. I remembered how Jamie had vanished. That was why. She had been magically summoned. I had been sent back by Georgiana. I checked my wrist where the ghost of Georgiana had grabbed me. Jamie gasped. Whoa, bro, what happened? Asked Dalton worriedly. My wrist had a mark that looked like an angry red burn all the way around. A witch's brand, murmured Fox. I glanced around me, realizing we were in a room splattered with blood. The floor was strewn with lifeless bodies. What in the hell? I recognized only one of the bodies, Nina. You guys killed Nina? I asked. She was in on it. We were going to keep her alive to get you out of the woods, but then you showed up unconscious. The little girls were wicked hags in disguise, explained Dalton. You saved Jamie from making a vow to keep Nina alive, said Fox, the relief in his voice evident. Witches' vows were powerful. Breaking them resulted in dire consequences. Jamie had told me a story about a wizard who had magically vowed to remain married, a witch who was completely in love with him. He had killed her the next day for her inheritance. The vow reversed time and stuck him in a time loop, living the first day of their marriage over and over forever. The vow simply refused to be broken. The punishment was different every time. I'm so glad you didn't vow anything to Nina, I said softly, cupping Jamie's face in my hands. Jamie touched my burnt wrist gently. She looked worried. What does it mean? Asked Zach, gesturing towards the mark. It's an insurance policy, said Fox hesitantly. What? Asked Dalton. A witch brands someone when they want to make sure a promise will be fulfilled. Did you promise her anything? Georgiana? Asked Jamie, her eyes filled with worry. Yeah, I promised her I'd bring Alto's body to her. We were going to do that anyway, I said with a shrug. Oh, Jessie, whimpered Jamie. What? Relax, little witch. Shh, I cooed, wiping a stray tear falling down her cheek. What is it? What's wrong? I asked. Jamie dissolved completely into tears. She spoke to me, her voice thick with emotion. You promised that she'd be reunited with Alto. Of course, it's what we meant to do, but that mark means that if for any reason we don't deliver Alto to her, she'll take you instead. Chapter 54. Tuesday, 22nd September 2020. Continued. Star's POV. I awoke in the most lavish and beautifully decorated bedroom I had ever seen. I was momentarily confused by all the dainty, pretty things surrounding me before I remembered I was still in the Ice Moon Castle. My twin, Harper, and I would return to the academy only after we had both proven ourselves, so Harper had to successfully complete his own task from the Queen. I mind-linked Harper. Since receiving my Fey magic, I could also see through Harper's eyes during mind-link. I was not sure if that was true for all Fey or just us because we were twins. Harper had awoken early, and gone to spar with Eli and our dad. I could see Eli's nervous but determined expression through Harper's gaze. I mind-linked Eli and wished him luck. I got to see the little smile tugging at the corners of his mouth and the way his eyes lit up when he heard my voice in his head. I mind-linked Zaya next, only to discover that he was apparently hanging out with Azriel. I snorted with laughter at the thought of how excited Aaron the earring must be. I would tease Aaron later by accusing the earring of stealing my man. I chuckled to myself at the thought. As I hopped out of bed, there was a knock at my door. "Harper? Back so soon?" I went to answer it. It was Jonah. I frowned at him, not entirely sure what to say. I was still conflicted about the recent discovery of Angie and my adopted aunt's treasury. They had stolen the inheritance my adopted father had left for me. They knew Granny Hella had struggled to put food on the table, and they had heartlessly kept billions that rightfully belonged to me once I'd come of age, and to Granny Hella before my 18th birthday. My 18th birthday had passed, so the money and estate was now mine. I had begged Harper not to tell the Quads about what Angie and her mom had done. I wanted to tell them myself when I was ready. I wanted to see Jonah's reaction for myself, with my very own eyes, but I was not ready for that kind of drama today. "I was thinking we could go for a walk?" asked Jonah hopefully. I raised my brows. "Or a ride even on your dragon," suggested Jonah. I grinned. This should be interesting. I took a quick bath while Jonah waited for me in my room. The bathroom tub was huge and had a faucet shaped like water fairy spouting the stream of water from her hands. The water was perfumed. The smell of exotic flowers filled the room. I wanted to soak in the silvery water a while, but Jonah was waiting. I watched the water sparkle as I drained the tub. I wondered if it had been blessed with fey magic. My skin felt incredibly rejuvenated, and I had a lot of energy all of a sudden. I meant to ask the queen to train me herself soon so that I could use fey magic against the curse. I still hadn't told Harper or Dad about the curse. I was keeping secrets from everyone. I sighed. I picked out one of the umpteen pretty dresses that had been placed in my walk-in closet. It was a pale powdery blue in a shimmery light material with lantern sleeves. I had to wear stockings underneath as it was almost always winter here. I fixed my hair and makeup, grabbed a warm coat, and quickly went back to my room. Jonah's face lit up when he saw me. I blushed a little. "You really look so pretty like that, Monsieur le Toilette. Fey clothes suit you," he commented. "What do you think of the ears?" I asked. He laughed. "They look like they've always belonged on you," he said, standing up and offering his arm to me. I grinned and linked my arm with his. He led me down to the courtyard. I was surprised he knew the way. "How do you know where you're going when I don't?" I asked. He grinned. "I got up early and had one of the castle staff who came to check on us show me where Haven was. I brought him some bacon from breakfast," explained Jonah, "and Zaya brought him some sausages. He was friendly while we were tossing him the meat, and as soon as the meat had gone, he snarled at us to go away." I burst into laughter. Jonah seemed shocked. "Sorry," I said between giggles. "Haven is just such a character." Jonah smiled. Haven was elated to see me. He bent his snout towards me. I patted him just above gently. He made a deep, happy rumbling sound, almost like a purring cat. He bent down lower so that I and Jonah could climb onto his back. He seemed more indifferent to Jonah than hostile like he was before. "Ready?" I asked. Jonah wrapped his arms around my waist from behind. Warmth flooded my body. "Ready," he murmured in my ear. My heart began to race a little. "Okay," I said, somewhat breathlessly. "Haven, let's go," I commanded. Haven happily obeyed. Jonah's POV. I was enjoying being this close to Star. I wanted to be cautious, but the curse was not broken yet, but I yearned to see her, as did my wolf. We just wanted to be near to her. I hated thinking that she found me cold or indifferent. My every waking thought was about her, and every dream featured her presence, whilst every nightmare involved her absence. I could not let anything happen to her. "Star," I said softly. "Yeah," she mumbled. We were high up, gliding through pale blue expanse and fluffy wisps of white. "I hope you know how much I want to keep you safe," I said softly. She was silent for a moment. She nodded. "Has your father had any luck finding Alto's body?" she asked suddenly. "He's supposed to go to the Alpha Tomb today, actually on the zenith of Mount Viper Moon today, actually to excavate Alto's resting place," I explained. And have you heard from Jamie recently? How is she doing with finding Georgiana's body? She asked curiously. I smiled. At least I had some good news for her. Jamie told me last time we spoke that she traced down Georgiana's final resting place. This forest behind her coven's house, I said. Did Jamie find her body then? She asked eagerly. I frowned. Jamie had not gotten back to me in a while. I had meant to check on her and Jessie, but that was around the time Star had ran off to the Ice Moon Pack lands, and my brothers and I had all snow globe hopped after her. I need to call her, actually, for an update, I said, already angry with myself. The curse should have been broken by now. We had rough ideas of where each body was. It was time to unite them. I sighed. I'm sorry I brought it up, said Star, looking regretful. I ruined a rare moment of peace for you. I frowned. No, I'm glad you asked me about it. The sooner we break the curse, the better, I said, smiling half-heartedly. Star, you know, there is nothing in the whole world, or let's say the universe as your named Star, that is worth endangering you. Not even your love, I said. She stared at me. If I lessened your feelings for me or stunted them while trying to break the curse, so be it. It is worth it. You are worth it, I said, hoping I was making sense. I wanted her to understand. I needed her to understand. I know you. Star silenced me by gasping my face in her delicate hands and pulling it towards hers. I should have stopped her. I could have. I was much physically stronger than she was. I didn't stop her, though. Something inside me broke, like a dam letting roaring, rushing water out. My lips met Star's hungrily. I pulled her even closer as I tangling my hands in her tousled hair. A fire erupted in my torso and spread to my whole being. I was burning up. Star's indifference always left me so cold, and her acceptance of me lit me aflame from within. Our breath intermingled. I nipped at her bottom lip. She whimpered softly but did not break the kiss. I deepened the kiss, crushing her against me. When she broke away for air, I planted kisses across her cheek and down the side of her neck. My hands has found their way under her dress, caressing her thighs as my teeth grazed her shoulder. She pulled me back to her, thus kissing me with abandon. A tiny part of me fleetingly wondered who was steering the dragon, but we hadn't crashed yet, so I pushed that aside. I felt a lurch in my stomach. I broke away from Star, but gripped her waist tightly, holding her steady. We had landed. Everything in these pack lands was covered with snow. Here was just as blindingly white as where we had come from. Star pushed me away from her suddenly, making me release her waist. I felt so hurt at the abrupt rejection, until I saw her slide down the dragon and land, crunching in the snow. She grinned and wee and ran off through a thick of snow-covered trees. She was playing with me. I grinned. I slid down the ice dragon's scales and ran after her. She was nowhere in sight already. She was fast. I focused on her scent and soon caught it. I wasn't as used to her scent as my horny younger brothers. I had her well-being to think about. The closer we got to her, the more Georgiana might despise her. I wasn't really thinking about that right now, though. Once I got used to her scent, it was impossible to ignore. It seemed to coat everything with its allure. I found her hiding and stifling her laughter under some brambles. Star, I chastised her. You'll get pricked by those thorns. I carefully extricated her out from under the brambles. Why would she hide there of all places? Totally careless. Like Zaya. Star, I grumbled as I searched her for any cuts. She seemed to think this was still a steamy moment. Her eyes darkened. She began planting kissing down my neck and then focused on my marking spot at the base of my throat. Perhaps it was a steamy moment after all. We were soon breathless again from kissing. Star's legs were wrapped around my waist, and her arms had been flung around my neck as she lay beneath me in the snow. Our tongues caressed each other. Star slipped her hands inside my jacket and then under my sweatshirt. I felt her cold fingertips trace my sides. She was less warm than she used to be now that she had inherited her fey powers, and her extremities were actually cold in this weather. I immediately started to worry. I should get her back inside. My mind went numb when her hand slipped down my pants and found my painfully hard engorged member. She squeezed it. I groaned and hissed with pleasure. Star, I said indignantly, breaking the kiss. My hands are cold, she said innocently. I chuckled. Weak excuse. She nuzzled me. We were both panting. I need to get you back inside, I said as my mind cleared. Yes, we'll go back to my room, said Star breathlessly. No, we'll go back inside where it's warm. You'll freeze out here, I said worriedly. She giggled. I have a huge hot alpha on top of me. I doubt, she said mischievously, tightening her grip on my length. Star, I growled. What? She whispered, nipping at my ear. She could not encircle me with one hand only because of my girth, so she wrapped both of her hands around my member, squeezing and moving them up and down the shaft. Star, I panted. Jonah, she murmured. I crashed my lips against hers as she continued her sweet torture. She ran her nails along my length as she lightly squeezed me. I moaned into her mouth. My hands found their way under her dress again, stroking her thighs. I pulled her stockings down to her mid-thighs, carefully shielding her from the cold with my own coat. I slipped my hands into her underwear, grabbing the globes of her behind and kneading them as we deepened our kiss. Her whimpers were muffled by my own lips. I inserted a finger into her tight core and she gasped at the sudden intrusion. We broke apart. Is this okay? I whispered. She nodded eagerly. The scent of her arousal was filling the air and driving me mad. I caressed it with my thumb, while my finger continued to ease in and out of her faster and faster. Jonah, she whimpered. Her nose was red from the cold. I brushed my nose against hers. I wanted to make sure she was warm. She began her ministrations of my member again, as I quickened the pace of fingers. She was so wet now. It was easy for my fingers to slide in and out. I used my other arm to crush her to me. I wanted her as close to me as possible to shut the cold out. We both caressed each other, eliciting moans as our eyes darkened until we were each staring into the black orbs of the other. I worked her into a frenzy just as she was doing to me. She came first. I felt her shudder and then cry out softly. A gush of her sweet essence coated my fingers, shooting strands onto her tummy. We'd made a mess, but everything here was white anyway, and we were both sprinkled with snow too. I chuckled to myself. What? She asked, her eyes widening. Nothing, I whispered, kissing the tip of her cold nose. I have nothing to clean you with, I mumbled. She shrugged. I licked the fingers that had been inside of her, and she flushed scarlet. It was my turn to ask, What? Nothing, she replied sheepishly. I chuckled, pulling her into a kiss, making her taste herself. A strangled little part of my brain was saying, what the f*** had I just done? But I would worry about that later. Chapter 55. Tuesday, 22nd September, 2020. Continued. Eli's POV. My boots crunched through the snow. I was bundled up in a warm coat. We all were. Heath, Harper, and me, despite the fact that none of us needed it. Werewolves did not get cold. Star's dad, Heath, was going to spar with me and Harper. We were training today. I could not contain my anxiety. I saw Harper's eyes turn black. He was mind-linking someone. He turned to stare right at me. Okay, I stared blankly at him. Eli, good luck. Don't break a leg. Star's voice resounded in my head. Princess, thank you. I'll do my best. Warmth flooded me. Just the sound of Star's voice always soothed me. I heard a strange whistling song and felt a whoosh of air near my ear. Ah, I yelled, ducking quickly and narrowly, avoiding a punch to the face from Star's dad. He laughed raucously. You're not paying attention. And on a battlefield, too. He chided. I didn't know we had started, I exclaimed. War doesn't ring a school bell, he yelled. The wind was picking up. It was snowing. Snowflakes dotted my hair. Harper was snickering at my expression. I grumbled inwardly. Show me what you know so far, said Heath. I nodded. Heath circled me. I began moving in a circle too, never taking my eyes off of him. Suddenly he dropped to the ground and swung his leg around, catching me in the ankle. I fell over in the snow. In one swift movement, he was on top of me. He grasped my throat, though he did not apply pressure. You're dead, he said simply. I exhaled. Just like that, he added. He got to his feet and pulled me up onto mine. Again, he said. We practiced again and again. I learnt more studying his tactics and movements. He taught me how to anticipate my opponent's movements, how to confuse them, how they might try to confuse me, how to fight someone I knew to be stronger or faster than me. Just because you're alphas doesn't mean there'll never be someone bigger, badder, faster, stronger. You have to be the top dog, but know how to fight like you're the underdog, tactfully. Don't be cocky. Don't assume victory. Don't leave lazy openings, he lectured. Harper went next. I was a little jealous. Harper was a natural. I marveled at him. He matched Heath movement for movement well. Heath made Harper and I practice sparing each other, which was more fun than I expected it to be. Harper actually cracked a smile. Harper did that thing Heath had done, where he dropped to the ground and swung his leg to trip me. I jumped over the attack his time. "Good," said Heath encouragingly. "You're a fast learner." I swelled with pride. Heath was a legendary warrior, honestly. It was an honor to be complimented by him. I really wanted him to like me. In my mind, he was already my father-in-law, so I needed to earn his respect and approval. "Lunchtime," said Heath suddenly. "You need to eat properly, too. Sleep deeply. Manage stress. Control your emotions. Discipline is key," he told us. It was lunchtime already. I looked at my watch. I was shocked to find it was noon. We had started training in the early morning light. The time had flown by. My stomach grumbled. "Come on," said Heath. We walked into the castle. The warmth of its halls was welcoming. Heath seemed to know his way around extremely well. I wondered what it was like for him, that being without his mate. I did not think I could survive losing Star, my princess. Heath was truly a strong wolf in every way, not just physically. There were a few nobles in the royal dining room. The table was yards long and all the chairs were several feet apart. It was a bit awkward. I felt like I had to yell to people, although wolves and fae had good hearing. Asriel was sitting there already, eating and playing with a pack of cards, doing card tricks for a group of noble fae ladies and she-wolves. Heath got up to tell the chef what he wanted us to eat. He wanted us to increase our protein intake and decrease our carbs. "Thanks," I said to Harper. "For what?" asked Harper. "For being cool about me cutting in on your father-son time. You didn't grow up with him, and that's big of you to let me join your training without complaint," I explained. Harper smiled genuinely. He nodded. "Yeah, I'm pretty awesome," he agreed, leaning back in his chair slowly. He flashed a grin at the group of fae ladies and she-wolves. They giggled and began whispering. They were looking at me too, but I was a taken man. "Do you hope to find your mate soon?" I asked Harper. Harper raised his eyebrows. He shrugged. "Yeah, I guess," he mumbled. "Now that I'm an alpha, I'll need a Luna. I don't want to rule alone," he said thoughtfully. Heath returned with 3 servants carrying huge platters of food. They set one in front of each of us. I practically inhaled what was put in front of me. The food was delicious. The fae used very unique spices. Everything was flavorful. After lunch, I went looking for Star. I found her in her room with Jonah of all people, laughing and cuddling under the bed covers. Had I entered a parallel universe? "What's going on in here?" I asked in shock. Star giggled. Jonah frowned at me. I frowned at him. "I want some alone time with Star," he told me. "You had whole morning." "Bye," I replied. He snarled at me. I growled at him. "Hey," said Star, startled by our animosity. "I thought you wanted Noah and I to be closer with Star," said Jonah. "Star's dad is looking for you. He wants to talk to you 'cause you're the eldest," I lied. "Oh," said Jonah, suddenly looking worried. "It's probably about Star's hand." "What's wrong with her hand?" I asked him. "You twit. Her hand in marriage, Eli," said Jonah, rolling his eyes. "Okay, bye," I said. Jonah grumbled but left. I quickly locked the door and dove under the covers. I pretended to ignore Star and go to sleep. "Eli?" said Star, shaking me awake. I opened an eye and then closed it. "Eli," said Star, giggling. I chuckled and looked at her. "What?" I said. She straddled me, pressing her lips against mine. Finally, I snaked my tongue into her mouth, caressing her tongue with mine. I gripped her hips as we kissed. My hands massaged her back. One of my hands went up to tangle in her soft, silky curls. I sucked on her bottom lip and nibbled it. She moaned. I kissed her neck, sucking on her marking spot until I left a hickey there. I half regretted that already. Heath would see it. Maybe she had a turtleneck she could wear. She was wet. I could smell it. I rocked my hips against hers as she straddled me. She rubbed herself against me, never breaking our kiss. She whimpered as I bounced her up and down, pressing my hard length against her core. I rolled over, pinning her underneath me. I planted kisses down her neck to her breasts. I got a little too enthusiastic and tore at her dress when the buttons were too complicated for me to figure out. Faye fashion was quite dramatic. She squealed and then moaned as I released her breasts. I kneaded them, making her core dampen further, swirling my tongue around it. She groaned as she arched her back, squirming away from the pleasure. I moved to the other, nibbling on this one, making her whimper. The dress was already ruined, so I shredded it all the way off. She was topless now, in her underwear with her stockings still on. I kissed my way down her torso. I anchored my thumbs in her stockings and underwear and pulled them both down to her knees at the same time. I had been the one soothing her when Zaya and Noah had spanked her. They had both tasted her core. I hadn't yet. I parted her thighs. She was so flushed. I parted her folds with each firm lick, sucking on it. She tasted so amazing. She shrieked. She thrashed around a little, but I held her hips steady. When she squirmed too much, I flipped her over without warning and smacked her ass as a warning. She squealed. "Don't move," I told her. She was panting, lying on her front. She stayed still. I opened her legs wider. I lay down on my back and pulled her towards me so that she had to lower her booty onto my face. She moaned and whimpered, but she didn't pull away this time. I darted my tongue deep into her entrance. She groaned. I grabbed her hips and made her ride my face. She got the hang of it quickly. She was chasing her high. She let me bounce her up and down and rock her hips back and forth, all the while eating her out to my heart's content. I covered her vulva with my mouth and sucked on it until she cried out. The pressure was building in her torso. She arched her back, opening her legs wider so I had better access to her. I pumped her with 2 fingers. I added a third and then a 4th finger, quickening the pace. She was making unintelligible noises now. I worked her up until she was a moaning, dripping mess. I smacked her ass again, which elicited a gush of fluid in her excitement. I fingered her roughly and quickly, now making her scream. Her thighs quivered at either side of my face as she came. Her whole body shuddered as the waves of pleasure crashed over her. "Ely," she gasped as she came down from her high. "You did so good, princess," I murmured, pulling her down onto my chest. I lightly traced patterns across her soaked entrance while she tried to catch her breath. I snuggled up to her under the covers. Her breathing slowed. I kissed her forehead. I fleetingly thought about the curse and how much damage we might have just done. We nuzzled each other. We would cross that bridge when or if we came to it. For now, I held my princess while we both drifted off to sleep. Chapter 56, Tuesday, 22nd September 2020. Continued. Noah's POV. Earlier that morning, I was surprised when a Fae servant summoned me urgently in the morning. I followed him to a room that held only an ornate floor-length standing mirror. I approached it. The glass was glowing. The Fae left. The mirror seemed to ripple, as though it were made of water. Then the ripples cleared, and Jamie appeared, her face anxious and strained. "Jamie!" I exclaimed, shocked to see her. "I've been trying your cell, but no answer. I was returning Zaya's missed calls and his phone wasn't working either," she said. "Sorry about that. Zaya, broke his phone, accidentally," I said, recalling Zaya smashing his phone in anger. "And my phone is out of service, or maybe out of range. We're in the Ice Moon Pack lands," I explained. "Oh," she said. I quickly explained about Star and her real heritage. Jamie did not seem the least bit surprised. Her eyes were red as though she had been crying. "Are you okay, Luna Jamie?" I asked. She sniffled. "Something terrible has happened," she said. "What?" I asked, my pulse quickening immediately. "We found Georgiana's body," she said hesitantly. "But that's great," I said eagerly. "Yes, but—" She paused. I waited with bated breath. "Georgiana marked Jesse. A witch's mark, like a burn on his wrist. We found her body behind the witch's coven. It's a long story, but basically, if we don't deliver Alto to Georgiana soon, she'll take Jesse instead," whispered Jamie. My heart plummeted. Jamie, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what to say. She was just trying to help us, and so was Jesse, and we had endangered her mate while she was trying to save ours. I felt awful. "Do you have Alto's body?" she asked, getting to the point. "Our dad is on his way as we speak to the zenith of Mount Viper," I said. "Really?" She said, her eyes filling with hope. "Yes, they're excavating the Alpha tomb to unearth Alto's body," I said. Thank goodness Jonah had managed to get in contact with Dad for an update. As soon as they unearthed Alto, we could reunite him with Georgiana and save Star and Alpha Jesse from Georgiana's wrath. "You're geographically much closer to our dad than to us," I said. "Alpha Quaid," said Jamie. "Yes," I said. "Would he meet with me?" Jamie asked. "Of course, absolutely, and we'll hurry back," I said. It was time to get a move on. "Thanks, Noah," said Jamie softly. I won't let Georgiana take Jesse, Jamie, I said. I swear, I said. You helped us with Star at your own risk. There's 4 of us, I said. I won't let her have him even if I have to go with her myself instead, I said. It sounded crazy, but it was true. My honor as an alpha was everything to me. It wasn't Jesse's curse to bear. It was ours. His family was blameless. Jamie looked at me with wide eyes. She didn't say anything. We'll be back soon? Go ahead and meet my father. Do you know where? I began. I know where to go. I can teleport to the Zenith if that's where he is, she said. I nodded emphatically. She nodded too, sniffling. See you soon, I said. She nodded and smiled sadly. She vanished. The mirror rippled. I stood there for a while, my heart heavy and my soul sad. I needed to talk to Jonah. Jonah's POV. I was so nervous about speaking to Star's father regarding her hand in marriage. I found him in the dining hall for the nobles. He was sitting with Harper. They had already finished eating. They didn't look up from their conversation. I cleared my throat. They still didn't look up. Pardon me, sir. Sorry to interrupt, I said. Star's dad turned around. He raised his eyebrows at me. Harper scowled at me. I resisted the urge to scowl at him, too. Yes, said Heath, Star's dad. You wished to see me, I said. No, said Heath. I stared at him. He stared at me. About Star? I said to jog his memory. He furrowed his brow. Regarding her hand in marriage, I said. Harper snorted with laughter. Heath looked shocked. You're too young, he said simply. I felt affronted. Sir, I am to be alpha soon. I can more than support Star, I said, offended. That's nice, but my 18-year-old daughter is not getting married, said Heath. Wolves always marry young, I said. Star is part fae, said Heath. She is mostly werewolf, I countered. Don't you need to be single first, Jonah, interjected Harper. To propose to my twin sister, my inner wolf growled. Heath narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? Asked Heath, looking at his son. Jonah has a girlfriend, said Harper. Star, said Heath. No, not Star, said Harper. Angelique. What? Bellowed Heath. I stiffened. The quadruplets are dating someone else? Eli too? Demanded Heath. No, not Eli or Zaya. I don't know anything about Noah. He's weird. But Jonah definitely has a girlfriend named Angelique. She's technically Star's adopted cousin. Her adopted mother's cousin's daughter, explained Harper. You mean the Plastique family? The house we went to, said Heath. Yes, exactly, said Harper, cutting off his father. The house you went to? You went to the Plastique house? I asked. You're dating someone else? Asked Heath, glaring at me. I'm going to end things with her. She's a girl I was with before I realized Star was my mate, I said quickly. So what is taking so long? How long does I can't see you anymore take to say? Snarled Heath. If you think you're going to string my daughter along, you better have a plot picked out with your name on it, threatened Heath, standing up. I will bury you, boy. I gulped. Sir, I have no intention of ever disrespecting. Heath stormed away. Harper looked pleased with himself. You f***ing asshole, I snapped at him. How could he risk my relationship with Star like that? She wanted to be with me. Didn't he want her to be happy? Harper leant back in his chair. F*** you, he said nonchalantly. Something else was nagging at me. You broke into the Plastique house? I asked. Why? To prove the truth to Star and everyone, said Harper simply. The truth about what? I snarled. Had he been searching for evidence that I was dating Angie to show his father? That Star's inheritance was stolen by her adopted cousin and aunt, said Harper triumphantly. Huh? You mean Angie and her mom? I asked. Naturally, said Harper. My heart began to race, and I asked. We found the will of Star's adopted father and Angie's mom's things, said Harper. My stomach lurched. I began. They stole Star's inheritance, although they already had money of their own, and Star grew up sometimes with empty cupboards. Her grandmother could barely afford to feed her after her adopted parents died, snarled Harper. I felt sick. I sat down. I looked away from Harper. He got up and stormed away in the direction Heath had gone. Zaya's POV, earlier that morning. I woke up early and went to peek in at Star. I found her asleep. I sighed. I didn't have the heart to wake her. I stroked her curls and kissed her forehead and the tip of her nose. She stirred a little, but didn't wake up. I snuck out of her room. The sun had just come up. Jonah was up early too. Noah had gone off somewhere and Eli went to spar with Star's father and Harper. Jonah and I ate breakfast in silence. I started piling sausages onto a plate. The Fey nobles were looking at me distastefully. Asriel grinned at me. "Get those gains, brah," he commented. I chuckled. "It's not all for me. I'm gonna bribe Haven with meat. Gonna buy his affection," I revealed. "Good luck with that," said Asriel. Asriel laughed loudly at something else. "What?" I asked. "I'll tell you later," he said. I shrugged. "I'm coming too," said Jonah eagerly, heaping bacon onto a plate. What had gotten into him? Shouldn't he work on his relationship with Star first before he tackled Haven? He was in the shitter with Star for sure. I chose not to say anything. A Fey Castle staff member led us to Haven in the snow-covered courtyard. He was an ice dragon, so he loved the cold. "Hey, big guy," I said. "Hi, Haven," said Jonah. Haven looked at us blankly. He turned away from us. "Wait," I held up the plate of sausages for him to smell. He sniffed them. Jonah showed him the bacon. We tossed him a few sausages and big bacon pieces. He caught them easily in his huge jaws. He seemed to like this game. We soon ran out of meat. "Yummy, huh?" I said, moving towards Haven. He roared at me, making my hair blow in the wind coming from his jaws. "Chill out," I yelled at him. He grunted and turned away, refusing to engage with me. "What a jerk," I sighed. That had been a total failure. "It wasn't enough meat," I told Jonah. Jonah was a bit antsy. "I have to go call Dad and then I have to, see about some stuff," he said. "Okay," I said slowly. "Hey," said a familiar voice, Asriel. Jonah waved at him and quickly went back to the castle, scurrying along. What was with him? "Hey," I said half-heartedly to Asriel. "Sorry about this. I promised a good friend they could meet you. Officially," said Asriel. "What are you talking ab?" I began, but before I could finish my question, Asriel blew shimmery dust in my face. I sneezed. It burned my nostrils, my eyes, and my even ears. "What the f***, man?" I protested. "I said sorry in advance," chuckled Asriel. "OMG, is he okay? Don't hurt him! Don't hurt him!" squealed a voice. "Who is that?" I said, looking around. Ugh, what Fey weirdness was this? I glared at Asriel, who looked amused. I looked more closely, and my jaw dropped. His earrings were alive. The two skulls were moving about and talking. "These are Aaron and Ryan," said Asriel. "It's Aaron who wants to talk to you. I gave you Fey sense temporarily. It'll wear off in a few hours." Wow. Were there a bunch of alive objects in the Fey world that I simply could not perceive? Trippy. "Hi, Rain. Hi, Aaron," I said. One of the earrings screeched so loudly I jumped. "OMG, what should I do?" asked the earring I thought was Aaron. "Shut up, Aaron," said the earring, who must be Rain. "Don't embarrass me in front of Zaya," pleaded Aaron. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about," I said kindly to the little earring. "Rain, don't be so mean to your sibling," I said, unsure of their relation. "Zaya, I'm not looking for a relationship right now, but thank you for being so protective over me," said Aaron. "What the f***? "Okay, Aaron, anytime," I said. Aaron sighed sadly. "I want to be excluded from this conversation," muttered Rain. "Then be quiet," I chuckled. "How dare you?" bellowed Rain. "Burn! Go, Zaya!" said Aaron. 1 Zaya, 0 Rain. "I'm surrounded by idiots," said Rain. "Zaya, you really are amazing. You are. It's not you, it's me." I know. That sounds cliché, but Princess Hannah, she's the one for you," said Aaron with a deep breath. "She certainly is," I agreed, not sure what was going on. "Let's be friends, if it's not too difficult for you," said Aaron. "It will be okay," I said, totally confused. "You're strong, stronger than I am," said Aaron. The earring began to cry. "Oh, good grief," said Rain. He began to swing himself madly in Asriel's earlobe. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Trying to fall off," said Harper. "He does that sometimes." "Rain, stop it." Rain was still. "Don't cry, Aaron," I said, feeling really sorry for the little earring. It was weeping bitterly. "I'm crying because I know I'm hurting you. Let's take a break with the friendship, too." "I'm here if you need me, okay," said Aaron. "Of course. Try to take it easy," I said. Asriel was stifling his laughter the whole time. "I am so confused," I said to the Fey Prince. "Let's go," said Aaron softly to Asriel. Asriel walked away from me with no further explanation, leaving me dumbfounded. I followed him. "Wait," I said. Star was still asleep. Jonah had ran off. Noah had run off even earlier. My boy Eli was sparring. "What is there to do here?" I asked. "Tons of stuff," said Asriel. "Want a tour of the castle?" suggested Asriel. "Yeah," I said. I would need to know the layout. Star would want to visit often even after she became the official Luna of my pack. "Is it okay with you, Aaron?" asked Harper. The little earring was quiet. It was going through something, but I wasn't sure what. "Please, Aaron." I tried, making puppy dog eyes at it. I heard a sharp intake of breath from Aaron. Okay, let's hang out. We can do this. Friends, said Aaron. Friends, I agreed. Oh, heaven help me, said Ryan exasperatedly. Noah's POV. I needed to talk to Jonah. I needed to see Star. I need my mate. I needed some comfort. Things had become very dire indeed. Star was nowhere to be found, as was Jonah. Could they be off somewhere together? Impossible. Jonah had the most restraint of all of us combined. I sighed. We had to go back to our pack, to where Alto's body would be. Our father should unearth the body today. I sulked the whole morning. I was frightened Star would not return to the Viper Moon Pack with us. Such was understandable. We had brought nothing but misery to her life. We really were cursed in more ways than one. I was in the hallway when I saw Eli exit Star's room. I went to check on her. She was sleeping soundly. I climbed into bed and lay beside her. She seemed shocked to see me when she woke up. "Where's Eli?" she demanded. I felt a pang of jealousy. I shrugged. "Star," I began. How would I explain the situation with Jesse and that I had promised to go with Georgiana in his stead if it came to that? It wasn't his burden to bear, so I could not allow such a thing to happen to him. That would make me as bad as my ancestor Oleander. "Yeah, Noah?" she said. I sighed. I couldn't tell her. Not yet. I wanted a few more blissful moments with her before she found out that we had yet another problem to face. I cupped her face in my hands. Her skin was cooler than before now that she was noticeably part Fae. I nuzzled her. She smiled. I kissed her hungrily, and she kissed me back just as enthusiastically. A fire erupted in my belly and spread warmth throughout my body. All I could think about was Star. "I love you," I breathed when we parted. She pulled me back in, moving her lips eagerly against mine. I trailed kisses down her neck and shoulder. I paused. There was a hickey on her marking spot. "Who did this?" I asked, a little annoyed. "Eli," she said sheepishly. "Do you like Eli more than me?" I blurted out before I could stop myself. "You are all my mates," she said softly. "I want all of you." My wolf told me she meant that. I pressed my lips to hers and she whimpered softly when I nipped at her bottom lip. I kissed her neck, finding the spot on the other side and focusing on it. She squirmed a little. I could smell her excitement. She also smelled a bit like Eli, and even like Jonah of all people. I would put my scent all over her instead. I pinned her to the bed, settling myself between her legs. I grasped the hem of her dress and slid it upwards while we kissed. I was rock hard, and I knew she could feel it. I realized she wasn't wearing underwear. I got up suddenly, extricating myself from her. "Noah, what are you do?" She began before I snatched her up and swung her over my shoulder. She squealed. I walked towards her bathroom. I headed towards the shower. "Noah," she said. "You smell like Eli and Jonah," I said. "Let's wash that all away." I placed her on the bathroom counter and quickly rid both of us of all of our clothes. Star bit her lip. She was hugging herself, acting shy. I smirked at her. I got into the shower and motioned for her to come towards me. She did what I wanted. She slipped off the counter and padded towards me. She got into the huge shower. I closed the shower door. Streams of lukewarm water hit us from all sides and above. I took a loofah and lathered her body with soap. She was trembling a little as I washed her off with my hands, running my fingers along every inch of her smooth skin. I paid particular attention to her delicate folds. I shampooed her hair. She moaned happily as I massaged her scalp. I refused to think about the future. At least I had Star now. At least she still had me. I conditioned her hair. She wanted to do the same for me. I allowed it, though. I grew impatient. I pressed her against the wall and grasped the backs of her thighs, lifting her easily. She held on to me as our lips crashed together. She moaned into my mouth. My member was rock hard and engorged and pressed against her tummy. I gripped her waist and lifted her higher, putting her on my shoulders with her body against my face and her back braced against the high wall. "Noah," she squeaked in surprise. "Scared of heights?" I asked her, smirking. She giggled. Her giggles gave way to groans when I plunged my tongue into her entrance. She wiggled in my arms. I smacked her behind and she whimpered but remained still. I covered her vulva with my mouth. I zeroed in on her clit and sucked on it eagerly. Her thighs were quivering. I kneaded her behind as I ate her out, tracing patterns on her clit. I could hear her soft little squeals as I pushed her higher and higher. "Noah, I heard her cry as she tangled her hands in my hair. She was rocking her hips back and forth, matching the movements of my tongue. She wouldn't last much longer. I felt the tension leave her body as she reached her climax. Her legs shook. Her grip in my hair slackened. I lifted her off of my shoulders and cradled her in my arms. I wrapped us both in a huge warm towel, unwilling to let go just yet. "Luna," I whispered. "Alpha," she sighed. I looked at her. Our eyes met. I took a deep breath. "We have to go back home." Chapter 57. Tuesday, 22nd September 2020, continued. Star's POV. "Home?" I said apprehensively. The Ice Moon Pack felt a bit like home to me. I knew I would have to go back to school eventually, and I couldn't leave my grandmother to fend for herself. I also had my adopted father's will to think about. Harper's adopted parents had a lawyer working on the case to prove Angie and her mom had stolen my inheritance. The will itself was some pretty solid evidence. I didn't really know much about my Fae powers yet. I needed to know how to wield them well enough to break the curse. Harper also had to prove himself as Alpha once the Queen gave him a task. I had to be here for that to support him. He was my twin brother. "There's no rush," I said softly. "There is," insisted Noah. "What do you mean?" I asked him, worry creeping up on me. He paused for a long time, during which my anxiety was mounting. Jamie called me," he said. "Really? Did she find Georgiana's body?" I asked eagerly. "Yes," said Noah. I squealed in excitement. I threw my arms around Noah's neck. He hugged me back half-heartedly. I looked at him. His expression was unenthusiastic. You're not happy," I stated. It wasn't a question. "No. Jesse and Jamie encountered Georgiana's vengeful spirit when they want to find her," said Noah. I gasped. Panic set in. "Oh no, she didn't hurt them, did she? Are they all right?" I asked worriedly. Noah paused again. "She didn't hurt them per se, but she left a witch's mark on Jesse. It looks kind of like a burn on his wrist," said Noah with a sigh. I listened with rapt attention. I nodded, prompting him to continue. "If we don't deliver Alto's body to Georgiana's resting place, she threatened to take Jesse instead," said Noah. "Oh," I cried. I felt sick. I was putting Jamie and Jesse through heartache, and this was not even their curse to contend with. "There's something else. I thought it wasn't fair for Jesse to have to sacrifice himself for us. It's our curse to bear. My ancestor Oleander was a creep, and we're paying for it down to this day. So I volunteered to take Jesse's place if need be," he mumbled. My heart plummeted. I felt unsteady. There was a tightness in my throat and chest. I could not bring myself to speak. I understood why Noah had done that, reasoning that it was only fear as we had involved them in this mess. They had done nothing wrong. They had just tried to help us, and now they had successfully found Georgiana's body as promised, while we had yet to excavate Alto's body. Noah looked strained. I had no idea what to say to him to remedy the situation. Instead of responding, I just pulled Noah to me, hugging him tightly. We stayed like that for quite a while, just holding each other, listening to the sounds of each other's heartbeats. Harper's POV? I almost immediately regretted revealing Angie and her mother's treachery to Jonah. We had found the will stating that Star was to inherit her adopted father's fortune at the Plastique House. They were basically caught red-handed. However, I knew it was not my place to tell the Quads. I should have waited for Star to do it. I feared she never would, though. I sighed. The Queen had summoned me to her chambers. A Fae servant led me to a room where she sat in front of a huge vanity, the surface of which was cluttered with beauty products. She had several ladies-in-waiting attending to her. One was combing and braiding her hair. Another was applying a face cream to her skin with a brush. A third was helping her to don her bejeweled slippers. "You wanted to see me," I said nonchalantly. I was standing behind her. "Yes," she said. "Are you ready for your task?" she asked, looking at my reflection in the mirror of her vanity. "Naturally," I said simply. The Queen smirked. "What a cocky boy you are," she exclaimed. I was hardly a boy. I grumbled inwardly. "As you and Princess Hannah are twins, you should be given similar tasks, should you not?" said the Queen. I shrugged. I knew she had something nasty up her sleeve, but I wanted to get the task over with. "Your sister tamed a dragon, and so should you," said the Queen. "Haven?" I asked. He was already tame for the most part, at least towards Hannah and me. He was more Hannah's dragon than mine, though. No, you need your very own dragon, don't you?" she asked in a sickly sweet tone of voice. I suppose, I said. So you shall tame a wild one and return with him or her to the Ice Moon Castle, said the queen. Zaya's POV. After a really confusing day touring the castle with the emotional earring Aaron and the grumpy one, Rain, I was anxious to see Star. I thanked Prince Azriel for showing me around. I went back to Star's room only to find her sniffling, her eyes red and puffy. She had clearly been crying. Baby, I said, rushing over to her. What happened? Nothing, she said quickly, hugging me. I'm fine, she sniffed. You expect me to believe that? I asked incredulously. She frowned. Tell me, I insisted. She was silent. Star, right now, I demanded. It's Noah, she began. I'll kill him, I roared. Star jumped. I was sick and tired of Noah and Jonah making our mate cry. It was their fault she had almost rejected us, and they were still at it, apparently. No, no, said Star. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. She squeaked. What's it like then, baby? I asked exasperatedly. Was she protecting Noah even after he had made her cry yet again? Jamie called, she said. Oh, I said. That was not what I had been expecting her to start with. And what did she say? I asked. They found Georgiana's body, she said. That's great, I said. We were so close. Dad was on the job of finding Alto's body today. We would surely break the curse soon. Well, Georgiana put a witch's mark on Jesse, on his wrist, said Star. I wasn't sure what a witch's mark was and how it differed from a wolf's mark, but I didn't like the sound of it. It did not seem like a romantic thing or a desired thing at all. It's an omen. Georgiana will take Jesse if we don't deliver Alto to her soon, said Star. Oh no, I whispered. My stomach lurched. Jesse and Jamie had done nothing but help us, and we'd brought them nothing but misery. But Noah promised Jamie he would take Jesse's place if it came down to that, said Star, tears streaming down her face. My eyes widened. Noah would sacrifice himself in Jesse's stead. I sat on the edge of the bed. We have to make sure Alto's body gets to Georgiana then, that's all, I said. Star nodded feebly. She sat next to me. Her hands were shaking. She was taking this really hard. Relax, baby, it'll be okay, I told her. I pulled her towards me, cradling her head against my chest. I kissed her forehead. She began to sob into my shirt. Shh, baby, I cooed, kissing her forehead. Zaya, she mumbled. It's okay, baby, I whispered. I wiped her tears away and kissed her cheeks. I don't want to lose any of you, said Star softly. We don't want to lose you either, I said fiercely. No one is going anywhere. I'll make sure of it, she sniffled. I grasped her chin and tilted her face upwards so that our eyes met. I brushed my nose gently against hers. I pressed my lips to hers, kissing her softly. She moved her lips slowly against mine. She cupped my face and I gripped her waist. The kiss became more eager. I crushed her to me and she kissed me with abandon. I broke away when I sensed she was getting breathless. I trailed kisses across her cheek and down from her ear to the marking sort at the base of her throat. She shivered and I held her closer. My teeth grazed her marking spot. I was on dangerous ground. I knew she could not be marked. I pulled myself away from her marking spot and kissed my way down to her collarbone. My hands reached for the buttons of her blouse. My eyes searched her face for permission. She nuzzled me and pressed another kiss to my lips. I slowly unbuttoned her blouse, kissing each inch of newly revealed skin until I reached her waist. I slipped the blouse off her shoulders. She was looking at me intently with darkened eyes. I unhooked her bra, revealing her breasts. I could smell her excitement. She fumbled with the buttons of my shirt while I kneaded her breasts, moving my thumbs over her niches in a circular motion, watching them pebble and harden. She bit her lip as my shirt came off. I stood up and dropped my pants. She leant forwards to kiss my torso. I hissed with pleasure as her hands squeezed the already rock-hard bulge in my boxers. She pulled my boxers down, revealing my engorged member. I smirked at her as she kissed the skin just below my navel. Star, I murmured, gazing down at her. She kissed her way down. I knew where she was headed. I gripped her shoulders, stopping her. Star, you don't have... I want to, she said softly, looking up at me with her big doe eyes. I nodded. My stomach clenched in anticipation. She gripped my length, needing both hands to do so, and squeezed the shaft lightly. There was some pre-cum at the tip. She licked it off eagerly. I hissed in pleasure. Wait, I breathed. She looked up at me, frustration marring her beautiful features. I smirked at her. Let's both have fun, I suggested. This isn't fun, she asked, confused. I chuckled at her incredulous tone. Stand up, I commanded. She didn't have to obey me as my true Luna, but Star was such a good girl she stood immediately anyway. I got on my knees. I slid her skirt and stockings down. She stepped out of them. I reached for her underwear. She bit her lip, a little nervous about being totally exposed. You're perfection, baby, don't you know that? I told her. She blushed. I slipped her underwear down, and she stepped out of it. Her delicious scent hit me fully now. I breathed it in eagerly. I kissed the skin under her belly button as she had done to me, smirking against her skin. She giggled. We were both totally exposed now. I stood up and held her hand. I walked her over to the bed. I lay down and pulled her onto me, making her straddle my waist. I kissed her ravenously, my hands tangling in her hair and massaging her back. She kissed me back just as hungrily. Zaya, she breathed as we parted. Turn around, I instructed. Huh, she said. I chuckled. Are you defying me? I growled playfully. She hesitantly faced the other way so that her back was to me while she still straddled me. She glanced at me over her shoulder nervously. I smirked at her. I gripped her hips and pulled her sharply towards me so that her pocky was closer to my face. She squeaked in surprise, blushing scarlet. After one broad lick to her folds that made her shiver, she knew what I meant by both of us having fun. She leant forwards and adjusted herself, unfolding her flower to me a bit more. I felt her grip my huge member in her small hands again. She took me into her mouth an inch at a time. I groaned as the pleasure coursed through me. I gripped her hips more tightly and resumed my worship of her, lapping at her eagerly, parting her folds with each lick while she moved her mouth up and down my hard length. It was maddening, trying to focus on pleasuring her while she was pleasuring me. We swiftly entered a strange sort of competition, each one trying to distract the other by being as eager as possible. I plunged my tongue into her entrance. I heard her moan and felt the vibration of it against my member. I slipped a finger into her tight back opening, eliciting a squeal. She spluttered on my duck. I smirked to myself. I moved her hips back and forth, encouraging her to ride my face. I refused to lose this competition. I would make her come first. I sucked on the tiny, sensitive, swollen bud, enjoying her taste. Her soft moans and her sweet scent filled the room. I swirled my tongue round and round her clit while I slipped a finger into her entrance. She groaned at the intrusion, whilst taking as much of me in her mouth as she possibly could. My thighs were trembling. Her thighs began to quiver. I darted my tongue in and out of her. I added a second finger, testing her limits, stretching her a little. She whimpered as two of my fingers pumped her p***y. She moved against my fingers. I brought her very near to the edge, removing my fingers just as she was about to come. She cried out, begging for a release. I kneaded her behind, squeezing the globes. She moaned. I could feel the vibration of every noise she made against my cock. I plunged my tongue deep inside of her while sucking ravenously on her clit. I heard her muffled scream as she finally came. Her whole body shuddered. She rode out the waves of pleasure that crashed over her as she continued to suck my cack eagerly. I grunted as I came, my cum hitting the back of her throat. I heard the sound of her swallowing my essence, followed by a pop as she removed my throbbing duck from her mouth. We were both panting. I had not gotten to watch her come, though. I needed a different vantage point. I lifted her off of me. I got on my knees. Lay back, I said to her, still breathless. She did as she was told. I parted her thighs again. She was soaking wet. I slipped 3 fingers into her entrance, eliciting a groan from her. I pumped her bucky with my fingers in and out, faster and faster, while I thumbed her clit. I bent my head to suck on her swollen little butt again, after which I took her whole vulva into my mouth. Her fingers tangled in my hair. She was making a series of unintelligible little noises that were driving me crazy. Her hands gripped my hair in such a way that I could not tell if she was trying to draw the source of the intense pleasure to her or push it away. I sucked harder on her swollen little bud and quickened the pace of my fingers until she was moaning, arching her back and rocking her hips against my face. I did not let up until she came again, crying out. She was shaking. Her skin flushed. Zaya, she whimpered. One more time, I whispered, kissing her wet folds. I repeated my sweet torture of her p***y until I had her screaming and shaking again. I kissed her inner thighs while she came back down to earth. Her eyes were half closed. I waited for her breathing and heart rate to slow. I pressed my lips to hers and snaked my tongue into her mouth so that she could taste her own sweetness. We held each other, eyes locked, noses brushing together. I wished I could freeze time and make this moment last forever, but even an eternity with Star would not be enough for me. That was my last thought before sleep took us and swept us away. Chapter 58, Tuesday, 22nd September 2020, continued. Harper's POV. I had to find Star. I needed some twin time. I didn't want to admit it, but I was apprehensive about taming a wild dragon. I wondered what sort of dragons I would find in the wilderness of the Ice Moon Pack lands. Would they all be ice dragons? Would they be hostile? Star! I need to talk to you, I said, mind-linking her rather than searching all over the castle. Harper, what's wrong? Asked Star, immediately worried because of the anxious tone of my voice. I found out from our dear great-grandmother what my task is to be, I said. What is it? Asked Star immediately. I sighed to myself. Similar to yours. I have to tame a dragon, but I have to tame a wild one, I said. Star was silent. Any pointers? I asked, laughing half-heartedly. Don't be afraid. Dragon taming will come naturally to you. If I can do it, surely you can. We're twins. Our mother Hesper did the same. I know you have it in you, and the Queen must hold you in high regard to give you such a task, said Star, trying to placate me. Either that or she hopes I'll get barbecued, or, in this case, I might freeze to death, I muttered. You're an alpha and a fae. You will be fine. Trust me, Star said. So when do you have to complete the task? Asked Star anxiously. I could tell she had something to tell me also, but was holding back for some reason. Literally now, I said. Star gasped over MindLink. She ended up meeting me in the courtyard. Our father and Azrael met us there too, along with the Queen herself, 3 of her ladies-in-waiting and 6 of her royal guards. 2 large carriages drawn by snow-white hoses pulled up. Where are the quads? I asked out of curiosity. I didn't necessarily want them here, except possibly Eli. I also wasn't looking forward to Jonah revealing to Star that I'd spilled the beans about the Will and Angie's mom thieving Star's inheritance. It had not been my secret to tell, but I was so tired of how smug and brazen Jonah was. He was always flaunting Angie. I was not sure why he thought it acceptable to behave in such a manner when he had a mate, or why Star actually put up with it. They're trying to contact their dad, Alpha Quaid, said Star. Again, I got the feeling she was withholding or omitting some information. I know there's something strange going on, Star, I told her. But I guess we'll talk about it later. Star laughed nervously. We all got into the 2 carriages, and the horses sprinted off. They were incredibly fast, easily maneuvering about this difficult, icy terrain. They seemed to like the cold. Where exactly are we going? Asked Star. We were in a carriage with our father, Azrael, Azrael's earrings, and 2 of the 6 guards. The watering hole, said Dad. What's that? Asked Star. A hole in the ice on the surface of a nearby river through which wild animals, especially dragons, drink their water, explained Dad. I looked out the carriage window, the chilling wind hitting my face. I gasped when I saw them. There were possibly a dozen or so dragons congregated around the watering hole. Currently, a few were drinking water. Others were lying in the snow nearby. They were all different colors. The carriage stopped. As I got out of it, I marveled at the various scales of the dragons. There was a coal-black dragon with spikes along the ridge of its spine, descending all the way from his snout tail. There was a silver dragon whose scales gleamed in the dim daylight, and a brilliantly blue dragon with scales so vivid he stood out even from yards and yards away. There was a bright red dragon with astonishingly green eyes. He seemed quite aggressive, snarling for no particular reason. The other dragons had scales of jade green, white, grayish-purple, moss green, and that pale icy translucent blue that Haven had. We walked over to them cautiously. The Queen looked at me expectantly through the window of her carriage. She and her ladies-in-waiting remained in the carriage. Her guards stood around it. "Proceed," said the Queen. "Don't overthink your choice. Go with the dragon who seems the most familiar of them," said Star in my mind. I nodded to show her I understood. Dad seemed not the least bit anxious. He had so confidence in us, unless it was simply that he didn't care about us at all. I doubted the latter. He seemed to care. Asriel did not look nervous for me either. He grinned and gave me a thumbs up. "Go, Prince Harper!" squealed Aaron excitedly. "Try not to mess this up," said a disgruntled Rain. I took a deep breath and walked towards the group of dragons. I surveyed their expressions. They eyed me with curiosity. There was no hostility towards me, except from the openly hostile dragon, but he seemed to have a problem with everyone. I noticed a dragon standing the furthest away. I was shocked that I had not realized he was there before. She was so difficult to miss, and yet I had almost missed her. She was easily the largest dragon there, possibly Haven's size. She had scales of dazzling gold. I knew instantly that the dragon was female, but I was not sure why or how I knew. I almost bumped into the red dragon as I was walking slowly towards the golden dragon, mesmerized by her glistening scales. The red dragon roared at me for infringing upon its space. "What have I told you about social distancing?" berated Rain. "These children don't listen," he muttered indignantly. I still had no idea what Rain was talking about, and I was much too focused on the angry red dragon before me to pay Rain any mind. The red dragon stood, reaching its full height, towering over me. He grunted and steam came out of his nostrils. This dragon breathed fire, not ice. He opened his massive jaws and rained his fiery wrath down upon me. Jesse's POV. Jamie asked Fox to accompany us to the zenith of Mount Viper. I could tell she was a basket of nerves and would need some magical backup, so I was glad Fox was coming with us. "How have you been?" asked Fox. "I've been okay," I said, shrugging. Fox regarded me with pity in his eyes. I hated to be pitied. I was an alpha. I was not a victim. "Let me get Jamie so we can go." I mumbled more to myself than to Fox. He nodded, still regarding me with that sympathetic look. I grumbled to myself as I bounded up the stairs. Our twins were with all four of their grandparents. Jamie and I had decided not to tell my parents about the witch's mark. We were still contemplating whether or not we should tell Jamie's parents and her grandmother Clementine in case there was some witchy guidance they could give us. "Jamie," I said softly, entering our bedroom. She was sitting on the bed in the dark with the curtains drawn. They were blackout curtains, thus the room was as dark as if it were nighttime. I was shocked to find Jamie still in her nightgown. "What's wrong?" I asked, alarmed. "Are you not feeling well? Did she not want to go anymore? I supposed we could leave Alpha Quaid to unearth the body of Alpha Alto and just meet him and the quads afterwards to finish this once and for all." I had the utmost confidence and faith in my little witch. I knew she would be able to fix this mess even if she was taking the news of my witch's mark particularly hard. "Jamie," I murmured. She was facing away from me. I stroked her long, dark curls. "Everything will be okay, my little witch. I'm here. I'm yours. I'm not going anywhere. You know that, don't you?" I whispered. "I know that," said a voice that did not belong to Jamie. My blood ran cold and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My breath caught in my throat. The girl sitting on the bed slowly turned towards me. Sheer terror gripped me. Georgiana was sitting there, staring at me with her haunted eyes. Chapter 59, Tuesday, 22nd September, 2020. Stars POV. "Harper!" I shrieked as the flames surrounded him. My father held me back. I kicked and screamed, trying to run towards Harper. "Let me go, Harper!" I screamed. The red dragon closed its jaws, ceasing its fire-breathing. The flames dissipated, and the smoke cleared. My eyes never left the spot where Harper had been. When the dust settled, my jaw literally dropped. Harper was on one bended knee with his palms stretched upwards and facing the dragon. He was panting. There was not a singed hair on his head. He had somehow deflected the rain of fire. I looked more closely. My father relinquished me. There was a thin, transparent, semicircular-shaped force field of some kind projected over Harper. I only noticed it was there when the light hit it in a certain way. I heard a sigh of relief from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and found the Queen hanging anxiously out the carriage window, her face pale. She looked massively relieved. Perhaps she liked us more than she let on. Truth be told, I had forgotten she was even there. Harper's face had been turned away from the dragon. He straightened and stood, facing the dragon. The red dragon stared at him as if thinking very deeply. He grumbled and walked away, his heavy footsteps shaking the ice and loose snow. The other dragons regarded Harper with interest. Asriel had a smug look on his face, as though he had bet his money on Harper, and was about to receive the profit. Harper walked towards the golden dragon. She was magnificent. Her every movement caused the light to glide across her dazzling scales. In fairy tales, dragons always guarded caves filled with gold and treasure. This was gold and the dragon combined. She was the treasure and the guardian. She bent her head towards Harper, tilting it to one side, curious about this visitor. She stretched herself to her full height, with Harper standing unflinchingly at her feet. She elongated her neck, stretching her jaws upwards, her snout facing the sky. She roared, and a shower of gold spouted from her mouth and cascaded over Harper. I gasped as a few of the gold pieces reaching me. I could tell by the sizzling sound they made as they hit the ice and snow that they were droplets of hot, molten gold that hardened as they reached the cold surfaces, becoming little gold pieces. Astounding. I was in awe of her. "She's making it rain, get it?" said Aaron. Rain groaned exasperatedly at Aaron's corny humor. "Rain like when someone showers you with money, but also because it looked like rain," began Aaron. "There's no need to explain it. We understood how poor of a joke it was the first time," muttered Rain. The golden dragon sat down and bent its head towards Harper, as if bowing before a king. Harper walked towards her and rested his palm on her snout. He went to her side and easily climbed up. The dragon stretched her wings to their full span. The light reflected by her golden wings left all the spectators momentarily blinded. Everyone shielded their eyes for a moment. She reared like a mare, and then off she flew with Harper on her back. I cheered and jumped up and down. Azrael chuckled at my reaction. Dad looked a bit shaky but happy nonetheless. He was a bit pale and clammy. It seemed even he had doubted Harper for a second there. "Drive on," said the Queen curtly to the carriage driver who held the horse's reins. "Wait, one moment," I said loudly. It came out a lot more commanding than I had meant it to be. The driver obeyed at once. Maybe I was getting the hang of this princess thing. "Yes," said the Queen, raising a perfectly arched brow at me. "Harper completed your task," I said. "Yes, I am aware," she said. I huffed. "Right, well, the kingdom is his now, is it not?" I asked. The ladies-in-waiting gasped at my audacity. This brazen behavior was unlike me, but my twin brother had almost gotten barbecued, trying to prove himself to our so-called great-grandmother. "Yes, he will be the alpha and king of the Ice Moon Pack when he is ready," said the Queen. "When he is ready?" I said incredulously. "He is ready," I said. "He is a high school student," said the Queen, her tone annoyed. "No great-grandchild of mine is dropping out of high school. The throne will still be there." Was she serious? Suddenly, she was our great-grandmother and wanted us both in school. I didn't buy it one bit, but she certainly couldn't continue to hold on to the throne, not when Harper was clearly blessed with Fae and Alpha attributes. "Drive on," commanded the Queen again. I let her go this time, waving the carriage forwards. I looked at my dad. He chuckled. "It'll be okay. The worst is over," he said. I laughed half-heartedly. The worst was over in this regard. And I still had a whole curse to deal with, one that I was hiding from all the members of my long-lost family. Jessie's POV. I backed away from the bed, putting as much distance between Georgiana and me as I could. She stood and practically glided towards me. "Jamie?" I called out. "Fox!" This would require more of a magical remedy. My back hit the wall and Georgiana flew at me. I woke up, drenched in sweat and panting. "Jamie! Jamie!" I yelled. I was tangled up in the sweat-soaked blankets. "Shh, Jessie," cooed Jamie. I breathed a sigh of relief. She had been sleeping right next to me. We were in a large tent on the zenith of Mount Viper. The interior was quite luxurious. Alpha Quaid had made sure we were comfortable while he and his men saw to the excavation of Alpha Alto. Alpha Quaid was extremely apologetic considering what had happened. We had certainly helped the quads at our own expense. "Jamie, Jamie!" I said breathlessly. She cupped my face in her cool hands. "What happened? My big bad wolf? Was it a nightmare?" she asked sweetly, using her thumbs to caress my cheeks. "I don't feel like much of a big bad wolf right now," I muttered. "Tell me what you saw, my alpha," said Jamie, kissing my forehead and drawing me close. I pulled her into my arms so that she was straddling me on the cot while I sat up with my head rested in her bosom. "Jamie," I murmured into her nightgown. "I dreamt we were now about to leave for the zenith. Fox was there. I went upstairs to get you, and you were still in your nightgown, so I thought maybe you weren't feeling well and didn't want to go." I was talking to you, and then she just sort of appeared in your place and she lunged at me, I said. I knew Jamie knew who I meant. Her expression was grave. She's taunting us, said Jamie. We have to hurry. You mean this couldn't be just a normal nightmare? I asked. Jamie shook her head. I don't think so. She's jealous of us, maybe, said Jamie. Why? I asked. Isn't it obvious we have exactly the life she wanted, to remain a coven mother and still become Luna of her Alpha's pack? She wanted to be with Alto and be a witch Luna. That future was stolen from her, said Jamie. But not by us, I countered. I know. The curse is on the Quad's family, but she wants you. I can see why. You are pretty dreamy, said Jamie, making a feeble joke. Besides, she hates the Quads because they're descendants of Oleander. Why would she want to take one of them? I was quiet. Noah offered to go in your place if it comes down to it, said Jamie. I was shocked. Noah? I said, shocked. Jamie nodded. But if she takes Noah, won't she be interfering directly with Oleander's line by getting involved with them when she means harm to any girl who gets involved with them? Wouldn't that be coming full circle like a snake eating its own tail? I said. That's a good point. That's an excellent point, said Jamie, the gears in her mind clearly turning. Fox burst into our tent. Guys, come quickly, he exclaimed. Fox, dude, what if we'd been at it? I said. He just rushed in unannounced. Jessie, squealed Jamie indignantly, her cheeks flushing. What? There's a pretty high probability of that with us, I pointed out. Jamie swatted me playfully before getting up to follow Fox. Fox led us out of our tent. The mausoleum was beautiful, though quite eerie at night. The building was all alone on the zenith of Mount Viper. We went through the tall archway. The high-ceilinged hallway led to a larger room filled with tombs. Werewolves were immortal, but they were not indestructible. Alphas were extremely powerful, but not invincible. There were deaths in our world, though, if not killed by something or someone we could live forever. Every alpha from the Viper Moon lineage did not rest here. Many lived on. Most of those laid to rest here were actually Lunas. This curse was legit. Alpha Alto's coffin was so ornate that it reminded me of the sarcophagus of a pharaoh from ancient Egypt. It had been unearthed. Inside the mausoleum, each individual plot was covered by marble that had to be cracked open, followed by more than 6 feet of earth to dig through. It was a peculiar way to do things, but I understood why. The marble made things difficult for grave robbers. There were also booby traps within the earth that Alpha Quide's team knew how to get through safely. They were finally done. Alpha Quide himself was doing the honors of opening the coffin door. He gave us a grim smile. He was an older version of the Quads with his green eyes and light ash-brown hair. He lifted the heavy lid. It seemed as though the coffin was also made of marble. Jamie, Fox, and I edged closer eagerly. My heart plummeted. I felt as if the wind had been knocked out of me. Jamie gasped. She covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes filled with tears at our predicament. Fox looked at us both, his eyes filled with sympathy. Alpha Quade looked crestfallen. Alpha Jesse? I have no idea why. I'll get to the bottom of this, he mumbled. I walked away from him, straight out of the mausoleum. Alpha Alto's coffin was empty, and I couldn't stand to look at it and ponder my grim fate anymore. Chapter 60. Tuesday, 22nd September, 2020, continued. Harper's POV. Soaring across the wintry landscape with my dragon was the most exhilarating thing I had ever done, and I was known to crowd surf when my band played a venue. It was surreal that this dragon and these packlands were mine. I felt a dull ache in me, though out of nowhere, as though something important was missing. My wolf told me what was missing. My mate. I pushed those thoughts away. I was big on living in the moment. I once read some book that said anxiety can be caused by living in the future, and depression can be caused by living in the past. I was pretty sure anxiety and depression was much more complicated than that, but I still liked the idea of focusing on the present. I landed my dragon near the castle, realizing I left my twin, dad, cousin, great-grandmother, and her staff in the middle of nowhere with some wild dragons. I slid off of my dragon's back to talk to her. I messed up, I said to my dragon. She was looking at me with a hell yeah kind of expression. We should go back? I said to her. She actually nodded. I opened my mouth in shock. Do you already have a name? I wondered aloud. She existed before I came along. It felt presumptions and maybe even controlling to name such a creature. What if she was hundreds of years old? How could I just show up and assign her a random name like Goldie or something? I realized my dragon was walking away from me. I ran after her. She shuffled over to something. I looked ahead of us. She was approaching some ice, a lake that was frozen. She put her paw on the ice. I stared at what she was doing. She was carving something with her claw. My dragon was a genius. Had Haven named himself? Had his dragon mummy or daddy named him? She carved a name. Helena? Helena, that's perfect for you, I exclaimed. She nodded. You know that means shining light? I informed her. She knew. She nodded. I had an ex with that name. She had not been a shining light, but my dragon was going to redeem this name to me. Okay, I said to myself. I was thinking about how Haven was called the Hellish. Do you have a title? I fumbled, unsure what to call it. She began carving again, adding to the name, Helena the Heavenborn. Oh, that's so pretty. Yet, I exclaimed. I was fangirling over my own dragon. Helena the Heavenborn went so well with Haven the Hellish. It also matched my twin's name and mine. At least fate had style. Helena made a screeching sound which I realized meant that she thought we had talked enough and she wanted to go back and check on the others. My dragon was a boss lady, already complaining. Had my ex died and been reincarnated as my dragon? All right, boss lady Helena, I said. She grunted as if I was corny. I climbed up and she took off, gliding easily and quickly through the pale sky. I spotted them. My family was waiting around for me. Why hadn't they drove away? I looked closely. One carriage was already on the way back, but my twin, dad, and cousin were near their carriage with a few staff members from the castle. Helena dove to the ground so sharply, I almost had a heart attack. But I needed to look cool coming off of my dragon, so I kept my face neutral. I slid off and Star ran to me. I embraced her warmly. She was squealing with excitement about us both having dragons. Azrael and Dad hugged me. I don't actually want to ride in the carriage back to the castle, but I came back to tell you guys to leave. There's still wild dragons around here, I pointed out. Oh, said Star, her face falling a little. I wish I had brought Haven. It's better not to bring Haven. He used to be like the one who breathed fire on Harper, going around freezing random people with his ice breath, said Dad. For some reason, that made me snort with laughter. Dad looked at me indignantly. I stopped laughing instantly. I knew frozen subjects should not be funny to a king or alpha. I put on a serious face. Azrael was talking to his earrings. Ryan was bored and wanted to go home, but Aaron was pleading to stay a bit longer so he could snap some pictures of other dragons for his book. Why did an earring have an... I have 6,000 followers, Aaron told us. What? I said, shocked. That's a lie, said Ryan. He has 1 follower, Mom. Azrael and I don't even follow him. Aaron, I will follow you, 1 follower or 6,000, I said. I actually would. Aaron was elated. Prince Harper, I don't know what to say. I know you're single, but I just told Zaya I wasn't ready. Oh no, I don't want him to be mad, but I have to think carefully about this one, said Aaron more to himself than to me. Star was looking at Aaron strangely at the mention of Zaya. She chuckled a little. Let's go back, Alpha Harper, said Star. I grinned at her. Jamie's POV. Jesse, wait, I yelled. I ran after him. He was making his way back to our tent. Wait, please, don't give up, I called after him. We're going to figure this out, I yelled. He went into our tent without turning back. I sighed. I ducked into the tent. Jesse, I cooed. He had already turned the lantern off and gotten under the blankets. I crawled under there with him and spooned him. I kissed the nape of his neck and smoothed his hair. I love you, I said softly. I know, I love you. What if we have to part? He said. No, you won't have to be with Georgiana, I said. Not ever. He was mine. I felt sorry for her, but this was personal now. That was her misfortune and this my man. I was livid. I sighed. It probably was not her fault that Alto's body was not there. If she knew where it was, she would probably genuinely want it laid to rest next to hers. No Luna could resist her own alpha. No Luna would prefer another alpha over her own. Noah offered to go in your place if need be, I told him. I knew he was listening, but he did not reply. I know your pride as an alpha would not allow that, but I sure as hell will allow that, I told him. But I'm going to do everything possible so that no one has to go, I continued. I was not giving up on the Quads and Star either. I genuinely wanted to help them, but I never thought it would be at my own mate's expense. I could not lose my first everything, my husband, the father of my children, my Jesse. Jesse, I whispered, no matter what happens, I want you to be brave for the twins. Don't ever forget to be there for them because you're grieving, Jesse said. Don't do what Star's father did to Star and her brother. Noah had told me about Heath, Star's dad, and how he had stayed out of his children's lives for so many years. Heath's situation was complicated, and I would never do that. But don't talk like you're going anywhere, because you're not, I said fiercely. Jesse sighed. Come with me. I need to ask Alpha Quaid something, I said. Jesse mumbled. I'm tired, Jamie. Let's go to bed. I sighed. It was evening time, just after sunset. He just did not want to talk about it anymore, which was very unlike the communicative Jesse to whom I was accustomed. I slipped out of the tent. I had to fix this. Wednesday, 23rd September 2020. Noah's POV. What do you mean the body is missing? I said. Jamie was talking to me through the same mirror she had called me on earlier. Alpha Alto's coffin had been empty. Ice-cold dread crept through me. I had promised Jamie something huge, to go in Jesse's place if Georgiana intended to take an Alpha with her. It would not be fair to Jesse and Jamie to be parted due to the curse. They were not at a part of this. I felt so guilty for bringing them in harm's way, but I had been desperate. But I have an idea, said Jamie. My mood picked up immediately. I was inclined to put a lot of faith in Jamie and her ideas. She really was a brilliant witch. I'll try anything at this point, I told her. What do you have in mind? It was around 2 a.m. Apparently Jamie and Dad had discovered that the coffin was empty hours ago. I had your dad excavate Oleander's tomb to see if his coffin was empty too, said Jamie. Was it? I asked eagerly, not entirely sure where she was going with this, but knowing whatever it was probably hinged on being able to locate Oleander at least. No, he was there, she said, sounding satisfied. So what does that mean? What do we have to do? I asked, getting anxious to hear her idea. I was a drowning man grasping at straws. Jamie smiled, a determined glint in her eyes. Chapter 61. Wednesday, 23rd September 2020, continued. Jonah's POV. I could not sleep. My wolf wanted to be next to Star so he could relax. It was hard for him and me to be away from our mate. I had not asked Star about what Harper had revealed to me yet. I wondered why she had not told me about what Mrs. Plastique had done. I felt sickened by it. How could she have stolen her niece's inheritance? Mrs. Plastique's husband was quite wealthy. It was not as though she needed to be twice as wealthy. They had left Star and her grandmother practically destitute. To add insult to injury, Angie was aware of the theft, and she had taken every opportunity to make fun of Star's financial situation. That was monstrous in my eyes. I had not realized how truly wicked she could be at first. I felt a strange mix of emotions: guilt, regret, anger, shock. I was conflicted. I could not cut ties with Angie completely just yet. I was afraid something terrible could happen because of the curse. My wolf told me something bad could happen either way because of all the attention my brothers and I had given Star lately. I was wide awake and just staring at the ceiling when Noah burst into my room. We have to snow globe our way back to our packlands now. We have work to do, Noah said. We've only been here a day and a half, I said, surprised at the urgency in his tone. Did he expect us to do this right away in the wee hours of the morning? Have you talked to Dad yet? Noah demanded. No, I'll call him first thing when the sun comes up, I said, trying to placate Noah. Well, I have, said Noah. I raised my eyebrows. I spoke to Jamie through a magic mirror first, and then I spoke to Dad too, said Noah. I nodded, waiting to hear the rest of the story. Noah took a deep breath. They excavated Alpha Alto's tomb and the coffin was empty, said Noah. What? I yelped. We were in deep. Where is he? What are we going to do? I said. My wolf began to panic. Relax, said Noah sternly. I narrowed my eyes at him, annoyed at his dismissal of my reaction. There's more, he said to soften the blow he had just dealt. Jamie asked Dad to unearth Oleander, too. Was he missing too, I wondered. No, he was there, said Noah. Okay, I mumbled. I was not following what the new plan was. So, I began. So Jamie wants to have a séance to speak to Oleander, said Noah. My mouth was agape. She thinks he moved the body, I said. Who else would have done such a thing? Asked Noah exasperatedly. I sighed. Okay, well, why do we have to leave in the wee hours of the morning, though? I asked. Because we put Alpha Jesse in danger, said Noah. I furrowed my brow. How? I asked. Georgiana put a witch's mark on Jesse's wrist when he and Jamie found her body. That means she will take him with her if we don't bring Alpha Alto's body to her soon, explained Noah, his face pale and strained. I took a deep breath. We had dragged Jamie and Jesse into this in the first place. So I offered myself in Jesse's place if it comes down to that. It's not Jesse's family curse to bear, said Noah. What? I yelled. The room quaked. Cut it out, demanded Noah. Why would you do something like that? I spat. There's 4 of us and only one Jesse. If anything happened to me, Star would still have you, Zaya and Eli. If Jesse gets taken, Jamie and their twin children would be all alone, Noah said, explaining his reasoning. I did not respond. I didn't want my little brother to risk himself. I was the eldest. I was supposed to protect everyone. No one is going with Georgiana, I said, more to myself than to Noah. Well, not if Jamie's plan works, said Noah. So why does Jamie doing a seance to contact Oleander involve us snow globe hopping back immediately? I asked, still confused. Jamie says that usually in seances, a loved one of the deceased is trying to contact them. The loved one is the link, she said, to help make contact. The seance would work better that way. We're not loved ones of Oleander, but we are of his lineage. He might come forth for us, said Noah. I sighed. It was worth a shot. What if Star doesn't want to go? I asked. She has to. She belongs with us, insisted Noah. Harper would want to stay, I pointed out. And then Star may want to stay with her twin, I mumbled. Noah was considering what I was saying. I have something to tell you, too, I added hesitantly. What? Asked Noah. I was contemplating telling Noah about Angie's mom and the real will of Star's adopted father. Star should have been the heiress of her adopted father's estate, not Mrs. Plastique or Angie. Jonah? Prompted Noah. I would tell him later. My head was swimming with thoughts. I felt saturated. Nothing, I lied. Star's POV. My mates woke me up in the wee hours of the morning. What's wrong? I asked, immediately noticing the grim expressions of their faces. Star, remember, I told you about Jesse getting a witch's mark and that Georgiana said she would take him if we don't bring Alto soon? Noah said. My heart plummeted. Had she already spirited Jesse away somehow? Yeah, I remember. Is he okay? What happened? Your dad is getting Alto's body right, and Jamie has Georgiana's. We're almost there, aren't we? I fired a series of questions at them as my mind and heart raced. Dad didn't find Alto's body. The coffin was empty, said Noah gently. I felt physically sick. What are we going to do? I asked. A seance to ask Oleander where Alto's body is, said Eli. I had not been expecting that. Zaya and Noah nodded eagerly at Eli's words. The 3 younger brothers were scrutinizing my expression. Jonah, however, would not meet my eyes all of a sudden. Were things going to go right back to normal? I felt my heart constrict painfully. We need to go, said Jonah softly, still refusing to meet my gaze. What about Harper and my dad, and the Queen? I asked anxiously. They'll be okay, said Jonah dismissively. We need to go back to our packlands. I can't leave without telling Harper, I said firmly. You left our packlands without telling us, said Zaya, fixing me with a glare. I had not had his anger directed at me since the night of the party. It took me back to that time immediately. It was just like this, very late, all the quads against me. That time they had all told me to go away, and I did. This time they all wanted me to come with them, and I didn't want to. I simply could not hold my tongue on this one. That's not a fair comparison. You tell each other things before you tell me, and I get that, you shared a womb. Harper and I are twins. It's the same, I retorted. Zaya opened his mouth to argue, but Eli put a hand on his shoulder. Okay, princess, let's wake up Harper and your dad. I don't want to upset them either, said Eli. I smiled gratefully at him. Zaya huffed and folded his arms but did not protest. Noah and Jonah were quiet too. We all went to Harper's room. I knocked on his door. There was no answer. Harper, I said sharply. Silence. Harper, I called through MindLink. Nothing. Where is he? I wondered aloud. Zaya tried to force the door open, but it was locked, and I was pretty sure all the doors and windows were enchanted with fey magic for protection if even earrings could be so well enchanted as to have distinct personalities. I frowned. We need to go, Star? Jesse and Jamie are counting on us, and they didn't hesitate to help us when we needed them. It wasn't even affecting them. They could have left us to face the curse alone, quarreled Zaya, pausing mid-sentence to stare at me. Where's your ring? Zaya asked. You're supposed to always wear it, he chastised. I lost it, I said apologetically. I know, Zaya said. Jonah found it. You haven't given it back to her? Where is it? Snapped Zaya, turning on his eldest brother. Jonah took the ring out. It totally slipped my mind with everything that's been going on, said Jonah. He did look dazed. Zaya snatched the ring and grabbed my hand. He was so agitated, I instinctively pulled my hand away in annoyance. Oh, good grief, Star, he said. Since when was I Star all the time and not Baby? Even you are being flippant with me now, I said. Zaya's expression faltered. Star, I just want to take you home. You're mine and you're not acting like it, he said. Ugh, I'm not a possession, I said. I don't mean it like that, said Zaya exasperatedly. Princess, let's help Jesse and Jamie do this séance. They deserve our help, cooed Eli. I felt a pang of guilt. Of course they do, I said, my tone softening. But they just need the relatives of Oleander to do the séance. They don't need me. We came all this way to take you back home, to rescue you, said Zaya, sounding more hurt than angry now. More guilt stirred up within me. I know, I said softly. I appreciate that. I do, but I wasn't in danger here. I didn't need rescuing. I'm probably safer here than on the Viper Moonpack lands. The Viper Moonpack lands? Said Zaya incredulously. Not our pack lands? Are we not going to rule as Luna and Alphas then? I bit my lip. I never said that. I found my dad, my twin, a whole Fae family and werewolf and Fae kingdom and my dragon less than 2 days ago, I said. I don't want to just up and leave. Don't you have the snow globe? Asked Noah suddenly. The one that goes straight to the Viper Moonpack lands and back here in the Ice Moonpack lands? Yes, I said, nodding. We could take the long way, suggested Noah, looking at his brothers. We have some snow globes to return along the way, and Star could use the shortcut with her direct portal when she's ready to come back. Eli seemed to be considering this. Jonah's expression was unfathomable. Are you guys for real right now? Asked Zaya. I hated seeing him look so hurt and after the special time we had had. Zaya, I pleaded. Don't be up. Since you have that portal, it's not a big deal to just come with us now. You can easily go back and forth afterwards, said Zaya. Harper is going to be Alpha for sure now, I told them. He impressed the queen and he has a dragon now, a golden one, called Helena the Heavenborn. She's getting along great with Haven the Hellish. What does that have to do with anything? Said Zaya. There are so many reasons for me to stay. I haven't fully sorted out stuff yet. I don't know how to use my Fae mag. Zaya interrupted me again. No, there's one reason to stay. Your family and one reason to go. Your mates and I get it. I know where I am on your list of priorities now. Just so you know, I would defy my father if needed, and I have defied my brothers for you before already, said Zaya. I'm not asking you to forsake them forever. I'm asking you to be my mate properly. That stung. I did not know what to say. There was a long, tense moment in which no one spoke. What's going on here? Said a deep voice. I turned around, startled. My dad. Chapter 62. Wednesday, 23rd September, 2020. Continued. Star's POV. Dad, I squeaked. What is going on here? He demanded. Don't make me ask a third time. He warned us. Twice was already one time too many. Sir, we were just discussing something of great importance. We have a family emergency back home, and we were thinking Star could come with us to help sort it out and return with her portal, or if she should stay here and then... Dad cut Eli off with one look. She's staying here, he said. Without question, he added. Sir, I would prefer if my mate came with me, said Zaya. My daughter is staying here. Your preferences don't interest me, said Dad. Yikes. I gave Zaya an apologetic look, even though I was relieved to stay. Truth be told, I wished the Quads would return too and we would all live happily ever after, but I wanted them to help Jesse and Jamie. I liked both of them. Sir, that's totally understandable, said Eli. Zaya glared at Eli, who gave him a chill-out, Zaya kind of expression. I'm clearly outvoted, said Zaya. There was no voting, said Dad. I made the decision alone. I'm happy Eli agrees, but that adds no weight. I am her father. She met you 2 days ago, muttered Zaya. I gasped before I could help myself. My eyes widened. Eli's did too. Noah shook his head wordlessly as a deterrent, but Zaya was insistent. "It's true," Zaya said. "It is true," said my dad nonchalantly, reminding me distinctly of how confident and relaxed Harper always was even during confrontation. "Are you done?" asked Dad, looking at Zaya. Zaya cast his eyes downwards. I could tell he was seething, but offending my father further would be an impossible mess. "Yes, sir," said Zaya. My father shocked me with what he said next. "If you weren't keen on taking Star with you when you have to leave, I'd think you not that interested," commented Dad. Zaya raised his eyebrows in surprise. "But that doesn't mean I will condone such a thing," said my father. "Seeing as you like to count, I want you all away from Star for the next 7 days minimum," decreed my father, laying down the law. Zaya looked livid. I was shocked myself, my mouth agape. "Sir, please reconsider. My brother is sorry for his remark," said Eli quickly. "You can't speak for him," said Dad. "I'm sorry, sir," said Zaya, swallowing his pride. "That is very well. Apologies are great, but you still remain apart for a week at least. In fact, you won't reunite until your eldest fixes the problem we discussed earlier," said Dad. "What?" I asked, confused. I glanced at Jonah, who squirmed, looking guilty. "Sir, what do you mean?" asked Eli, his tone worried. "Ask your eldest brother," said Dad. "Star, please return to your room and try to get some rest." "Dad," I said, not wanting to rat out my twin, but worried all the same. "Harper, I wonder if he's in another part of the castle," I began, trying not to insinuate that Harper may have sneaked out. "He went for a joyride on his dragon," said Dad. "I know where my children are at all times, regardless of whether or not they know I'm keeping a check on things. How come Harper can go on a joyride at this hour, but I have to go to bed?" I asked. "You're welcome to take Haven for a joyride, too," said my father, again assuming his nonchalant manner of speaking that always reminded me of my twin. I did not protest any further. I merely looked at my mates, reading their expressions. My father seemed to be waiting for them to leave. "I don't want to part on bad terms," I told them as the guilt set in. Perhaps I should have just gone with them without telling anyone. I did not want to defy my father. He seemed like the no-nonsense type, and I did not think it was fair to discredit him completely for being too depressed to raise Harper and me. He had also wanted to keep us safe until we were of age, so we could reclaim the pack and the kingdom. His plan had actually worked. The quads were silent for a long moment. My father stood there patiently as if nothing of consequence was going on. "Be safe, Princess. We'll be back for you soon," said Eli. "Not sooner than a week," added my father. Zaya took a deep breath. "Goodbye, Star," he said blankly. My wolf whimpered and my heart constricted a little. That sounded so final. "We'll be back soon, Luna, and when we see each other again, the curse will already be broken," said Noah confidently. Jonah looked at me, meeting my eyes finally. "Are you sure she's safe here?" asked Jonah, turning to my father. Dad looked affronted. He chuckled humorlessly. "Yes, I'm sure," he said. "What kind of protection magic is on the castle?" Jonah asked. "There's no entry spells on all the windows and doors," said my dad. "For the living only?" asked Jonah. My dad's eyes widened. He stared at Jonah like he was seeing him for that first time. "Fey magic protects against specters, too," said Dad warily. "Specters like ghosts?" asked Jonah. Dad nodded. "No matter how powerful?" Jonah inquired. "Are you planning on hexing me or something?" asked Dad sarcastically. "No, sir. Powerful ghosts, too?" Jonah specified again. "Yes, it is powerful Fey magic," said Dad. "Will the Queen teach Star Fey magic?" asked Zaya suddenly. "Of course," said my father, as though that were obvious. I looked at him. I was shocked. The Queen did not seem particularly inclined to teach me anything. "Like how to defend herself magically?" asked Eli. "Yes, of course, Eli," said my father in earnest. He spoke in a much kinder tone to Eli than Zaya and Noah. The favoritism was obvious. It was also clear that Jonah was the least favorite. "Star, please put this on," said Zaya, holding the ring out to me in the center of his palm. I flinched inwardly. I was not used to Zaya being so cold towards me. I held my left hand out to him, hoping he would slip the ring on my finger. He stared at me for a moment, then took my hand and slid the ring onto my wedding finger. I could not help but smile and blush a little. Zaya smirked slightly, but I knew he was still pissed at me. Noah took out a snow globe. I suppose this one led to the neighboring Winter Moon Pack lands ruled by the Alpha triplets and Luna Chastity. I had wanted to meet her on our way back, but things were turning out quite differently. I wondered if my father would really keep me away from my mates for a whole week. That was a long time for werewolf mates. I hoped I could convince my father otherwise as I watched my mates gather around the snow globe and disappear, slipping through time and space. Chapter 63, Wednesday, 23rd September 2020, continued. Zaya's POV. How could my baby do this to me? Mere hours after we had been our most intimate so far, she refused to come back to our packlands. She called our packlands the Viper Moon Packlands like she would not be its Luna. My heart was throbbing like someone had stomped on it. I did not even notice the lurch in my stomach as we hurtled through a void and appeared back in the study of the home of Luna Chastity and the Alpha triplets. We popped right in on a dedicate scene. Luna Chastity was sitting on the surface of the desk, her legs wrapped around the waist of one of her alphas who stood before her as they kissed each other with abandon. They were fully clothed, thankfully, as I was sure the alpha in question was about to be outraged. I could not help but feel envious. Alex, Felix, and Calix grew up with their Chastity. She had already been residing with them. What could be luckier than that? The alpha sensed our presence instantly and broke away from his Luna. He growled instinctively at us. Chastity swatted his chest playfully. Felix, chastised Chastity. Ugh, baby, what? Groaned Felix. Don't be rude to our guests, said Chastity. Our guests are rude. They dropped in uninvited, said Felix. They're returning our snow globe, baby, cooed Chastity, nuzzling him. Felix's face lit up because of this simple interaction. I boiled with jealousy. I sighed. My baby didn't want me the way I thought she had. Who pissed in your coffee? Muttered Felix, eyeing my gloomy expression. And what are you doing coming back at this hour? You couldn't wait for the sun to come up? There was not much difference time zone-wise between the northern packs, so he had a point. They had probably not been expecting us at this hour. I remained silent, though. Chastity gasped suddenly. Where's your Luna? Where's Star? Asked Chastity, her face falling, pity pooling in her big brown eyes for us. Shit! What happened? Asked Felix. His tone completely changed and his demeanor softened. He was looking horror-stricken on our behalf that we were returning without a Luna. Don't tell me she's, began Chastity, clutching Felix's shirt. Fuck, breathed Felix, looking away from us, seeming quite upset. She's not dead, I said blankly. Oh, thank goodness, exclaimed Chastity. Phew, said Felix dramatically. I almost apologized to you there for getting mad when you barged in. That was a close one, chuckled Felix. Laughter from behind us made us turn around. Alex and Calix were in the doorway. Let's go to bed, Luna, purred Alex. Come on, goddess, it's Betty Bye time, said Calix sweetly. No, pouted Chastity, that I want to hear what happened. Why is Star not going back with you? I wanted to meet her. Chastity began to sulk, and Felix glared at us as though this was our fault. Chastity was certainly one to throw a tantrum. Her alphas definitely spoiled her. I wouldn't mind spoiling and pampering Star, as I could ever break this curse and do so completely without worry. You're cranky, teased Calix. Your bedtime was hours ago. I don't have a bedtime, said Chastity indignantly. We're older than you, said Alex. By exactly 3 years. Big deal. You 3 were still wetting the bed when I was born, said Chastity. The triplets all made dramatic noises, impressed by Chastity's dissing of them. I snorted with laughter. These 4 were kind of cheering me up. They were certainly entertaining. Spill the details. I promised my besties I would let them know too. They were so taken by your story, said Chastity with a faraway, dreamy look on her face. Your besties? Inquired Noah. Mona and Lola, said Calix. No, it's Tila and Mila, said Felix. It's Mia and Tia, corrected Alex. Chastity rolled her eyes and refused to say who was right until pressed. It's Mina and Tina, she said. I was the closest, said Felix. I was close too, said Calix. Stop being childish, you two, though. I was the closest, but it's not important, commented Alex. Stop your nonsense so I can hear what happened, whined Chastity. Stop aggravating my wife, said Felix indignantly to his 2 brothers. Calix chuckled, and Alex rolled his eyes. Our wife, added Calix. My wife wants to know what happened. We lent you the snow globe because we thought something dire went on. I think we deserve an explanation, said Felix, back to his demanding self. Star didn't want to come back with us, okay? I snapped. Who are you talking to? It couldn't be me, said Felix, taken aback by my tone. Alex smirked and Calix snickered. Give him a break, Felix, said Alex decidedly. You know how painful it is when your mate is reluctant to be with you. Felix scowled but remained quiet. How would you know that, though? Chastity is your childhood best friend, I said. You were raised together. Calix snorted with laughter, literally doubling over. Alex and Felix looked uncomfortable. Chastity seemed mildly amused. No, honey bunches of oats, said Chastity sassily to me. The nickname made Eli and her alphas all laugh except Felix, who looked livid as soon as he heard the honey part. He pulled Chastity closer to him and puffed out his chest a little. We had a lot to work through. They were such bullies to me growing up, honestly, revealed Chastity. Felix squirmed uncomfortably and practically crushed Chastity to him against his chest. Felix, came Chastity's voice muffled by his shirt. I'm holding you, baby, Felix said. You're suffocating me, complained Chastity. People who are suffocating can't talk, chuckled Felix. Ow! Exclaimed Felix, releasing Chastity and stepping back a little but quickly snatching her again so she would not fall off her seat on the desk. You bit my said Felix, his tone accusatory. A love bite to thank you for holding me, said Chastity in an innocent tone. Chastity would never do such a thing, said Alex. You probably imagined that. She just admitted to it, Felix said incredulously. A love bite is not real bite, said Calix dismissively. Felix rubbed his through his shirt. Chastity looked slightly guilty. She began to massage Felix's chest, and he smirked at her. The story? Prompted Calix. We have kids, you know, guys. We don't get enough sleep as it is. And yet you want girl triplets, Calix, retorted Chastity. Yes, my goddess, the world deserves as many versions of you as possible, said Calix theatrically. Star and her twin reclaimed their mother's long-lost pack, basically, and she didn't want to leave without telling him, and then her father insisted that she didn't leave at all, Eli explained. Chastity's dad was a snake for the majority of the early days of our relationship, said Calix matter-of-factly. He was untrustworthy, I deduced, happy to have a group of people I could relate to. Felix snorted with laughter. No, he was an actual snake, as in with scales and slithering about. It's not a metaphor. It was magic. We broke the spell, though, explained Calix. I stared at him dumbfounded. So, here's your snow globe, I said, getting back to the point. Chastity took it in her hands. Know what I'm going to do, said Chastity. What? Asked Noah, clearly intrigued. Jonah was being awfully quiet. Chastity smiled mischievously. I'm going to take the snow globe to Star's Packlands and have a girl chat with her, Luna to Luna. We have some stuff in common, said Chastity. Chastity, I would be forever grateful, honestly, I said, hope rising up in me. Yeah, I know, said Chastity with a little hair flip. Noah chuckled. That would be awesome, Chastity. Thank you for everything, said Eli. Thank you so much, Chastity, said Noah. Thanks, Chastity. We really owe you one, said Jonah, smiling a little for the first time since our confrontation with Star. Thank you, Felix, Alex, and Calix for letting us borrow your snow globe, track through your house like we own the place, and talk to our precious Luna, said Felix, folding his arms. Thanks, man, I said quickly. There's no need to say thank you to me, said Alex. I'll accept some Fae items instead when you make up with Star. Chastity burst out laughing. But you're scared of magic? Said Calix. I am apprehensive of witchcraft at times, not Fae magic. Fairies are much less scary compared to witches, said Alex. So you're scared of Cousin Jessie's wife, then? Asked Calix. Guilt sliced through me. We'd been helped by both Jessie and his alpha triplet cousins, and we had endangered him to the max. The triplets clearly did not know about that yet. Jessie probably wasn't readily telling people. He and Jamie wanted to figure it out. If Felix knew, he'd want to fight us, I knew that for sure. Probably Alex, too. I was not sure about Calix, he seemed so harmless. I felt guilty keeping it from them, but if I told them that would be long conversation and possibly confrontation. Thank you, Alex and Calix, too. You can still get your Fae items. Additionally, Alex, I promised. It was the least I could do. I was sure Azrael could get a talking watch or something for Alex, though he might not be able to perceive it without fairy dust. Perhaps we could get him a bag of dust, too. I glanced at my brothers, who were fidgeting nervously, too, at the mention of Jessie. It felt like we had screwed them over, Jessie and the triplets. All 4 alphas had tried to help us. I could not let Jessie down. My eyes went to Chastity, who smiled. And now the triplets' Luna was going to help us reconcile with Star. They were good people. "We have to go now, okay, guys?" I said quickly as I searched in Noah's bag for the snow globe that went from the Ice Moon Pack lands to Berringdale. There was a loud wailing sound. One of the baby triplets had woken up. Within moments, all 3 were now awake and crying. That reminded me. Jessie had kids. Twins. My stomach churned. "Let's go," I whispered to Eli as the triplets and Chastity scurried off to the nursery. "Bye, guys. Good luck," called Chastity. "Thanks," I said softly. Chapter 64. Wednesday, 23rd September 2020, continued. Star's POV. I did not even want to think about how furious my mates must be with me. I sighed. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I could not keep my mind off of my mates. Should I have gone with them? My wolf snarled at me. She thought so. I grumbled to myself. I needed to get some fresh air. Maybe I should go say hi to Haven. I sat up slowly. "Star?" said a voice softly, emanating from the darkness. My heart plummeted. I quickly recovered when I spotted the source of the voice, a young girl, perhaps my age. She looked the very picture of innocence with dark golden curls down to her waist. She regarded me with a sly sort of smile. I was completely unafraid despite the fact that a stranger was in my room. "I'm Chastity," said the girl. "Luna Chastity?" I clarified, sitting up. "Meh, sure," said Luna Chastity. "How did you get here?" I asked incredulously. "I have a snow globe portal just like yours," she said brightly. There was a sharp knock on the door. Who is it?" I asked hesitantly. "My mates," said Luna Chastity. "Luna, 15 minutes. Okay," said a deep voice. "Okay, Alex," called Chastity. "Goddess," said the same voice, but it somehow sounded different, sweeter. A handsome man poked his head into the room, his blue eyes wide with curiosity. "Calix," giggled Chastity. "Hey, Goddess," said Calix. "You won't be long, will you?" "No, I won't be long," she promised. "Baby, hurry up," said the gruffest version of the same voice so far. "Felix," chastised Chastity. He appeared next to Calix at the door and blew her a kiss. She rolled her eyes. Her 3 mates' footsteps echoed in the hallway. "They're quite, I searched for the right words. "Overbearing, overprotective, possessive, pushy, impatient," offered Chastity. I giggled, shocked to hear a Luna speak this way of her alphas. So raw. Despite her choice of words to describe them, I could feel how dearly she loved them. She was just teasing them. "Does the queen know you're here?" I wondered aloud. Chastity snorted with laughter. "That powder puff is not the rightful leader of this pack. Harper is actually," said Chastity. I was shocked to hear her speak my twin's name. I smiled. "She knows, though," said Chastity. "Really? You woke the Fae Queen up at this hour?" I asked incredulously. My great-grandmother was not easy to get along with. "She has a thing for Alex," said Chastity offhandedly. "He always impresses her with his extensive knowledge of Fae items." We both giggled. "How do you manage with 4 mates?" she asked me. "You're asking me? I should be asking you. You've actually married your triplets already and produced heirs," I said. "Oh yeah, I am the expert here," said Chastity dismissively, leaning back against my bed's headboard. I felt like I was at a sleepover, and we were discussing school crushes, despite the gravity of being a Luna to several alphas and being tasked with carrying on their lineage. "I would say I learnt to treat them individuals, not as one alpha with several parts," said Chastity. I listened intently. "If I'm angry with, let's say, Felix, which I usually am," said Chastity with a giggle, "I don't let Alex or Calix get affected by it. If I promised Calix something, Alex pissing me off won't make me break that promise," she continued. "If I was meant to spend the afternoon with Felix, getting in a fight with Calix won't spoil that," said Chastity. "Am I making sense?" she asked. I nodded emphatically. I had already messed up on this regard. I already did something bad, I admitted. "What?" she asked. I sighed. "I almost rejected all 4 of them because I was furious at 2 of them," I confessed. She gasped. "An official rejection?" she inquired. I nodded shamefully. Noah covering my mouth was the only thing that stopped me. Chastity's expression was hard to read. "I wondered for a long time what to do about the triplets," she said. "I didn't actually want to reject them. I wanted to just run away," admitted Chastity. "Run away without rejecting them?" I clarified, shocked. "Yeah, cowardly, I know," said Chastity with a shrug. But then the bond would be intact. Without a formal rejection, it would never break. They would love you forever. They'd never be able to move on, I said. Chastity nodded. But I couldn't bear to reject them. I thought they might reject me, she said. Why, I asked, shocked. You grew up together. They probably felt puppy love for you for years, I added, giggling. Chastity made a face. They were always bullying me, whined Chastity, and then she burst into laughter at her own tone. That is awful, though, I said in all fairness. Yes, said Chastity. Felix was the worst, actually, then Alex. Calix was okay. We probably would have been childhood friends if not for his elder brothers. The youngest Quad and I get along well also, I said eagerly. Zaya, I said softly. At least we were getting along, I said, sighing. He had left on bad terms. Chastity perked up at the name Zaya. Zaya's mind is the Star Channel 24/7. No commercial breaks, said Chastity. I burst into laughter, and so did Chastity. He was pouty when he showed up to return this, said Chastity, showing me the snow globe. I felt guilty. Do you love him? Asked Chastity. Yes, I said, without question. And the others? Said Chastity. I love all of them. Zaya, Eli, Noah, even Jonah, I said. Chastity looked puzzled. Why is it even Jonah? What did he do? He has a girlfriend, I said. Has, as in present tense? Asked Chastity, her eyes widening. I nodded. Oh, hell no, Chastity exclaimed. I snorted with laughter. Chastity was outraged. He has to break up with her immediately if he wants to be with you, demanded Chastity. My alphas dumped their girlfriends on my 18th birthday without even seeing me. They just caught my scent and realized I was their mate. The curse, I began. Bullshit, no excuses, she said. I giggled. Has him having another girl in the picture broke the curse? Asked Chastity, raising her eyebrows. No, I said. Exactly, said Chastity. Don't let these guys push you around. You're the Luna. They need to respect you, and so does the pack. If the whole pack sees him dangling another girl in front of your face and you don't do anything about it, other members might see you as an easy target among the pack leaders when they want their own way, explained Chastity. I'd rather argue all day with my triplets until the situation is sorted out to my liking than pretend to be fine and detach from them inside, until the point where I want to reject the bond. Go ahead and argue. A lot, said Chastity, laughing. I laughed, too. I promise to give you my advice, not good advice, said Chastity. I burst into laughter. I think your advice is good advice, though, Chastity, I said, and I meant that. Chastity winked at me. She pulled me into a hug, and I hugged her back tightly, happy to be cared for by a new friend. Chapter 65, Wednesday, 23rd September, 2020, continued. Eli's POV. My stomach was in knots. I hated being on shaky terms with Star and Heath, Star's dad. It was a bit corny of me, but I wanted to be just like him, a great warrior, stoic and fearless. I was not happy about the 7-day ban from seeing Star, but I was impressed. He did not hesitate to upset 4 would-be alphas. He was not afraid of anything or anyone. Harper was the same, come to think about it, when he was willing to fight Zaya at the talent show. I wanted to be like that. We used the next snow globe to take us from the Winter Moon Pack to Berriendale in seconds. We found ourselves in the same study we had spoken to Luna Friday, Alpha Maze, and Alpha Thaddeus in. Fang was there. He immediately fixed us with a scowl. I heard a giggle behind me. Friday! Fang, your best friends are back! Will you take them out to drinks to celebrate their safe return? Teased Friday. Fang pretended not to hear her. He scrolled through his phone. Beta Fang, please answer your Luna, said a familiar voice. Maze. He came into the room. Welcome back, Alpha Jonah, Noah, Elijah, and Isaiah, said the always formal Maze with a nod. Sure thing, bro, said Fang snidely. You get away with calling your Alpha bro? I said incredulously. He is my half-sister's half-brother, said Fang. Wait, what? Are Friday and Maze related? I asked, shocked and a bit disturbed. No, both Friday and Maze exclaimed in unison. But you have siblings in common? I asked. Yeah, they both said. I would leave well enough alone. Your snow globe, thank you so much, Friday, I said, handing her the portal. She frowned. Where's your Luna? She said, just realizing we were returning sans a Luna. I began. Friday gasped. She clasped her hands over her mouth. Maze looked horrified. Even Fang's expression softened to one of pity. I always, on the crankier side, it's nothing personal. I'm sorry, began Fang. She's not dead. She just didn't want to leave her pack right now, I said sheepishly. Oh, said Fang. Well, hurry up and leave this pack, please. Fang, said Friday indignantly. I said please, said Fang defensively. We have to rush back, actually, said Zaya. That's too bad. I was hoping we would have a drink, rumbled Thaddeus, walking into the room. Next time, said Noah eagerly, looking at Maze, his idol, and then at Thaddeus. The two alphas nodded. I'm sorry to hear she was hesitant, guys, but she'll come around. Some of us need more convincing, said Friday with a pointed look at Maze. Maze flushed in embarrassment. Fang, be a good chap and lead them to the elevator, boomed Thaddeus, clapping a seething Fang on the back. Fang got up without complaint. He marched quickly down the hallway. He showed us the elevator. Oh, you're not riding it back with us? Asked Jonah. Just press Marigold, he said impatiently. There's literally only 2 buttons, Marigold and Berrendale. I gave him a thumbs up. My brothers and I got in. We rode the elevator in silence. You know, Star wouldn't always be second-guessing me and Eli if not for you two, snarled Zaya suddenly at Noah and Jonah. Not right now, Zaya, said Jonah dismissively. Excuse me, snarled Zaya. You're excused, growled Jonah. Guys, please, said Noah. Let's focus on getting back to Jamie and Jesse and saving them as well as ourselves and Star. Jonah and Zaya fell silent. We exited the elevator, finding ourselves in the hallway of Marigold, where our dad's snow globe would be able to take us back home. Returning was easier than going there, I said. Snow globe hopping really was a good idea, Noah, I said, giving credit where it was due. Noah grinned at me. He took out the final snow globe, and we all held on to it. My stomach lurched as I hurtled through a void. I found myself in my father's study. It was empty. Dad must still be camping out with Jamie and Jesse and the other pack leaders on the zenith of Mount Viper, said Noah. I'm snow globe spoilt now, I said. We actually have to drive up there, I grumbled. Noah chuckled. Let's hurry up so we can break the curse and get back to Star, muttered Zaya. Keith is going to make us wait the full 7 days even if we break the curse today, but yes, let's go. We have to help Jesse also, I said. We headed out to the huge garage. There were dozens of cars there. We were a fortunate family. Zaya got in his Lamborghini. We jumped in with him. I could tell he was not in the mood for arguing about whose car to take. He stepped on the gas like never before. He had always been an extremely fast and a bit reckless driver, but this was ridiculous. Zaya, I said. What? He asked. Noah, said Jonah. Are you okay? I don't know, said Noah slowly. Something's happening to me. I glanced back at Noah and Jonah in the back seat. Noah looked very confused. My skin is all tingly, he said. Before I could reply, Noah literally vanished. What the f***? Noah, I screamed. Zaya stepped on the brakes, causing the lamb to screech to a halt. Where'd he go? Asked Zaya, looking anxiously in the rearview mirror. It was a good thing Zaya had stopped the car because he vanished next. Oh my God, I exclaimed. Understanding dawned on Jonah's face. It's okay, he told me. It's Jamie, he said, and with that, he too vanished. Ugh, I bet this is going to feel worse than the snow globe hop. Some unseen force took hold of me and yanked me through an endless darkness. I was falling slowly. I opened my mouth to scream, but before I could, I landed quite gently, actually on cold stone. I sat up slowly. The tingles all over my body were subsiding, and the nausea eased. Sorry, guys, said a familiar voice. I looked up to see Jamie standing in front of the 4 of us as we groaned and rubbed our aching muscles. It didn't hurt when you summoned me, said Jesse, coming to view, his expression puzzled. Jesse, squealed Jamie, pulling him into her arms. You're joining us. Of course, my little witch. I'm sorry for being so not me, he said, nuzzling her. He pressed his lips to hers eagerly. I could not help the sharp jealousy I felt as I watched them. I was tired of not being able to be normal with Star. I could not interact with her without the curse at the back of my mind. It probably was easier to summon him because you're mates. He probably sensed your energy and relaxed, not resisting the summoning, explained a long-haired guy with 2 different colored eyes. He was most definitely a wizard. This is Fox, said Jamie, introducing her wizard friend. Fox smiled. They probably tensed up when they felt the summons, so they'll be nauseated and in pain for a little while, he continued. Sorry, mumbled Jamie. What are you apologizing for? They were taking forever, said Jesse. We were literally speeding to you guys when we got summoned, said Zaya indignantly. Yeah, sure, said Jessie dismissively. Let's talk to your asshole forefather. No argument there, I agreed. Oleander had been a huge jerk. There was really no defending him. I looked around, realizing we were inside the mausoleum on the zenith of Mount Viper. There were 2 unearthed coffins, both dripping with jewels and finery, but one was empty and the other contained Oleander. The empty one was open and the shut one was Oleander's. I could sense him somehow. Are we going to open the coffin? I asked. Naturally, said Jessie. You do the honors, said Fox, looking at the 4 of us. They're here, said a voice I'd know anywhere. Dad! Exclaimed Zaya. He was not so secretly a daddy's boy. He flung himself at Dad, hugging him. I knew he was upset about Star. What's wrong, son? Asked Dad, holding Zaya at arm's length and searching his expression for answers. Star didn't want to come back with me, said Zaya very softly to Dad, his voice cracking a little. Also, her father is pissed at us, I added. He's a great guy, though, I added quickly. Our dad sighed. I can understand where he and Star might be coming from. It can't be easy. He's probably just scared for his daughter's life, said Dad. We hadn't told Heath about the curse. I quickly yelled at all my brothers over MindLink to not let Dad know Heath was angry about something else entirely. I couldn't bear it if Dad and Heath began disliking each other. We were so close to being one big happy family. Literally, only Oleander and his treachery stood in our way. I was certain he had hid Alto's body somewhere. Jonah walked over to the coffin and opened it. The door seemed very heavy, but Jonah was more than strong enough. A strong smell emanated from it. Yeah, that was why we closed it for the time being. But now you 4 are here? Let's get this show on the road, said Jessie. Fox is even better at seances than me, actually, admitted Jamie. The wizard grinned. Let's disturb the dead, he said. Chapter 66. Wednesday, 23rd September 2020. Harper's POV. Where was she going? My dragon had a mind of her own, and I had been daydreaming a little, during which my dragon had veered off course intentionally. We're supposed to be heading back to the castle now, Helena? I said. She grunted, and I knew she meant she wanted to go somewhere else first. I sighed, allowing it. I was curious to see where she wanted to go. There was a village half buried in the deep snow up ahead. Heat rose from the chimneys of small stone cottages. Helena landed nearby. I was a little worried the sight of the dragon might cause a panic among the villagers, but Helena seemed to know what she was doing. I slid off of her back. What are we doing here? I asked, looking up at her. She used her claw and wrote something in the snow. Friend. She had a friend here. You have a friend here? I asked, smiling up at her. She nodded. A dragon friend? I asked. She shook her head. I looked at the village. The cottages were quaint, small, but quite prettily decorated. There were frost flowers in many of the small gardens, something only the Fae could make grow. The icy blossoms added cheer to the snowy sight. There looked as though they were made of ground glass, but they were living flowers blessed by Fae magic to sustain the endless winter easily. A Fae friend, I said, knowing I was right this time. Helena nodded. Let's say hi, I suggested. Helena nodded happily. She walked around the outskirts of the village, dwarfing the already small cottages. She stopped at the very last cottage. It was then that the smell hit me. I shuddered, my skin tingled, and it was not the cold. It was her scent, sweet and alluring. Helena actually rapped gently with her claws on the door. There was the sound of someone scrambling about in the tiny cottage. A small figure bundled up in a coat came hurtling out. She fell, plopping right down into the deep snow face forwards. This little clumsy person was the source of that glorious smell. I went over to the person who seemed like a bundle of clothes lying unattended in the snow. The bundle stirred. Helena made a strange grunting sound, which I realized was her laughing at her clumsy friend. I put my hand on the figure and pulled them up. It was a young girl, probably my age. I set her on her wobbly legs. I could see her breath in this bitterly cold weather. She was shivering. I wanted to wrap her up in my arms, but that would be a weird and perhaps inappropriate introduction. Hi, was all I could manage. She turned her large eyes on me. They were a deep amber. Her skin was golden. Wisps of chocolate brown hair had slipped out from under her hood. Her nose was a bit pink from the cold. She looked up at me from under her long lashes. She frowned. Who's this? She said, sounding thoroughly unimpressed. She wasn't even talking to me. She was talking to Helena. Helena wrote my name in the snow. Harper. I'm Harper, I added unnecessarily. Oh, she said. Do you have a name? I asked, getting annoyed. Holly, she said as if that were obvious. What was her problem? Would you excuse us, Harper? Helena and I have some stuff to do, she said. Excuse me, I said. Yes, thanks, she said, moving towards Helena. I grabbed the back of her cloak. She yelped as she tugged on the fabric and was yanked backwards slightly. Her hood fell off, revealing thick waves of long, dark brown hair and slightly pointed ears. A gust of wind tousled her hair and sent her scent in my direction. The full blast of her aroma frankly made me rock hard. My inner wolf roared. He was ready to produce another heir, though we had literally just inherited the throne in the pack. I stepped away from her quickly. The nerve of you, she squeaked. This is my dragon, I snapped. This is Helena, my friend. She snapped back. And I've never seen you on these lands before. Who are you? I smirked. I am Hesper's son, the rightful alpha of the Ice Moon Pack, a Fey prince and the future king of these lands, I snarled. She made me so infuriated, which was entirely not what I expected a mate to make me feel. She was so dismissive of me. I folded my arms and huffed in annoyance. I realized she was quiet. I looked back at her and realized she was kneeling, her bare palms on the snow. Forgive me, Your Majesty. My excitement gets the better of me. I'm sorry. Please accept my most sincere apology, my lord, she said in earnest, trembling a little. Hey, no, I said softly, scooping her up again and placing her back on her feet. She was about a foot shorter than me. I'm sorry, I said. She looked baffled by my apology. I'm the one who stormed in here and crashed your girls' night out, I said with a laugh. That was totally not the case, but I really wanted her to calm down. I could hear her heart beating frantically like a hummingbird's. Okay, she said slowly. I sniffed the air. I bent a little towards her, my brow furrowing. You werewolves are obsessed with sniffing people, she mumbled to herself. I glared at her and she ran and hid behind Helena. Holly, I exclaimed indignantly. Stop doing stuff like that. Stuff like what, my lord, she said, peeking out from behind Helena. Helena looked thoroughly amused. Had she known Holly and I were fated? How could she have? She was certainly brilliant and ancient and magic. Stuff like being afraid of me, I said. And don't call me my lord. Please call me Harper. Lord Harper, said Holly. Holly, I said. King Harper? She said. I frowned. Alpha Harper, she said. Get up on the dragon, I commanded. She scrambled up on Helena's back and immediately began to slide back down. She held on, though, for dear life, her feet dangling in the air. I struggled not to laugh. I got onto Helena's back and hoisted Holly up with one hand, setting her behind me. Put your hands around my waist so you don't fall off, I said, trying to keep my tone even to hide how eager I was. Holly slid her arms around my waist. She leant her cheek against my shoulder, seeming quite contented all of a sudden. She was feeling it too. It was starting to affect her, the mate bond. I wasn't too sure how this would work. You're Faye, I said. Yes, my lord, she said. Holly? I growled. Yes, person on this dragon with me, she said at a loss. I chuckled. You're certainly not a winter fae. You don't look like a winter fairy, I commented. Winter fae tended to be pale with icy blue or gray irises and blonde, white or silver hair. Aye, you're quite right, my lorm. Yes, she said. My mother was a fall fairy or autumn fae, whatever suits you. My person. Okay, my person, I repeated, chuckling. Autumn fae usually had warmer complexions, all shades of rich brown with golden, red, or dark hair, and eyes the color of autumn leaves, amber, green, hazel, or chocolate brown. The fae's beauty mirrored the season for which they were named. And your father? I asked. Human, my lord, said Holly. I huffed. Sorry, she mumbled into my neck, nuzzling closer as Helena took flight. What plans did you and Helena have? I asked, truly curious. Holly's heart rate quickened. Where were you headed? I asked. Nowhere special, said Holly. She was lying. I could sense it. Ugh, why would my mate lie to me? Bah, Holly, don't lie to me, I said, stressing the word. It was a little early for calling her baby, but it was never too early for honesty. I always know when someone is lying to me, I said to her. Aye, because your mother was half winter fae, said Holly. That is something all winter fae can do? I said, astonished. No, my lord, only the powerful ones, said Holly. Name your price, said as we soared over my snow-covered pack lands. My lord, she said, How much to get you to stop calling me Lord? I said. She giggled. I loved her laugh. I glanced back at her, and she was smiling brightly at me, relaxing a little. I had the maddening urge to kiss her until her lips were sore. Holly, tell me the truth. What were you and Helena up to? I said. I can't tell you, she whispered. Why? I stage whispered back. She giggled. I could be put to death, Harper, she said. Heat pooled in my lower abdomen at the sound of my name escaping her lips. I almost missed the very important first part of that sentence. Wait, put to death? I asked incredulously. I, she said. Why? I said. No, I said I, she said. I knew she was stalling. Holly, I grumbled. She hid in my collar. Holly, I called. She remained hiding from me in my own collar. I sighed. I smiled slightly to myself. She was certainly quite amusing, though. She seemed a trickster, as many Fae girls were. Were you going to steal something? I asked her bluntly. She gasped, peeping out at me. My lord, please, she said softly. Please what? I asked. Spare me, she said. I laughed. She seemed startled. You're not going to get in any trouble, Holly. You're my I stopped myself again. She was half Fae, half human. Would she know what that meant? I was mostly werewolf from an alpha lineage and part royal Fae, so the Fae magic remained strong in me, according to my great-grandmother. Yes, that grumpy old Fae lady had actually pulled me aside for a chat after I impressed her. What do you know about werewolves? I asked her. They are immortals like the Fae, my lord. They transform into wolves and run about under the light of the full moon. They cannot touch silver and wolfsbane, she said. Some of that was accurate except the full moon part. We shifted at will regardless of the lunar phases, but we did love the moon. We don't need it to be a full moon night to shift, I said. Very impressive, my lord, said Holly. And what do you know about love between werewolves? I asked. Werewolves are very lustful, my lord, she told me. Okay, I chuckled. Have you ever heard about fated mates? I said. Yes, she squealed. I know all about it, my lord, she said. You should give me a job at the palace on your advisory team. I would be good at that, she said. I burst into laughter. She fixed me with an indignant look. You will be given a job at the palace, but you will not be an advisor, I told her. What will I be, my lord? She said. I was quiet. We were nearing the castle. I cannot cook, she whispered as if it was a horrifying secret. I knew the Fae could be a little old-fashioned. I burst into laughter. We'll order pizzas. It's what my bandmates and I eat the most anyway, I said. I felt a little pang. I missed my best friends and bandmates. Even more than them, I missed my adopted parents. My adopted father and my biological one were best friends, so I knew Dad would not mind me bringing my adopted parents here to the castle. I wanted Holly to meet Dad and my adopted parents and Pariah. Do you like music? I asked her. My lord, I cannot play the fiddle nor any other instrument, she said with a sigh. Please don't make me an entertainer at the palace. I have stage fright, she said. I could tell she was shy. You won't be an entertainer, I told her. What will I be, my lord? She said. You will be similar to an advisor, making decisions for the pack and kingdom, I said. Really? She asked eagerly. What position is that, my lord? What is the position called, if it has a name? Yes, the opening has a name, I said. Oh, I'm filling a vacancy. Which one? She asked, smiling. The position of Luna is open for you to fill, I said brazenly, glancing back at her. She blushed deeply, looking flabbergasted. Please, my lord, do not jest. I beg of you, she murmured. I'm serious, I said, chuckling. She looked at me. You're my mate, I said, unable to hold it in any longer. You're mine, I said more to myself than to her. That is what that is, she said. What is? I asked. What was she talking about? The feelings I have. The butterflies, she said. Like butterflies in your stomach, you mean? I asked. I thought that was only me feeling that, she admitted. It's mutual, I said, smirking. Why would you think it was one-sided? You're quite good-looking, my lord, she said matter-of-factly. I snorted with laughter. I thought I was merely fantasizing by my lonesome, she said. As I often do. She was kind of crazy and offbeat, but I liked that. We landed in the courtyard. Helena spotted Haven and immediately went towards him just as I slid off of her back, taking Holly with me. Holly shrieked and panicked, releasing my hand and falling onto the snow while I landed lightly on my feet. Why'd you let go? I asked, chuckling as she scrambled to her feet, shivering yet again. It's cold, she said, not answering my question. I pulled her against my side, shielding her with my own cloak and walking her inside. We almost collided with Azrael. "Azrael!" I exclaimed. "Harper!" cheered Azrael. He was drunk. I knew word of my triumph at securing a dragon and proving my legitimacy had spread throughout the Packlands like wildfire. Fae and wolves alike were merrymaking and celebrating, including those residing at the castle. I was surprised Star was not among the group here in the noble dining area. Azrael peered at the extra lump in my cloak. He peeked inside and spotted Holly huddled under my arm. "Wow, who's this?" I asked. "This is my mate, Holly," I said, grinning. Holly tried desperately to hide behind me now that the cloak was no longer shielding her from view. Several upper-class she-wolves and noble fae stiffened in response to the word mate. Some gave Holly dirty looks. I glared at those who were shooting mean looks at her until they looked away. "Harper, it's good to see you're moving on," said Aaron. "Like I told Zaya before I told you, I'm just not ready yet. Perhaps, when I'm ready, I'll let you know," said the earring with a sigh. "This is your mate. Ain't she the thief who stole the queen's lingering lotus?" asked Ryan. "What?" I asked, confused. Holly's heart rate picked up exponentially. She took off running down the corridor. "Holly!" I yelled. "Get her! Thief! She's a thief!" boomed one of the Fae staff. What the hell was a lingering lotus? I did not have time to wonder about it. A dozen or so wolf and Fae guards jumped up and ran after my mate. I snarled. "Poor girl," said Azrael, slurring slightly. "That's punishable by death." I growled in my alpha voice, making the castle walls shake. Several people shrieked and clutched onto any strong structure near to them. "Over my dead body," I thought, as I dashed in the direction my Holly and the guards had gone. Chapter 67, Wednesday, 23rd September, 2020, continued. Noah's POV. I was prepared to go with Georgiana in Jesse's place if it came down to that, but I hoped it would not come down to that. I wanted to make it back to Star, to make everything right with her. We were sitting in a semicircle facing Oleander's open casket. Jamie had drew a circle with white chalk around the coffin and lined it with salt. We remained outside of the circle, all sitting cross-legged on the cold stone floor. Jamie and Jesse held hands with their fingers interlaced on Fox's right. My brothers and I sat to Fox's left. My father was next to Jesse and the closest to Oleander. Eli would have been just as close to the coffin on the opposite end, but he was huddled up next to Zaya, leaning away from the coffin reproachfully. Zaya was gloomy as ever since parting from Star. Jonah was bemused. He seemed to have something plaguing him other than the curse. "Okay," said Fox. "Join hands." We did as we were told. "Alpha, Quaid, and Eli, close the circle," said Fox. They moved across a bit until they were close enough to join hands, having no choice but to turn their backs on the coffin. There were several lit candles of different colored wax in the center of our seance circle. "Close your eyes, everyone," said Fox. "Don't open them unless I explicitly tell you to. Do you understand?" "Yes," we all said in unison, our voices blending together seamlessly. "Alpha Oleander Quaid, we have disturbed your resting place because we seek an audience with you. Do you hear us?" asked Fox. There was silence. The room seemed a bit colder than before. "If you hear us, blow out one of the candles," said Fox. All of the candles went out at once, plunging us all into darkness. I had a maddening desire to open my eyes. "Don't open your eyes even if it's pitch black now," said Fox. He had said that at the right time. My eyes remained close. The other werewolves and I would be able to see even in absolute darkness if we were to open our eyes. "Jamie," bellowed Jesse. Fox magically relit all the candles with his mind as well as the overhead lights. I squinted under all the sudden bright light. My eyes adjusted quickly. Jamie was in Jesse's arms. She was twitching. Her eyes were open. They rolled back in her head, showing the whites only. "Fox, do something!" cried Jesse desperately. Fox put his palm on her forehead. Her eyes returned to normal, and then she closed them. She continued to tremble slightly. "She's okay," whispered Fox. "But she's having a vision. Oleander is showing her something." "What is he showing her?" "When she had the vision from Georgiana, I saw it too," said Jesse, his voice strained. "Oleander's spirit isn't as active as Georgiana's. He has selected one person to talk to," said Fox softly, keeping his palm on Jamie's forehead. "Can you see what she's seeing?" asked Jesse desperately. By this time, we were all crowding around Jesse and Jamie worriedly. Bits and pieces of it, said Fox. Jamie's POV. I woke up standing in the same mausoleum, but Jesse, Fox, the Quads, and their father were all gone. The high-ceilinged room looked so different. There were lit torches burning overhead instead of fluorescent lighting. A man who resembled the Quads was standing at Alto's tomb. I walked up to him. He did not seem to be aware of me. I recognized him from the vision Georgiana had shown me. Oleander. Another man was with him, the beta from the same vision. The one who had liked Georgiana. Alpha Oleander, said the beta. There was something about the way he said alpha when he referred to Oleander. It was obvious that the beta did not think Oleander was deserving of the alpha title. His loyalty lay with his fallen comrade, Alpha Alto. We need to move my brother's body, said Oleander. Excuse me? Said the beta indignantly. You heard me. There are whispers growing. The people are saying that witch will come for his corpse. She wants to reanimate it or resurrect him if she can, snapped Oleander, putting his head in his hands. Georgiana would never do such a thing, began the beta. Don't speak her name, bellowed Oleander in his alpha voice. The beta looked at Oleander with so much contempt. I was surprised he did not attack the new alpha. The Luna would not do such a thing, said the beta. The former Luna, corrected Oleander. She remains the Luna for now. You have no bride, said the beta boldly. And I can't get one, can I? Snapped Oleander. Not with that curse she put on me. It would kill my mate if I found her. I hope I never find her. I'll let some random or concubine birth my heir so I have one, but I don't want my rightful Luna to die wherever she is. The beta's expression was one of disgust. He looked away from Oleander. We will move my brother to hallowed ground, said Oleander, to deter the witch. The beta sighed. He belongs in a tomb fit for an alpha, fit for a king. He was an alpha through and through. He was, agreed Oleander with a sigh. You think me a villain, don't you? Said Oleander snidely. The beta averted his eyes. There is a beautiful church where nobles used to hold wedding ceremonies and coronations at the base of this mountain, said Oleander. The alpha cannot be placed at the base. That is insulting, snarled the beta. The alpha belongs on the highest point, the zenith. Put him atop a holy mountain, then. There are no holy mountains on our pack lands. I refuse to lay my brother to rest outside of our lands, said Oleander, his eyes turning black as a warning to the beta to not push him. The beta said nothing in response to this. He merely sighed and shut his eyes. After a few silent moments, I realized both the beta and Oleander had tears streaming down their faces. The beta left the room. Oleander was alone. Do you hate me, brother? Said Oleander to the tomb. Not a night passes where I don't see you stand over my bed, your face contorted with rage. The poisoned cup was meant for the sorceress, hissed Oleander. You should have known better than to be with her, Oleander yelled, shaking. I won't be plagued by your spectre anymore, nor her derision, her curse. I will send you away to hallowed ground where she cannot enter, and you won't be able to roam these halls, disturbing my slumber, said Oleander. He cackled madly to himself. His cackling gave way to sobbing. He was unhinged. Jamie, said a voice. I stared at Oleander, who was still sobbing. He hadn't heard that. Jamie. Jesse. Where was he? Jamie. Another voice. Fox. Bring her back, came Jesse's voice. I'm trying, said Fox. I looked at the exit of the mausoleum. There was a blinding light peeking in. I walked towards it until I was bathed in the dazzling light. Oh, thank you, said Jesse as I opened my eyes. His relieved expression was the first thing I saw. I was in his arms as he sat on the floor. He held me more tightly. Fox had his hand on my forehead. Welcome back, Jamie, said Fox, the relief evident in his voice. You were gone so long, moaned Jesse, crushing me to him. How long was I out of it? I said, my voice a little hoarse. An hour or so, said a pale Noah. All the Quads and their dads surrounded Jesse, Fox, and me. Did you see anything helpful? Asked Noah. What did Oleander show you? Said Jesse, cupping my face. He showed me his plan for Alto's body, I said breathlessly. I felt faint. The vision from Oleander had left me exhausted. What did he do with the body? Asked Zaya. He buried it at the base of this mountain, I said softly. The Quad's dad snarled, making me jump. That's a disgrace, he boomed. An alpha buried at the base of Mount Viper instead of the zenith. On hallowed ground, I mumbled. To keep Georgiana away, murmured Fox. Of course, we can't enter hallowed ground. Witches and wizards, I mean, said Fox. That means Fox and Jamie won't be able to go with us to get Alpha Alto's body, said Jonah worriedly. We'll be right outside, I said, my head throbbing. Outside where? Asked Eli. The church? I said, panicking a little, hoping there were not several churches at the base of the colossal mountain. Of course, said the Viper Moon Alpha. We used to crown alphas in that church, and then they would make the trek up the mountain to symbolize their ascent to alpha with the entire pack watching on, some following them. So you know where to go? I squeaked hopefully. I know exactly where to go, he replied confidently. My heart swelled. I had to fix this quickly and keep my Jessie. There was no alternative. Jessie was my one true love, and I was not parting with him for anything, no matter how sorry I felt for Georgiana. I gathered all my strength and tried to sit up with Jessie's help. Let's not waste any more time, I croaked, my throat still a little dry. Let's go to Alpha Alto's real burial place. Chapter 68. Harper's POV. Holly was half fae and half human. There was no way she would be faster than the wolf guards. She was probably not even faster than the fae guards. I ran at werewolf speed after the guards chasing Holly. I found them in the corridor, standing around confused. Where is she? I demanded in my alpha voice. They all trembled. We're trying to find her, Alpha Harper, said one of the werewolves. Make sure every person, fae and werewolf alike, knows she's not to be harmed under any circumstances. I growled. My words made the walls quake. The guards all nodded emphatically. I left them in that corridor, tailing Holly's scent. Her scent just seemed to disappear right in the middle of the next hallway. This was what they were probably confused about. Holly? I said. I looked around the wide hallway. There was a life-size statue in this hallway of the Winter Fae Queen. I drew a sharp intake of breath when I looked to the Queen's right. There, carved in stone, was my mother. It had to be a depiction of her. Star looked so much like our mother, so beautiful. I sighed. I could only imagine how my dad probably felt living on without his mate. Now that I had found Holly, being separated from her even for a moment was anxiety-inducing, especially when I wasn't sure if she was safe. I heard a little squeaking sound. I glanced around the hallway. Something made me look up. Holly was literally hanging from the high ceiling, holding onto a rafter for dear life. How did you get up there? I asked, chuckling as relief washed over me. I had some levitation powder, she said, her voice strained with the effort of holding herself up. Let go, I told her, laughing. What? She squealed. It's a long way down, and I'm out of powder, she whined. Trust me, Holly, I said. Holly seemed to be hyperventilating. Holly, that's an order. I tried. Luna's could not be commanded, and Holly was my fated Luna, but I knew she would be too frightened to disobey. Okay, she said shakily. If you wish it, my lord, I must oblige you, she said. She let go and screamed as she fell. I caught her easily in my arms, carrying her bridal style down the hallway. My lord, she said, stunned and blushing because of the way I was carrying her. My lady, I replied, grinning. Her blush deepened. She hid her face in my collar again. I'm a peasant, my lord, she mumbled into the fabric. Not for long, I told her. I will make you royalty, I said with a wink when she peeked up at me. She hid her face again. Would you like that? I asked her. Yes, my lord, she said so softly I wouldn't have heard her if I hadn't been a wolf. I would like that very much, she continued. But I am not a suitable Luna or queen for you. I am what they say. I am a thief. I stole the lingering lotus from one of the queen's gardens, and she will have my head for it, said Holly, her eyes downcast and brimming with tears. I chuckled softly, drying her eyes with my hand. My lord, she squeaked, shocked at my reaction. Holly, are you insane? No one would lay a hand on you now that they know you are mine. The queen is in the process of handing over this kingdom and pact to me and to Star, I explained. She looked up, her eyes narrowed. Who is Star, my lord? She asked. Was she jealous? Why does it matter who she is? I asked, taunting her. My lord, I will not be your concubine, she said brazenly, showing me a little of the sass she had given me before she discovered I was royalty. I chuckled. No, Holly, you will not. You will be my wife and queen, I said reassuringly. Her blush deepened. But what of Lady Star? You just said the kingdom belongs to the two of you, said Holly, looking more upset than ever. My twin sister, Star, will welcome you with open arms. Don't worry, I said soothingly to my little mate as she clung to me. Her frown faded. She smiled shyly at me and then returned to hiding in my collar. Where are we going, my lord? She said softly. To our bedroom, I said nonchalantly. My lord, she said indignantly. I just want to talk, I said half lying. Do you think me a seedling, my lord? She asked, narrowing her eyes again. Was that the Fey way of asking if I thought she was born yesterday? No, you're a tree, I guess, I said. She burst into a fit of giggles. You are so strange, your highness, she mumbled into my collar. I'm just foreign, I said defensively. Why were you not raised here? She asked, regarding me with curiosity. My father couldn't bear to raise me himself after my mother's death, and with her gone, my position here would be precarious. He wanted me to come of age safely away from here, I explained. She looked shocked. She stared at me, her mouth agape. What is it? I asked her. She fidgeted in my arms. Nothing, my lord, she said. She was lying. I would press her for more later. Say my name. Call me Harper, I said as if it were a command. She obliged me again. Nothing, my Harper, she said softly. If you say so, my Holly, I said as I gently pressed my lips to her forehead. Jessie's POV. I was exhausted. We essentially hadn't really slept last night. The sun had come up on a new day, and Jamie wanted to go to the new alleged burial site of Alpha Alto. She needed rest if we were going to tango with Georgiana later. I hoped retrieving his body from the church would not require any magic. I was wrong. I'll teleport everyone to the base, rather than driving there, announced Jamie. Little witch, you must be exhausted, I protested. Jessie, said Jamie, her eyes brimming with tears. I need to know this is fixed and done. She pressed her forehead to mine. I can't lose you, she told me privately. I nodded. I kissed her passionately as though we were alone, leaving her breathless. I nuzzled her. She wrapped her arms around me and the mausoleum disappeared from view. We hurtled through darkness for a split second, and then we found ourselves at the base of Mount Viper. I spotted an old stone church in the distance, its walls covered in vines and its yard overgrown with tall grass and flowering weeds. Jamie disappeared. I didn't have to agonize about if she was safe for long, as she soon returned with Zaya and Eli. Fox appeared with Noah and Jonah. Fox went back for Quad's dad, Alpha Quaid. I mind-linked the members of the team who helped with the excavation of the tomb. They've shifted and they're running here, said Alpha Quaid. Oh, we would have went back for them, said Jamie. Save your strength, please, Luna, Jamie. You've done a lot, said Alpha Quaid. Good. She needed to hear that from another Alpha for once. I could meet them somewhere, offered Fox. They're werewolves. They'll be fine, insisted Quaid. We don't actually need too much help, said Jamie more to herself than to us as she sauntered towards the old abandoned-looking church. It had a haunting sort of beauty. Where would his body be? I asked her. I'm not entirely sure, she said. I can't actually step foot on the grounds, but I can divine a more exact location for you all from here, offered Jamie. You and the Quads and Alpha Quaid should be able to dig the coffin up. And more help will be here soon, added Quaid. How many Alphas does it take to screw in a light bulb? There's 6 Alphas here. We're wolves. We can dig. Jamie, find those coordinates and let's go, said Zaya. I growled. I didn't like his cheeky tone. Quaid glared at his son. Zaya looked apologetic for once. Please, Jamie, thank you. Sorry, I'm just tired, Zaya mumbled. Yeah, just you, I snapped sarcastically. You're right, we're all tired, admitted Zaya. Jamie sat cross-legged on the floor. Fox sat opposite her. They held hands. My wolf snarled within me. I quieted him. He was being irrational. He couldn't help it. He was very possessive of his little witch, as was I. I looked into Jamie's mind, though, our mate bond. I saw what she was seeing in her mind's eye. She pictured herself able to walk through the church grounds, through the tall grass, the air dry, the sun hot. Inside the church was cool. Her mind took her across the church aisle's tiles towards the altar. She approached one of the confessionals. She entered the priest's side. There was a trapdoor. Her mind easily glided through the floor, seeing the stairs underneath the trapdoor, cool and damp, a cave of some kind. Down there was a marble platform like the ones back at the mausoleum. He's under the church, blurted out Jamie and Fox in unison, both pairs of eyes snapping open. On the priest's side of the confessional box, said Jamie, there's a trapdoor and then some stairs. continued Fox. Descend the stairs and you'll find a marble platform like the ones in the mausoleum, said Jamie. Break it and dig up the coffin, instructed Fox. Zaya was already stripping and shifting. I did the same. I'll stay in human form to open the trapdoor, said Eli. Dad, maybe you should let the pack warriors go home. We won't really need them, said Jonah kindly. They're probably tired, added Noah. Alpha Quaid nodded. Everyone shifted with the exception of Noah and Alpha Quaid. There was a fence surrounding the churchyard with a gate that creaked as we opened it. I looked over my shoulder at Jamie and Fox. Stay put. Don't come in no matter what happens, I told her. Witches and wizards could potentially die if they stepped foot on hallowed ground. The 6 alphas present entered the churchyard. We looked around as we waded through the sea of tall grass. We reached the stone steps and ascended the short flight of stairs to a fine set of double doors. Aside from the overgrown foliage, the church was surprisingly well kept, especially inside. The floor tile gleamed. There was a heavy silence in the church. We walked towards the confessionals. I was not sure which side was the priest's side. We checked both. The second side had a small carpet on its floor. I ripped it from the floor with my teeth and spotted the trapdoor. It was a tight squeeze for huge alpha wolves in this small confessional, but we were so eager to get to the task at hand. My heart raced. I could hear the 5 other wolf hearts beating wildly. Noah pried open the trapdoor. It was a bit stiff, but it opened with moderate force. We descended the stone steps just as Jamie had told us to do. I always get nervous when things are too easy, said Zaya in hushed tones over MindLink to everyone. I did too. We found ourselves in a high-ceilinged but small cellar with a marble platform in the middle of it. Alpha Quaid punched the marble with his bare hands, cracking it. Noah helped his dad remove the slabs of marble, revealing the soil beneath. Noah and Alpha Quaid shifted so that we were all in wolf form. We all began to dig. I could only remember digging faster than this once in my life. It was back when Jamie's so-called best friend had buried her alive. I had never been so scared in my life. I pushed that awful memory away and focused on the task at hand. We unearthed a magnificent coffin like the ones from the Alpha Mausoleum. Alpha Quaid shifted back and lifted the lid of the coffin. I held my breath, terrified this one would be empty too. It wasn't. Yes, yes, finally, yelled Zaya over MindLink. Let's get him to Georgiana immediately, said Jonah. I could feel everyone's relief, including my own. Alpha Alto was here, perfectly unmarred by death, no decay whatsoever. He looked as if he were merely sleeping, just like Georgiana's body. Was this strange phenomenon Georgiana's doing? Had she done something so their bodies would be preserved? We all shifted back. It would be a little difficult to get Alto's body out of the coffin and transport him 6 feet upwards, then up the stairs and out of the church. Suddenly, the body of Alto levitated, hovering in midair. I knew it. This was too easy. Something is happening, bellowed Zaya. Jamie looked into my mind. It's me. I'm helping remotely. Fox, too. We'll carry the body out, okay, said Jamie through our link. I was too tired to protest. It's Jamie and Fox, I told Zaya reassuringly. Oh, said Zaya, looking visibly relieved and a tad embarrassed. We followed the levitating body outside and dressed while Jamie inspected the body. All clear? I asked, looking at Jamie, who had her palm on Alto's forehead. It's him. I can feel it, said Jamie softly. Finally, muttered Zaya. I was worried this was a decoy or something. No, definitely not, said Jamie. Now let's reunite the bodies, Eli said eagerly. Jamie glanced at me and then back at Alto, looking worried. Fox looked concerned too. What now? Demanded Zaya angrily. Jesse growled. Jonah tapped Zaya on his head, and Zaya tapped him back. Sorry, Luna Jamie, it's not directed at you, said Zaya quickly. I know that, Zaya, said Jamie softly with a small smile on her face. Ceremonially speaking, Star and you 4 should be the one to reunite Alpha Alto and Luna or Mother Georgiana. We didn't need Star for the seance with Alpha Oleander, but to ensure Star escapes Georgiana's wrath, Star should offer Alpha Alto to her, explained Fox. Does it matter? Zaya asked desperately, his face falling. Yeah, it does, said Jamie softly. Unfortunately, witchcraft is all about symbolism. This offering should come from Star and you 4, but especially Star. Curse-wise, she's exchanging her life, which the curse would have claimed for Alpha Alto's body. A mate for a mate. She's bargaining with Georgiana. She needs to be present when we reunite the bodies. I don't fully trust Georgiana to absolve Star and exclude her from the curse if she doesn't help return Alto, explained Jamie. Oh, I said. You're thinking Georgiana might be tricky with her wording. Jamie nodded. Like a genie, you mean? Asked Noah. Exactly, said Jamie eagerly. I know I'm a witch, but truth be told, witchcraft is comfortable enough with deception. Georgiana could break the curse for everyone after Star if we're not careful. Star not being present would be a bit of a slap in the face to Georgiana. I don't think we should take that risk after everything we've done to save everyone, Jamie explained. Jonah nodded. We need to get Star here, pronto, he said. Her dad's 7-day ban, said Zaya pointedly. He obviously doesn't know about the curse, does he? I asked. The quads weren't too up front. They were still alphas in training, technically. He doesn't know, admitted Eli. Tell him, I instructed. I thought of my little girl at home. Any father would change his mind about something that could save his daughter's life. Or he might just ban us from Star forever? Worried Zaya out loud. He's a grown man. He knows that's not realistic. He would want the safest and surest course when it comes to his daughter, I explained. Zaya thought about it for a moment. Okay, said the youngest quad. Eli, he likes you best. He won't after this, but I'll tell him, said Eli sadly. We can call the Ice Moon Castle Mirror, offered Jamie. Noah nodded. What's that vibration? Said Noah. My phone, muttered Jonah. Angie. All of his brothers groaned. Just find out what she wants, said Noah. Jonah's POV. Angie had been blowing my phone up ever since we left the Viper Moon Pack. I had been allowing the calls to go to voicemail and ignoring the messages. We wouldn't have gotten good reception when I was up north anyway. I finally answered. Hello, said Angie, her voice annoyed. Hey, I said. Where have you been? She hissed. It's a really long story. Pack emergency, I said. Well, what's-her-face isn't here either, barked Angie. My wolf snarled. So what am I supposed to think? Snapped Angie. I'll be back at school soon, I promised. You don't care about anything, do you? Not even your best friend, huh? Said Angie snidely. Chet? I said, confused. Yes, hissed Angie. Why, what happened? I asked softly. My stomach was doing backflips. Angie's tone sounded a bit smug, as if she relished relating this awful news. Well, the whole school is buzzing. Toby is the one who told everyone. Toby came back from his trip early because he had a near-death experience or whatever, but he's fine. He's just dramatic. He, Chet, and Gillian were going to go to some random place together, a restaurant or something, and Toby decided to stay home because he was still freaked out about his near-death experience. They went ahead without him. He was trying to reach them and he couldn't, so he called Gillian's mom, said Angie. Please, get to the point, Angie, I begged her. I was tired, and now I was anxious. I'm doing that. Gillian's mom was sobbing. Chet's car ran off the road and crumpled like paper. It was such a bad accident, said Angie dryly. My heart was pounding. Jonah? Asked Noah. What's going on? Eli came over and put a hand on my shoulder. Zaya looked pale. Don't worry, honey, spat Angie snidely. They're alive. Barely. Both Gillian and Chet are in ICU on life support, according to Toby. He's beside himself, thinking it's his fault because he would have been in the car, and it would have been his second near-death experience, snorted Angie. She was stifling her laughter. Toby thinks he's like cursed or something. What a lunatic. I hung up. This was all my fault. Chapter 69. Thursday, 24th September 2020. Harper's POV. I awoke feeling well-rested. I had never slept quite so deeply. I looked at the reason for this as she lay still asleep in my arms. She had requested a room in the servants' quarters, which I had refused to give her. After some bickering, she caved and slept in my room, her head resting on my chest and one of her legs resting across my waist. I was painfully hard. My morning wood intensified due to the presence of my mate. I was glad she was fast asleep so she couldn't feel it bulging against her thigh. I tried to extricate myself, but Holly tightened her arms around me and mumbled something in her sleep. Suddenly, the double doors to my room rattled. Someone was banging on the doors. I stiffened for a moment, worried that it was another group of guards sent after my Holly. I had no idea what the lingering lotus was and why she had stolen it, but I really didn't care. She was mine, and she was absolved of all wrongdoing in my eyes. Harper, whined a voice I would know anywhere. I quickly shot out of bed. unfortunately disturbing my little Holly. I flung open the doors. "Star, what's wrong?" I demanded. There were tears streaming down her face. She rushed into my arms and I pulled her to me, hugging her tightly and rubbing her back gently. "Star, try to calm down enough to tell me what's the matter." "Let's fix it together," I suggested, cupping her tear-streaked face in my hands. Star sniffled. I heard a huffing sound. I glanced behind me. Holly was sitting up on the edge of the bed with her arms folded and her little face in a scowl. My wolf and I chuckled, enjoying our mate's possessiveness of us, though misplaced. "Holly, this is my twin sister, Star," I said, grinning. Holly's scowl faded. She smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing a little. She smoothed her tousled waves and ringlets. "Star, this is my fated mate and future Luna, Holly," I announced happily. Star actually stopped crying for a moment. "Oh, Harper, I'm so happy for you two," said Star softly, pulling me into another hug. "Thanks, movie star," I murmured. "Now, what's going on with your mates?" I refuse to believe these tears have nothing to do with them. Star sighed. "I have a confession to make, a huge one," she whispered. I felt like my heart had dropped into my stomach. "Should we involve Dad in this?" I asked, realizing I needed to explain Holly to great-grandmother, Dad, and cousin Azriel. "We might have to, but I want to just tell you first. It's about something you had wondered about back when we met. You're going to tell me why you really hired me in the first place?" I asked eagerly. Star nodded. She sat next to me on the edge of the bed. Holly was twiddling her thumbs, her eyes downcast. "Holly, come here," I said, motioning for her to come sit at the foot of the bed with us. "Yes, my lord," said Holly brightly, crawling across to us and sitting on my other side. She leant against my side. I wrapped my arm around her waist, my other arm around Star's shoulders. Holly hugged my torso, snuggling closer. I had given up for the while on getting her to use my first name. I would give her a little more time to get comfortable with me and the castle and to not think that every sudden noise heralded an imminent arrest. We had not so much as kissed last night. Holly was immensely shy when it came to things like that. All we had done was hold each other, but I was not about to rush her. My beautiful little mate could take her time. We were strangers still, although the bond was so strong. Also, the last time I asked a girl for a kiss, the said girl turned out to be my long-lost twin sister, so I was thankful she had turned me down. "Harper," breathed Star. I rubbed her back. "Just say it, whatever it is, I won't be upset," I said. I would probably be upset, but I would hide it for her sake. Holly was gazing up at us with a quizzical look on her face. "Should I go, my lord? Is this a private family matter?" whispered Holly. "No, baby, stay right here, where you belong," I murmured, planting a kiss on her marking spot. She shivered a little and tightened her hold on me. "Harper, Noah just called," said Star. "I was gonna kill him." "He told me Jillian and Chet were in a bad car accident," said Star, more tears slipping down her flushed cheeks. "Oh, that wasn't the quad's fault. Wow, something that wasn't the quad's fault." "I'm so sorry, Star," I said, pulling her closer. "Are they okay?" I figured they were no okay. I pictured Jillian's big smile the last time I saw her. She was Star's best friend. I held Star tighter. "They're alive," said Star, "but they're in ICU." "They'll pull through," I told her. "They're wolves. Their healing rates are fast." "I don't know. Toby's back at Viper Moon," Star added. "Okay, so you want to be there with Toby and Jillian and Chet," I said. It wasn't a question. It was plain as day she wanted to go see them. "I know it's a lot to ask with you about to take over here and all, but will you come back with me? For a little while?" "I don't want to go alone," said Star. I smiled slightly. "It's not a lot to ask, Star," I said. She smiled through the tears. "We shared a womb. Your sorrow is sorrow and your joy is my joy," I told her. "Thank you, Harper," she said, resting her head on my shoulder. "It's all my fault," she said softly. I asked. This was the confession part. I could feel it. "I don't see how that could be your fault, but tell me your thoughts," I said. "Harper, the quads, they have a curse on their family," said Star. Holly shifted uncomfortably on my other side. I tightened my arm around my mate. She was probably feeling as though she was intruding upon a family matter, but she was family. The curse was placed on the quad's ancestor Oleander, who tried to poison the mate of his brother Alpha Alto because she was a witch, explained Star. "What an asshole." Of course, someone like Jonah was descended from a long line of assholes. I bet Oleander had a side chick back in his day, too. So, Alpha Alto drank the poison accidentally because he drank from his mate's wedding cup, said Star. And he died. His mate was Georgiana, a mother of a witch coven. She cursed Oleander so that he would never know true love, as he had robbed her of her love. Fair enough. I glanced at Holly, who was staring at Star, listening closely. I could only imagine how it must feel to have someone rob you of your mate intentionally. So, the curse affects you and the quads down to this day? I presumed. Star nodded. Did you be with other people? I asked. Me and Angie? Star nodded. Permanently? I wondered. No, we just wanted to fool the curse into thinking we were with other people. We wanted to make it seem as if Angie was the quad's mate, explained Star. So what happens if you throw caution to the wind and just be together openly? I didn't want to say it. I was suddenly boiling with rage. Well, if they marked me or if they married me, the curse would claim my life, said Star. Did Eli know about this? Did all four of them know? And all of the quads are aware that they're risking your life by being with you? I clarified as calmly as I could. Well, I wouldn't say it like that, began Star. How exactly would you say it? I snapped, my patience running short. This was a very big cover-up, come to think of it. Said Star, pausing, looking worried by my reaction. And what does this have to do with Jillian and Chet? I asked. The curse goes after people in our lives if we spend too much time together as mates, said Star. I chuckled humorlessly. So even Dad or me or even Holly could die just because you and the quads are on a date or something? I asked. Don't make it sound so awful, whispered Star. It is awful, I bellowed. The room shook. I hadn't meant to do that. Holly squeaked but clung more tightly to me rather than run away, though I was the source of the chaos. Star didn't flinch. She just kept her eyes downcast. I love you, and I would never want anything to happen to you ever, said Star. But the way it happened wasn't linear, and you know that. She had a point, I sighed. We were just fake dating at first when I didn't know you were my brother, so I didn't think you would have been in danger, and only teachers had been hurt so far, said Star. The two dead teachers. The curse had already claimed people, and now it was trying to take Jillian and Chet. Excuse me, my lady, what was that? Said Holly suddenly. What was what? Said Star, confused. You said something about dating His Highness, said Holly, looking horrified. Oh, Holly, I said quickly. That, Star hired me to pretend to date her back when we didn't know we were related, I said, watching Holly's expression carefully. Holly blinked. Did you lay down together as a husband and wife does? Asked Holly. Star looked mortified. No, we both said in unison. Holly looked a little relieved. Am I to assume you were raised separately in the absence of your parents? Asked Holly. Yes, we both chorused. How long did you court one another? Asked Holly. Our completely fake courtship for which I was paid lasted literally a few days, and consisted of being seen together dancing or holding hands or just standing around, I said, stressing almost every word of that sentence. No kissing, said Holly, locking eyes with me. I glanced at Holly's lips before my eyes found hers again. No kissing, I confirmed. Holly and I stared at each other as if entranced. Okay, now that we have made it clear there was no twincest, I need to explain the plan to fix the curse to you and my new plan to keep you and Dad safe, said Star. What word was that? I asked. Holly made a disapproving face. I'm moving on from that part of our history forever, said Star, refusing to repeat that ridiculous word. Did you make that word up? I asked. Harper, she said. Okay, tell me your plan, I said, and make it involve dragons, I added. It can't involve dragons, said Star. And Holly goes with me everywhere I go, no exceptions, said Harper. I wouldn't dream of separating you and Holly, said Star, agreeing. And we have to tell Dad, I said pointedly. We can't tell Dad just yet, said Star. He'll never let me go visit Jillian if we tell him, and he already agreed when I told him what happened. You just told him about the car accident and nothing else? I said angrily. Harper, please just give me a few days. 3 tops, said Star. 2, I said. Not counting today, right? Asked Star eagerly. 2 days is 48 hours from this very moment, I specified. Star sighed. You know Dad gave the quads 7 days to sort out themselves and come back for me, and he's a ruthless warrior. You're tougher than Dad. Good, I said dryly. Chapter 70. Thursday, 24th September 2020. Stars POV. I just want to see my best friend, I implored my dad. She was there for me when I had no one. Jillian had always been a supportive friend, and I needed to be by her side. That car accident was my fault for aggravating the curse, and it was destroying me. I was guilt-ridden. I didn't even want to think about what I would do if Jillian and Chet did not pull through. I could only imagine how devastated the Quads would be. Chet was their best friend. They would undoubtedly think that this was the curse's doing and would feel just as guilty as they did. Perhaps even more so because there was only one of me, so I was to blame 4 times over for all the recent developments between me and the Quads. My father sighed. I know, he said softly and pulled me into a hug. He didn't strike me as much of a hugger, so I appreciated it even more. I knew his life had been less than stellar. So you'll let me go to Viper Moon and see her? I whispered. I felt him nod but waited for a proper reply before I reacted. Yes, he grumbled. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I squealed, kissing his cheek 3 times. He pointed to the other cheek. I laughed and kissed it. Star, I lost my Hesper. Please don't make me regret this. Please don't do anything reckless. Please be careful, he said. I could tell he was emotional about this. I hugged him again, more tightly this time. You're not to be out of your brother's sight, he said sternly. Harper will be keeping me and the rest at the palace updated, and I will be sending Asriel to check on you as I see fit. I nodded vigorously. I met Harper in the throne room, where the Queen was sitting with her court. Now that we had been recognized as true children of Hesper, and therefore royalty, everything had to be so official. We stood before the Queen, and Holly hid behind us. We are gathered here to wish my heir and great-grandson, Alpha Harper, Prince of the Winter Fae, along with my great-granddaughter, Princess Hannah of the Winter Fae, a safe passage from the Ice Moon Pack lands to the Viper Moon Pack lands. May they return soon to take their rightful places here in court, decreed the Queen. The nobles murmured in agreement and cheered and clapped. Some shouted, Safe travels, Your Highness. Thank you, my Queen. Your benevolence never ceases to amaze me, said Harper smoothly. Several nobles simpered. Many were already quite taken with him, while the others were completely besotted. Harper had that effect on people. Speaking of your benevolence, I know and trust that you will smile upon my new discovery regardless of past misunderstandings. This is my mate and future Luna, Holly, of the Autumn Fae, said Harper, stepping swiftly to the side to reveal Holly without warning. She squeaked and unsuccessfully attempted to hide behind him again as he grasped her waist and brought her to his side. Jealousy burned in the eyes of several female nobles. I glanced at Holly, realizing she was dressed in a garment very similar to mine. Harper had given her Fae royal clothes already, a bold move. The Queen leant forward slowly. I could not tell whether she was pleased or not. Very well, she said after a long pause. Welcome, Holly of the Autumn Fae, said the Queen. Holly kept her eyes downcast. She glanced upwards for only a split second, but I caught it. When she beheld the Queen for that brief moment, there was an unmistakable hatred there. I had never seen mild-mannered Holly look at someone like that. The look was gone as swiftly as it had came. Holly looked at Harper now instead, a look of pure adoration. Harper placed her hand on the snow globe. I looked at my dad, standing apart from the nobles and looking totally crushed. My heart hurt. He realized I was looking at him and quickly smiled. Well, be careful, Dad, I called. He nodded. See you soon, Dad, said Harper. Till fate smiles upon us and we meet again, Lord Heath, said Holly with a curtsy. I would love to know what a Harper-Holly private conversation entailed. I saw Asriel enter the throne room late and put his arm around my dad's shoulders, comforting him. I put my hand on the snow globe, and in a flash we were standing in the Jogi residence. Harper's adopted parents came out of nowhere and tackled him. Unhand him, demanded Holly, ready to fight them. Is this her? She's so cute, squealed Mrs. Jogi, grabbing a confused Holly into a hug. I hope you two are being safe. You're very young and still in high school, said Mia Jogi. Harper's cheeks flushed. He grinned awkwardly. It's not like that, he said quickly. Yet, he added extremely softly. Marco shook Holly's hand. She quickly hid behind Harper again, hugging him from behind. He reached backwards and held her too. They often stood like this, which I found hilarious. "Star," said Mia, hugging me gently. "Hey," said Marco softly, hugging me too. They were treating me like I was made of porcelain. Harper must have told them about Jillian and Chet. "Do you two want to go straight to the hospital?" asked Mia. "Yes," I said gratefully. "Us three," corrected Harper. "Thanks, Mom," he added, kissing her cheek. He hugged his dad again. Well, his adopted dad. I wondered if my adopted parents had been alive, how they would have handled the appearance of my biological father and his demands. "I would like to express my regret for my earlier admonishment. I see now that you were not trying to harm His Highness, my lord and my lady," said Holly, with a bow of her head. "Wow, she's like watching a play," said Mia in hushed tones. "I love it." "Thank you, Holly," said Marco cheerfully. Holly hid again. We got into the back seat with Mia and Marco in the front of their fancy car I didn't recognize. I was a beginner with these things. I knew Zaya drove a Lamborghini. I hoped to run into the quads at the hospital, and at the same time I was terrified to face them. What if they all now finally hated me? The curse had not affected anyone they had liked before. Now it had touched their best friend. I sighed. Harper put his arm around me. His other arm was holding Holly tightly to him. I realized why. She was scared of the car. "This carriage is strange and frightful," she whispered. "There's modern stuff in the Ice Moon Pack lands," I whispered in Harper's other ear. "Some of the Autumn Fae don't use technology. Some Autumn Fae rulers are Luddites, essentially." "Holly is from such a village, a small one at that," explained my twin. "Such a village, a small one at that, Luddites." I had thought Harper's speech to the Queen just now was simply rock star, Harper being Harper, the actor. But he was definitely adopting some of Holly's mannerisms. Hopefully, Holly could absorb a tiny bit of his boldness. We arrived at the hospital, a huge private facility where all the walls and tiles were white and gleaming. At least they were in a nice place. Chet's family was undoubtedly paying for Jillian's treatment, as well as she had been a scholarship kid like me. The first person I saw when I entered the private waiting room outside of the ICU was Angie. I almost walked back out, but Harper held me. He was slaying his new role as Prince and Alpha and wasn't about to stop. "Angie, you're not close to either Jillian or Chet, so would you please give us a moment?" said Harper politely but firmly. Angie snorted with laughter. "I don't think so," she said, eyeing Holly curiously. "Leave," said Harper softly but in his alpha voice. He was not Angie's alpha, as she was of the Viper Moon Pack, but she was still compelled to leave. Powerful alphas could command any wolf. "I know you miss me, babe," she said pointedly to Harper as she walked out. She did that just to upset Holly, and it did. Holly blinked away tears but didn't say anything for a while. Jillian's parents came out of the ICU and spotted me. I dissolved into tears. "I know she is not your sister, too," whispered Holly to Harper, but I caught it with my wolf fae ears. I glanced at Harper, who looked guilty. "She was in the past, Holly," he whispered back. I was hugging Jillian's parents. I spotted 2 other people exiting the ICU who were undoubtedly Chet's parents. Chet's father was holding Chet's mother while she sobbed. "I'm so sorry," I told Jillian's parents in tears. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me." "Honey," said Jillian's mom, "it's not your fault. You weren't even with her." Jillian's dad patted me on the head. My guilt intensified. Of course, they didn't know about the curse, but I just needed to apologize in that moment even if they didn't know what for. Another person entered the room and launched himself at me. "Zaya?" "No, Toby?" "Toby," I squeaked, hugging him. "Star, something crazy is going on. I came back early from my trip because I had a near-death experience, and then when I get back, this happens. Something weird is going on. I just know it. I know you don't trust my judgment because I believe in star signs, but," rambled Toby. "You don't trust in star signs, my lady?" asked Holly suddenly. "Not that much," I admitted. "But you are called Star," said Holly with a little smile. I smiled at her. Harper laughed forcefully and tried to hold Holly, who stepped away from him, then realized she was too close to strangers, so she went to hide behind Harper and ignore him at the same time. Jillian's parents and Chet's parents left the waiting room to go speak with the doctors in a conference room for a proper update. I entered the ICU. My heart constricted when I saw her. Jillian was there with so many tubes and every vital being continuously monitored. I watched her heart rate on a screen. I went closer to her. Toby held my hand. Harper and Holly stood behind me. I'm so sorry, Jillian. I never deserved a friend like you, but please don't leave. I whispered to her as I swept a strawberry blonde curl behind her ear. She remained motionless, but breathing with the help of machines. Is she healing? Is Chet healing? I asked Toby. He shook his head. I glanced over at Chet and gasped. All the quads were there around his bed. Zaya came over to me and held me. I sobbed in his arms. Toby went to sit on Jillian's other side and hold her hand. I'm sorry, I cried. Don't apologize, baby, stop it, said Zaya fiercely, cupping my face, brushing his nose against mine. You didn't ask for this, princess, said Eli, pulling me to him. I held him. Noah came over but didn't hold me, which was understandable. We're gonna fix this, said Noah. Let's go right now, I said, nodding. Maybe if I begged Georgiana while I gave Alto's body back, she would let them recover somehow. Jonah walked over. Star, don't hate me, he said. Don't hate me, I pleaded, wanting to hold him and Noah. He nodded. I could never, said Jonah. I proposed to Angie. He added. My wolf howled mournfully. I felt like someone was sitting on my chest, stifling me. I stumbled away from them. Star, wait, said Noah. What the said Zaya. You said we could do the ceremony with Jamie and Jesse today first to see if Chet and Jillian would recover after that, growled Eli. I owed it to Chet and all of us, including Star. This will appease Georgiana. The curse is meant to prevent us from finding true love, so until it's totally over, I'm not to be acting like I've found that, explained Jonah. Star, ignore him. Let's just go right now to Jamie and Jesse, please, begged Zaya. Let's go, Star, please. I'm begging you, said Eli. I will. Let me just have a moment, I forced out as I exited the ICU and entered the empty waiting room. I could hear Harper yelling at the quads. Toby was yelling too. I wasn't sure what he understood from the situation. I left the waiting room and ran straight into Angie. Hey, cuz, she said brightly. I stared at her. I felt numb. So you've heard our great news. Huh, she said. I wasn't wearing my ring earlier because I wanted Jonah to tell you himself. Angie showed me the engagement ring on her finger, just as ostentatious looking as I had expected it to be. I forced myself to breathe. I walked away from her slowly. She followed me down the dark hallway. This led to a private room that was not occupied, so the lights were off. I realized I did not know where I was going. Oh, and one other thing, said Angie, following me. I ignored her. If you think I'm going to let you hang around distracting Jonah, you've got another thing coming. My wolf was growling. I turned around and Angie punched me in the face, knocking me out cold. Darkness comforted me for the while. Chapter 71, Thursday, 24th September 2020. Star's POV. I came to in a dark, cool place. I was lying on something hard. I felt underneath me. Cold marble. I felt my head gingerly. Ugh! I was going to kill Angie myself. There would be no wedding. I wouldn't be marrying them either after I was done with her until I had a year of steady, unwavering devotion. I looked around. I gasped. I was in a cell. I looked around. I was in a basement. The marble floors and the tiled walls told me this was the underground floor of some fine house. I screamed in frustration. Shut up, said Angie, tossing her hair and coming into view down a staircase on the other end of the room. She was in a white dress, thankfully not a wedding dress. It was a cocktail dress and sky-high stiletto heels. How did this powder puff pack a punch like that? I was no prize boxer myself. I hadn't even thought to block it. I had been so out of it. What are you doing, Angie? Are you seriously going to kill me? Over Jonah? I said, looking at her in disbelief. I don't know, she said quickly. All I know is I want you out of the way for a while. You're ruining my life. I laughed humorlessly. I'm ruining You've taunted me for years knowing I was poor because of you. I hissed. You stole my inheritance. No, said Angie. My mother did. You knew about it, I said fiercely. You could have left me be if you had any decency knowing it was your family's fault. Angie laughed. You don't get it, Star. It felt strange hearing my actual name come out of her mouth instead of Cloud or Moon or whatever. I was tired talking to her, though. I slid down the wall. I had my Fey powers now, but I had no idea how to properly harness them. My father had been right. I should have stayed home. I groaned, hitting my head against the wall. Don't do that, shrieked Angie. What's your problem? I asked. Your face is all bruised already. I don't want to be blamed for extra injuries I didn't inflict in case your stupid fairy family finds you, growled Angie. You are a complete psychopath, Angie, I muttered. Angie laughed. I'm going to be Luna, she said. I don't care what you think. The other three don't want you. Well, I don't know about Noah, but Zaya and Eli would rather date each other than you, I said. Angie laughed, tossing her head back. I know that, she said. I'm not an... She could have fooled me. I broke up with all four of them for you, though, said Angie, dangling my phone in front of my face. I tried to snatch it, thrusting my hands through the bars, but she withdrew it. Actually, she said, here. She threw my phone at me. I caught it before it hit the bar. I looked at the messages. 11 missed calls from Zaya. Star. Stop calling me Zaya. I'm done with you and your brothers forever. Please leave me alone. Please, let's just go to Jamie and Jesse immediately. We have Alto's body. Jamie says you have to be there when we give it back to make sure the curse never comes after you. I won't beg you to be with me, but I know you'll find your way back to me eventually. But let's get Georgiana and Alto sorted out so you're completely safe, please. If you want to be safe and single for a while, I understand. You're the only girl for me, Star. Let me fix the parts of your life I ruined. 5 missed calls. Star. You're not with Harper, and you're not with Eli, and you're not with me. You're not home either. I called your father. That's how desperate I was. He's freaking out too now, and he's coming here. Please answer or call Harper if you don't want to talk to me. I am just clearing my head. Okay, please give me some time. Tell my dad and Harper I'm okay. I'm at a hotel. I just want to be alone for a bit. I am safe. Then call me. I want to hear your voice. Or better yet, vid chat me. I want to be sure. Star, I can't do that. I'm blocking you. Okay, you're becoming obsessive. 9 missed calls from Eli. Eli, I just need some time, okay? I don't need to be around you for right now. Princess, you just need some time? Zaya said you broke up with us via text? You're not even much of a tester, but here I am, texting you because you won't talk to us. You promised me you'd never reject us based on something Jonah or Noah did. And you already tried to reject us once. Don't do this again, please. Just come back. We can fix it. We have all the moving parts. Georgiana and Alto deserve to be together, and we can help them in death, and then we can run away together if you want. I don't care about being alpha anymore. I don't care about anything, really, if I don't have you. I am breaking up with you, not officially rejecting you. I need space. You're overwhelming me. I have to block you, too. I'm sorry, 19 missed calls from Harper. Star, I totally get why you're not answering them, but why are you not answering me? We are twins. This is very strange, Star. Answer me. Dad is so worried. I totally let him down in the first 5 minutes of being responsible for you. At least just answer so I can put Dad on the phone. He doesn't have a cell. You know how he is. I know you're hurting, but relationships are hard, Star. I know you don't have much experience, but there is so much more to life than crying over the same people all the time. Come back here and break the curse. Okay, and then tell the quads to fuck off and we'll go back to our castle. Happily ever after. And if you want to be with them, months, years, whatever from now, sure. I won't stop you. But come here and let's fix this. I won't be able to sleep while I know my twin is literally cursed by some ancient, omnipotent witch. You did not explain that part, Star, but I'm not mad. I'm very worried. Holly is crying, by the way. I'm so stressed. Please, Star, I need you. I didn't even answer Harper. I just blocked him, said Angie, bursting into uncontrollable fits of laughter. These are pathetic. They sound nothing like me, I snarled. I immediately unblocked everyone and then realized I had no signal and nothing seemed to work. I took your SIM card out, she said. I sighed. Did you think I would hand you a working phone? She chuckled. Those messages sound nothing like me, I said. They will know something is wrong. Angie shrugged. I tried mind-linking Harper. We had the strongest connection mind-link-wise. We were twins, but I kept getting horrible headaches. I wasn't able to. I tried everyone. Zaya, Eli, even Noah. I swallowed my pride and tried to reach Jonah. He wouldn't let me die even though he smashed my heart to bits. Mindlink won't work, Princess Hannah, said Angie, fake pouting. You're disgusting, I said. These are probably all fake, I accused. Zaya smashed his phone. I recalled Zaya telling me he smashed his phone back when he couldn't reach me. He got a new one with the same number, said Angie, rolling her eyes. Well, some assistant fetched it for him. They're billionaires. This is why you don't suit them. You don't know anything. You wouldn't even know how to act in their world, said Angie. We're fated, Angie. You think you know better than fate, I snapped. Fate has failed your family before, said Angie gloatingly. I shrieked in anger. That was way too far. The lights overhead sparked and went out, and a wind picked up out of nowhere in the basement and blew papers from a desk onto the floor. Angie looked startled. Get down here and control her, called Angie. Who was she talking to? Your mom? I asked. Oh, my mom knows you're down here too, but I'm talking to someone else. You have him to thank for those texts to Eli and Zaya. He composed them. When he handed me the phone and Harper sent his, I clicked block immediately. I'm not much of a writer. I hate drama, said Angie theatrically. Brink, get down here, said Angie. I gasped and shrunk away from the bars. Harper's Brink? Brink from Pariah came into view. This was Harper's best friend and bandmate. Oh no, Harper would be doubly devastated. What are you doing? I asked. I'm so sorry, Star, said Brink. I had to. I'll explain. Go ahead and tell her. I don't care. She won't forgive you either way, said Angie dismissively. See you later, Brink. Don't let me down. Keep a good eye and a good psychic hold on our prisoner, said Angie snidely, walking back up the stairs, leaving me with Brink. Help me, I said softly. I will, he whispered, after Angie gets the main thing she wants. Chapter 72, Thursday, 24th September 2020. Star's POV. I sighed and shut my eyes. My head was throbbing. Not that I care, I said slowly. But what is the main thing Angie wants? To be Luna, obviously, by marrying Jonah, muttered Brink. I opened my eyes. I went towards him, holding the bars of the cage. Do you secretly hate Harper or something? I asked. No, he said sadly. Then why are you doing this? I asked, trying not to cry from the pain and the situation. God, my head, I muttered. Then stop fighting me, hissed Brink. What? I asked. You're struggling against my hold mentally, trying to mind-link the others, he said. I could see the veins in his temples. He was actively blocking me somehow. I let go for a second and relaxed my mind. I stopped trying to mind-link anyone. I focused on talking to Brink. Maybe he would be more likely to help me if he didn't have a headache, too. Okay, I breathed. Thank you, he said gratefully. You're welcome, I said softly. Brink, please make some sense out of all of this nonsense. I'm tired, and if it helps, I don't actually want to be Luna. I just want to be with the quads. All 4 of them, unfortunately for me, I admitted. It hurt to admit that I still loved Jonah so desperately. I kept picturing him over me in the snow. It was the most intimate we had ever been, and I had loved every second of it. I pushed that memory from my mind. It was too hard to think about. I wish Angie was like you then, whispered Brink. I heard sniffling. I looked at him. He was crying quietly. Brink, what is it? I asked. Star, don't be nice to me when I helped kidnap you, he said, getting annoyed. I sighed and looked away. Angie's my mate, Brink whispered so softly I almost didn't catch it. Gross. I'm sorry, I said. He deserved my condolences. His mate was a monster, and she was making him help her scheme another man into marrying her. But that didn't absolve him of the responsibility. It also didn't absolve Jonah of his accountability. He chose the most devious person imaginable to be his decoy, which put me at as much risk as the curse itself, come to think about it. She said if I helped her force Jonah's hand, she would divorce him after a while and be with me, said Brink. Why would she ever divorce him? She wouldn't be Luna anymore if she did. And what about the other 3 quads? I asked. Jonah is the eldest, so his wife would have the most claim over being Luna if they didn't all decide on one person, said Brink. Okay, but she'd still have to stop being Luna if she... I began. No, not necessarily, said Brink. Ever heard of Luna Elizabeth Mason of Marigold? Is that Alpha Maze's mom? I asked, guessing. Yeah, she was Luna of Marigold before Friday, although Friday's mom, Felicity, was the rightful fated mate of Maze's dad, Malachi, explained Brink. Her claim to Luna is further legitimized by the fact that she produced Malachi's first male heir, Maze. His daughter with his mate is younger and, well, a girl, and his son with his mate is like 2 years old. Maze is already ruling as the rightful alpha, and Elizabeth remains a former Luna of Marigold. Felicity never actually got to be Luna, said Brink. My heart sank. So what, you two will keep me down here until Angie gives birth? I snarled. A bottle of ink on the desk in the corner exploded, splattering the walls with the black liquid. Brink jumped. I agreed for you too. Angie asked me to kill you and I just couldn't, so this is our compromise, said Brink. Oh my God, no, you can't do this. You can't keep me down here for years. Jonah doesn't even sleep with Angie anymore, I said. No, but I do. She'll get pregnant and pass the baby off as Jonah's. She's going to get him drunk on the wedding night and make him think he lost control and slept with her, said Brink. I was seething. They were both crazy. They were heinous. I was shaking. Don't you dare shift, warned Brink. I screamed. I heard the deafening hum of electricity as I blew every light bulb in the huge mansion. Holly's POV. Dad, I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me. I'll fix this and find Star right away, promised my Lord Prince Harper to Lord Heath. I could never hate you, Harper, said Lord Heath softly. He had just arrived on the Viper Moon Pack lands after news of Star fleeing the hospital reached him. I felt awful. I had shed a tear or two. Harper thought I was upset because his former courtesan, Angie, clearly a common harlot elevated to a high social standing, had slighted me with her insinuations. I was jealous. It was true. I fancied myself a favorite of His Highness, but I was not naive. I had never intended to become so close to the prince. My attachment to him had already clouded my judgment. I should have kept a closer eye on Princess Hannah, the other child of Hesper. I had the lingering lotus in my position, but I still had not completed my task. The task was of utmost importance. My human father had been the son of the doctor who birthed Princess Hannah when Princess Hesper had found delivering the second twin difficult. My grandfather, a human who served werewolves, a rarity, had bundled up the baby pretending the little princess was afterbirth. Grandfather had shared this with me. I knew many things no one else knew, not even the royal fae and the noble werewolves. I had found my grandfather's writings. His journal had proved most interesting. My grandfather had been powerless to act. He was only human. His son who came after him was human too, but I was fae of the fall. But I would not let the Winter Fae Kingdom and Princess Hesper down. However, I needed to help Prince Harper find Princess Hannah before I revealed any of my knowledge. I had many secrets to reveal, the most shocking of which was this. The person on the throne, the supposed Winter Fae Queen, was an imposter. Chapter 73, Thursday, 24th September 2020. Zaya, POV. This did not make any sense. Sure, I figured Star would be devastated over Jonah being an even bigger asshole than usual, but this was so unlike her. She had become used to treating us as 4 individuals instead one quadruplet entity. Maybe she really was over me. Maybe she never loved me that much. Maybe she had never really forgiven me for telling her to f*** off when I had been drunk at that party one time. I sighed. I put my head in my hands. We had scoured everywhere we could think of looking for Star, her adopted grandmother's house, the Jogi residence, the academy, Chet's cabin, Jillian's house, Toby's house, and her father had looked all over the castle and had everyone there on high alert too, in case she went back there. I just didn't want her to do anything dangerous, anything reckless, and all over grief because of Jonah proposing to Angie. I refused to believe she didn't want me anymore. It was the shock talking. I wasn't speaking to Jonah, so we split up to look for Star. Eli had gone off the rails for a moment, back there when Star first responded to him pouring his heart out with a fast block. He had attacked Jonah. They had burst into their alpha wolves and fought right in the hospital waiting room until Chet's mother fainted. They had shifted back to see to her. She was fine. Well, she was heartbroken over her son, but physically fine. Star, I said to myself. Stop saying her name, growled Eli. I snarled at him. Eli looked at me with tears in his eyes, and I felt guilty. For now, I won't, I agreed. Thank you, said Eli softly. Do you not want her back now? I asked. Is that a serious question? Asked Eli, annoyed. Yes, I snapped. I won't dignify that with an answer. How dare you doubt me? He said. Okay, I said. I just can't take hearing her name right now. It's like physical pain. My head feels like it's going to split open, muttered Eli. He was usually the cool and collected one compared to me. He had actually managed to leave Jonah shaken just now. Eli's fighting skills were much better, and he was so angry. An angry wolf was a dangerous wolf. He had managed to get Jonah under him and had almost bitten his throat. He has stopped himself, though. I knew he also felt guilty for the fight. "Do you think Jonah hates me?" he asked. I shrugged. "No," I said, realizing a shrug was a bit heartless right now. "Do you think she hates me?" he asked, his voice breaking. "No," I whispered. Eli burst into broken sobs. I pulled him to me, hugging him tightly. "We'll get her back," I said to him. "I know we will." We had called Jamie and Jesse, and they were trying to locate Star, too. Jamie was using her magic to do it. We were at Georgiana's old coven house in the huge dining room, seated around the table, just sulking, while Jamie focused. Fox was trying to. They both had their eyes closed while they meditated on Star. "Ugh," said Fox, grabbing his head. "What?" I asked, worried. "I don't know. It's like a mental brick wall," said Fox. "Same with me," said Jamie. "I'm trying so hard to break the wall down. Can Star shield herself with fey magic?" "She hasn't undergone any training yet," said her father, his face forlorn. "Why would she?" asked Harper. "What about her family? We haven't done anything." "My lord," said Holly, Harper's mate. He had just found her and brought her here. "Yes, baby," said Harper, pulling her into his arms. I could see him breathing in her scent to help calm his alpha wolf. I shut my eyes. I couldn't look at what I might never really have. "If she's difficult to find mentally, perhaps another form of magic, not a psychic path," suggested Holly. She hardly spoke, so I was shocked she was trying to come up with ideas for us. I looked at her. "What do you have in mind?" I asked. Holly sighed. She held out her palm, and a light sprung up there. The light bloomed into a beautiful, delicate flower, a lotus. This lotus was magnificent, though, and clearly magic. It was iridescent. "This is the lingering lotus I stole. They're extremely hard to get," admitted Holly. Jamie gasped. "Way to go, Holly. Come through," exclaimed Fox. Jamie chuckled. The witch and wizard were looking at her in amazement. Star's dad was staring at the lotus, mesmerized. "Care to explain to the remedial when it comes to magic?" I said. "Yeah," said Harper. He had been raised a werewolf like Star, so this was new to him too, despite the fey magic in his blood. "A lotus has 8 petals," said Holly. "Okay, simple." "A lingering lotus only has 7, said Holly. "Okay," I said slowly. "Have you ever seen a girl ask a flower if her lover loves her or loves her not?" asked Holly. Harper nodded. "Each petal of a lingering lotus corresponds to a question you get to ask it, only yes or no questions. The answer is always correct. If the answer is yes, the petal and thus the lotus lingers. If the answer is no, the petal you have put your finger on when inquiring will fall off and disappear," explained Holly. "I really need this flower for something extremely important, but Star is just as important. So ask away, my lord. But I hope you can find Star and I will still have a few petals for my own use," offered Holly. Harper stared at Holly. Suddenly, he grasped her face gently and kissed her softly on the lips and then on the tip of her nose and then her forehead. "Thank you, my Luna. What would I do without you?" he said. Holly beamed, but looked like she was holding herself back. There was more that bubbled under her surface. Something told me she had her own emergency going on that she wasn't willing to share. "Harper, let's think of how to ask yes or no questions carefully and phrase them so hopefully most of the answers are yes, so the petals linger. If we ask 7 questions with a negative answer in a row, that's it, right, Holly?" I asked. She nodded vigorously, looking grateful for my input. "If we can manage to ask all yes questions, the lotus will give us infinite insight," commented Azrael, who sat in the corner. He had escorted Star's dad back here with fey magic. "Okay, what to ask the flower?" said Eli, hope springing up in his eyes. "Mind link your elder brothers and get them here so we can all be ready once we locate Star to finish this," instructed Jesse. He was standing behind Jamie's chair. I sighed. "I would mind link Noah and make him tell Jonah." "We should probably wait for Noah," I said begrudgingly. "He's good at problem solving." "Ask him to say where he is, please, and Fox and I will go get him and Jonah," said Jamie. "We're a little too burnt out to divine where they are right now," said Fox apologetically. "That's okay," I said quickly. "You've been amazing, and you're not even obligated to help us. You did it anyway, and I'll always be grateful to you all," I said. Jamie smiled. "Once we have Star, I'll take everyone to the woods, and we'll go to Georgiana's haven. I'm pretty sure it's more accessible after dusk anyway, so we have until then. It's now or never. Let's do this," said Jamie. her face determined. Jessie looked at her with so much pride. Why was everyone's relationship with their Luna rock solid except mine? Oh yeah, because my Jonah and Noah were forever screwing me over and driving Star away. Why couldn't we be like the triplets? They all dumped their girlfriends in one sitting the very day Chastity turned 18. Where was our multiple birth unity? One more thing, said Azriel. If we don't locate Hannah soon, can Harper give the body back on her behalf as her twin? Asked Azriel. It's something Fox and I were mulling over, actually, said Jamie. It's a last resort, said Fox. Harper nodded. I closed my eyes, attempting to link Noah. I couldn't reach him. I just got a headache. Eli tried too. Even Jessie, Heath, and Harper tried. Something is really wrong. I couldn't mind link Star, but I thought she had been hiding on purpose. Now Noah? Said Harper. We all tried Jonah. Nothing but a migraine. Something is very, very wrong, commented Jamie, and I think I know what it is. Chapter 74. Thursday, 24th September, 2020. Star's POV. What did you just do? Yelled Brink, a hint of fear in his voice. I was panting from exerting myself. I was not even sure how I had done it. All I knew was that when I allowed my emotions to burn from within instead of suppressing them all the time, they turned into something else: energy, chaos, magic. Brink ran up the stairs to check on the lights upstairs. I knew with this inexplicable certainty that every single light in the mansion was out and that every single electrical wire was fried. I wondered if I was strong enough to bend the bars with my wolf strength. I tried to. They didn't budge. I looked around the basement. There were no keys hanging in plain sight on the wall like in movies. Angie and Brink weren't that stupid, I sighed. If Brink was able to block me psychically from reaching anyone through MindLink, even my own twin, he must be truly gifted and powerful. How could someone like that let Angie boss them around? Hadn't he been fooling around with that cheerleader from the academy? The one whose cigarette he had lit? Brink returned. He looked drained. What about that cheerleader? I asked. What? He snapped, annoyed. The cheerleader your bandmates said you were seeing at the academy? At the talent show, I reminded him. Banging, not seeing, he corrected me. Well, what about her? Angie's your mate, I said. And Jonah's yours, he countered. I flinched. He was right. I didn't have that much control over my own mates either, but I would never do something evil just to please them. Okay, but Angie didn't mind you being with that cheerleader? I asked. I wanted to keep him talking. I wanted her to mind. I did that to make her jealous, he admitted. I had basically tried something similar with Harper before I found out he was my twin. Did it work? I asked. He mumbled. Have you ever thought about rejecting Angie? I asked. Have you ever thought about rejecting Jonah? He snarled back at me. Yes, of course, I said simply. He raised his eyebrows. I tried to reject them officially when I was at the academy, and all 4 of them were present, but Noah covered my mouth. They all jumped towards me to stop me, actually, but Noah got there first, I explained. You fried the whole house, he muttered. All the rooms upstairs are dark. Harper's POV. My Holly had given me a precious gift, the lingering lotus. I could ask it yes or no questions, and the answer would always be right. Yes was signified by the petal lingering, while no was indicated by the petal falling off permanently. Too many questions with no answers would render the lotus useless. I sighed. Holly needed this for something, and she was willing to give it to me. I would need to be careful with it. No one was able to reach Noah, who was good at predicaments like this. Jonah was not reachable either. What do you think is wrong, Jamie? I asked. Jamie sighed. Someone is mentally shielding or blocking Star's whereabouts along with those of Noah and Jonah, said Jamie, her expression worried. Do any of you know a powerful psychic? She asked. I raised my eyebrows. One of my bros and fellow bandmates had claimed to be psychic once. We had honestly been so high at the time, we had just laughed it off. There was no way it was him, though, so I didn't bother to tell Jamie the story. Angie, exclaimed Eli. Zaya snorted with Alpha. No, Eli? I said. She said psychic, not toxic, I enunciated. Everyone burst into laughter. No, said Eli impatiently. Angie has to be the one responsible for Noah and Jonah being unreachable somehow. She's probably trying to vamp them. I would believe that, I agreed. You think she has something to do with Star's disappearance, too? If she did, her hours were numbered. Days were too merciful. Ask the flower. prompted Eli eagerly. Yes, agreed Zaya. Wait a moment, my lords, beseeched Holly. Perhaps a more general question such as was Star kidnapped or did she leave? Pick the one you think is more likely to render a yes so you can ask more questions, suggested Holly. I raised my eyebrows at her. Was she playing me? One moment she was a little helpless kitten, and suddenly she seemed to be a lioness in wait, quiet, capable, but biding her time. Perhaps she thought the damsel act would endear me to her faster. I had to admit I liked being clearly in charge when it came to the two of us. I was an alpha. I couldn't help it. I would rather be played by mate than miss out on her completely, as foolish as that might be. I didn't believe for 1 second that Star ran away, so to preserve the petals I asked, was Star kidnapped? While holding one of the iridescent petals, the petal gleamed and its surface seemed to ripple like moonlight streaming on a lake. The petal hummed like a musical note. It was a beautiful sound. It remained in place. It lingered. Someone had Star. She loves us, said Eli breathlessly, looking massively relieved but strained. I didn't ask it that. I couldn't stop myself from trolling the quads. Eli frowned at me, meaning she didn't leave willingly and she didn't turn down my offer to run way together, explained Eli. What? I snarled. My lord, let us focus on the flower a moment if it pleases you, said Holly. She was right. I pulled her closer to me, eliciting a blush. Do I know the person who has kidnapped Star? I asked the flower. Good, your highness, commented Holly. The petal gleamed but did not fall. I knew the name of the person responsible already. I just had to figure out who it was specifically, but it wasn't a stranger. Angie? Barked Eli. You think everything is Angie's fault all the time, pointed out Zaya. Because it always is, grumbled Eli. I think her to be a suspect too, I admitted, but she's not capable of the psychic blocking. The group nodded. It's someone you know, Harper, you and the quads, said Jessie. Name every single person you know to be psychic or magical, whether you think them innocent or not, instructed Jessie. I shrugged. I only know one such person, and he's my best bro and bandmate, so no go, I said. I don't care, said Jessie bluntly. I had heard he was a cool guy but a no-nonsense alpha. Now is not the time to think well of your friends. It's the time to cast aspersions until proven otherwise. Name him or her. Star's POV. How come you have this psychic power? I asked, truly curious. Brink shrugged. How long have you had it? I asked. Since birth, I guess. I've only been able to actively use it since I came of age, he said. I nodded. What's your problem? He asked with a sigh. What do you mean? I asked. Why are you being nice to me? He asked, irritated. I ignored the question. I was focusing on Brink, trying to look inside his head like opening a book, but 1,000 times more complex. Is it hard to keep a hold on me psychically? I asked. There's more people I have to keep a hold on, he said, shrugging. The quads? I asked. Harper? Just you, Noah, and Jonah mainly, he muttered. And anyone try out to reach you. Why don't you just use your power on Angie so she'll stop wanting to be Luna? I asked. I don't want to take away her dream of becoming Luna. I don't want to make her love me. I want her to really want to be with me, said Brink sadly. It must be awful to have Angie wanting with someone else so badly, I sympathized. Brink sighed. He grumbled something unintelligible to himself. All I was getting from Brink was frustration. Lots and lots frustration. Brink, do you and Angie know that I couldn't marry the quads even if I wanted to? I asked. Brink raised his eyebrows. He looked at me doubtfully. Why not? He asked dryly. Because there's a curse on the family, I said. Brink snorted with laughter. A curse, he repeated, snickering. I looked at him blankly. The quads are descended from a long line of alphas. One of their ancestors was an alpha by the name of Oleander. He was the younger brother of Alpha Alto, the reigning alpha. Alpha Alto was fated to Mother Georgiana, a witch. His brother Oleander hated the idea of his brother marrying a witch, so he tried to poison her at their wedding feast, but Alto drank from the cup instead and succumbed to the poison, I narrated. Brink was just staring at me. Georgiana was heartbroken and wanted revenge, so she cursed Oleander and his lineage so that they would never experience what he had taken from her, true love, I explained. Brink looked intrigued. So any girl who marries a direct descendant of Oleander dies, I lied. Oleander stiffened. Even if he didn't believe me, he would be worried for Angie. He wouldn't know the curse only applied to the true Lunas of the Alphas, but Brink didn't know that, and neither did Angie. Neither knew about the curse until now. "The Quad's mother is alive," snapped Brink. "She's not married to their dad, Alpha Quaid," I stated, hoping this was common knowledge in the pack. "Oh yeah, they're not married, not officially," he mumbled. "And the Quad's paternal grandmother died shortly after her giving birth to Alpha Quaid," I added. Brink was considering my words. Chet and Jillian's car accident, Toby's near-death experience, the deaths Mr. Damocles and the vice principal at the academy, all victims of the curse, I explained. Brink looked worried. "That's why Jillian and Chet aren't even healing as they should be. They're wolves. Don't you find it strange?" I asked, my voice becoming a bit shrill. Brink narrowed his eyes at me. "Angie said they weren't healing." "Yeah," muttered Brink. "When does she plan to marry Jonah?" I asked. "Right now," mumbled Brink. "What?" I yelped. Brink stared at me. "Jonah agreed to this," I said, trying not to cry. "Not really," mumbled Brink. "Then how is this gonna work?" I asked. "Simple. I'm gonna make Jonah see a get-well-soon card for Chet and Jillian instead of what he's really signing, which is the marriage certificate. Angie planned it all thinking Jonah would flake out on her and go back to you," said Brink somewhat gloatingly. My heart was racing. "Same thing with Noah. He'll see a get-well-soon card and be signing as witness without even knowing it. One of Angie's friends will be their other witness," said Brink with a shrug. "That's horrendous. That'll be annulled easily," I growled. "It won't," said Brink smugly. "Why not?" I demanded. "Because if Jonah tries to have it annulled, we'll send him a lock of your hair or one of your fingers or something to change his mind," said Brink with a small smile. My mouth was agape. Was Brink secretly as sick as Angie? No wonder they were fated. "How could you agree to something like this, Brink?" I asked softly. "Just don't misbehave and you won't get hurt," he said harshly. "Unless Jonah does something and then I will get hurt," I yelled hysterically. "One of my fingers?" "And what? You expect Jonah to never come into the basement?" I asked incredulously. "Where do you think you are?" asked Brink, looking at me strangely. "The basement of the plastic house?" I said. Brink snorted with laughter. "Are you sure about that?" he asked. No, of course I wasn't sure. "You can't keep this up forever, and the Quads and Harper will do away with you both eventually if they find out. If you intend to send bits and pieces of me, you'll be declaring your guilt," I reasoned. Brink growled at me, annoyed with me questioning their sick plan. "And what about the curse?" I asked. "Why should I believe you?" roared Brink, getting annoyed. "Why else would Jonah stay with Angie? She's not his mate, and he has nothing to gain from her in rank. She is his decoy to protect me." I shrieked so loudly the room shook, almost like I was using alpha voice, but that wasn't possible, was it? Brink was taken aback. "Jonah wouldn't do such a thing," said Brink, keeping his voice calm, but his eyes were black with rage. "Harper would say the same about you," I said snidely, turning away from him. Brink looked worried now. "So what? Jonah plans to use Angie as a sacrifice to some witch?" asked Brink. "As bait," I said, "to throw her off of me and make her look elsewhere." Brink snarled. "Well, you and Jonah are pretty even, I would say. You're using me," I pointed out. I wondered if I was swaying him or if I should be saving my breath. "You have no proof," said Brink, rolling his eyes. "I did, actually. I had my phone. It was useful, after all. I picked it up and went through my message history." "You yourself replied to messages about the curse, Brink," I said, showing him the phone. "You pretended to be me and replied to Zaya and Eli." Brink took a deep breath. "Yes, Zaya and Eli and even Harper seem to think there's some curse, but there's no mention of Angie," said Brink. "So what do you think Jonah's motivation for proposing to Angie is?" I asked incredulously. "He has his mate right here. He's hurting his younger brothers. What would be the point?" I asked desperately. Brink's breathing was shaky. He seemed a little panicked. "I don't believe you," he said, his voice strained. "I don't. You're a liar. You just want to stop the plan from working," he said, sounding as though he was trying to convince himself. "Mind link Jonah and ask him then," I insisted. "Ask him point blank." Brink was seething. "You think you're so clever, don't you?" he hissed. "As if I would remove the block to mind link him, giving you time to contact him as well." I didn't respond at first. He had seen right through me. Harper's POV. "His name is Brink," I admitted, feeling uncomfortable, like I was betraying my best friend needlessly. But he's a fellow bandmate. He's chill. He likes Star a lot. Back when we were D. I stopped myself immediately, remembering my Holly was right here. I had been about to say back when Star and I were dating. Brink had approved, but that was gross to admit now. Star and I had not known we were twins yet. Please, I know it's Angie, whined Eli. I wouldn't put it past this Brink person, said Jessie. Trust me, when a girl is missing, it's usually people she already knows well behind it. It's rarely a total stranger. Do Angie and Brink have any connection to each other, perhaps? I really didn't want to get a no answer. My Holly very graciously handed over the flower to us. Is Angie involved in Star's kidnapping? I asked the lingering Lotus. The petal gleamed and remained intact. Yes, a snarl ripped through me. Let's go to Angie's house, growled Eli, jumping up. Ask about the psychic, insisted Jessie. Let's know who we're dealing with and what we're walking into. We don't want to be blindsided. I sighed deeply. I shut my eyes. I felt a little nauseated. I felt traitorous just for considering asking the Lotus this. I hoped Brink would forgive me. Then again, he would never hear of the fact that he was a suspect. Is Brink involved with Star's kidnapping? I asked reluctantly with a heavy heart. The petal gleamed. It was going to fall off. Shh. I should have phrased that in the negative. The gleaming petal remained intact, but my heart seared as if it had been split in two. My best friend had something to do with my twins' disappearance. Star's POV. I knew Brink couldn't actually read my thoughts, but he could block me from connecting with others telepathically. I had hoped he removed the block while mind-linking so I could call for help. No such luck. He wasn't falling for it. I sighed. Another idea struck me. I hoped that Brink had the keys on his person so this wouldn't be in vain. Jonah knows exactly where I am, I snarled. He's on his way and he's going to kill your precious Angie first, and then you. Of course I was bluffing, but it did the trick. Brink snarled, a clear warning. I came close to the bars, gripping them. You'll have to watch her die, knowing that she'd rather risk death as someone's second than live as your first, I snarled back. Brink roared, his canine's beard. You're pathetic. I'm not afraid of you, I yelled. Brink stomped over to me and grasped a fistful of my dress's fabric, yanking me towards him so that I slammed forwards into the bar. I grabbed his arm immediately and unleashed the rage burning inside of me. I didn't know how to aim or what I was doing, but I knew my emotions seemed to be the key. Electricity shot out of me like a streak of lightning hitting Brink square in the chest. He convulsed as the electricity coursed through him. I kept a hold of his arm, pulling him towards the bars as close to me as I could. It was all over in a few seconds. He was out cold. I could still hear his heartbeat as he slid down the bars and slumped over with me, still reaching forwards, gripping his hand. He was pressed against the bars. I reached into the jeans pocket closest to me and searched for the keys. Nothing. I hoped all this bickering had not been in vain. I was trembling from the exertion. I wasn't used to harnessing any of my powers. I managed to just extend my fingertips into the jeans pocket on the other side and pull on it so that I could glance in. No keys. I began to panic, but then I saw it, a string of twine peeking out of his collar. There was something around his neck. I pulled on the twine and heard a jingle. The keys! I gave a small shriek of surprise, but quickly quieted myself in case Angie came back. I snapped it off of him and looked at the lock and the ring of keys on the twine string. I tried the one that looked like it would fit. Wrong. There were 7 keys on the ring. Literally, the last one I tried fit, and the lock clicked open as I turned it. I opened the cell. I grabbed an unconscious Brink by his underarms and tugged on him as hard as I could, dragging him into the cell. I locked him in there instead and walked slowly up the stairs. I had to be extremely cautious. I had no idea where I actually was. I was almost giddy with relief when I stepped into the sunlit room of the ground floor and recognized the decor. Brink had been bluffing too. I was in the plastique house. I needed to get to Jonah and Noah before it was too late. Was it already too late? When I asked when Angie planned on marrying Jonah, Brink had said right now. If he was exaggerating, we were in the clear, as he was in no shape to make the illusion, disguising the marriage certificate as a get-well-soon card. I walked down a familiar hallway. The parlor we had talked to my aunt in a few days ago was at the end of this hallway. I peeked in. It was empty. I scurried in the other direction, trying to remember the way out the front door. I walked into a huge, lavish kitchen. There was no one in sight so far. I heard the swipe of metal flying through the air. I spoke too soon. "What are you doing?" shrieked a familiar voice. "How did you get out of the basement?" I spun around just in time to dodge my Mrs. Plastique's attack as she brandished a knife. This had been what had made that metallic noise. She plunged it towards me again. She narrowly missed my arm. "What are you doing?" I screamed. "Stopping you from ruining things for my daughter?" screeched my adopted aunt. "You're both insane," I yelled. She gripped me by my hair. There was a searing pain in my scalp. I struggled against her hold. "Get off of me!" I felt a white-hot pain as the silver knife pierced my shoulder, missing my chest. She had actually stabbed me. The crazy I screamed, and she was blasted backwards by an unseen force. She slammed into the far wall and slid down it, crumpling on the floor like a rag doll. I was panting. It dawned on me that I had done that. I looked at my bleeding shoulder. It would take a while to heal from a stab with silver. I decided to mind-link someone for help before anyone else tried to stab me. "Jonah, I'm at the Plastique house. Angie and Brink kidnapped me. Don't sign anything Angie gives you. Brink has psychic powers. I know it's crazy, but it's true. Angie and Brink plan to use the illusion of a get-well-soon card for Chet and Jillian to trick you into signing a marriage certificate and Noah into signing as witness," I explained in one long breath across MindLink. "Star? Star. We were all so worried about you. Angie is here with me. What do you mean she kidnapped you? Are you okay? Is Brink with you? Where are you in the house exactly?" exclaimed Jonah, his thoughts all jumbled. "In the kitchen. Mrs. Plastique just tried to stab me," I explained. Jonah was there in a flash. I was so relieved I felt faint, or perhaps that was from the blood loss. I threw myself at him. I was still so angry with him, but I needed his comfort right now. He held me tightly, and then at arms, looking me over. "Mrs. Plastique stabbed you," he said incredulously. "Yes," I responded breathlessly. He looked at my shoulder. He pulled me closer, holding me gently against his side, supporting me. "Angie kidnapped you?" snarled Jonah, his eyes widening in shock. I nodded vigorously. "And don't sign anything she gives you," I parroted. "Noah, too." Noah and I, we already signed a get-well-soon card for Chet and Jillian," said Jonah, his tone anxious. My heart plummeted. Chapter 75, Thursday, 24th September, 2020. Star's POV. My already broken heart shattered. Jonah and Noah must have signed the marriage certificate while Brink was still creating the illusion to make it look like a get-well-soon card. I held back my tears. I had to be strong. I needed to find the other 3 quads and Jesse and Jamie so that we could finish this seemingly never-ending nightmare. "We need to get out of here, pronto!" I exclaimed as I stumbled towards the door. I was exhausted from using my Fey powers, and I was losing blood from the stab wound to my shoulder inflicted by a silver knife. Jonah scooped me up, carrying me out, bridal style. He glanced back at the floor a few yards away where Mrs. Plastique lay slumped against the wall. "Where's Noah?" I asked. "He left to meet Jamie and Jesse, to do the ritual and give Alto's body back to Georgiana," explained Jonah, his voice strained. "We didn't know where you were, and we were scared the curse might get to you while you were out somewhere on your own." "But what if it's not enough to appease Georgiana?" I asked. "Shouldn't you and I be present at the ritual?" I asked anxiously. "Ideally, yes. But Jamie's amazing. She can pull it off, I'm sure. She's using 2 wax dolls to represent you and me, infused with DNA from Harper, as he's your twin, and my brothers as we're quadruplets." I thought about that. I wasn't sure if that would be enough, but Jamie was the expert. We had reached the huge front lawn of the Plastique house. "Let's get there as fast as possible, just in case. I have a bad feeling about Jamie's plan." I also knew the backup plan might involve Noah sacrificing himself. "What was wrong with the card?" asked Jonah anxiously. "Why does it matter that I signed it?" "Because it was our marriage certificate," said a shrill voice. I jumped, startled. I looked over Jonah's shoulder to find none other than Angie herself strutting out of the house in yet another pair of high heels and a different dress. She had changed her entire outfit. She was wearing a figure-hugging mini lace white dress with a deep plunging neckline that went almost to her navel. Her shoes were a sparkly blue so pale they looked almost white. I assumed this was meant to be her wedding attire, whether her groom was aware of that or not. Like my bridal look, sneered Angie. Harper's POV. I was crushed. Brink had helped with the kidnapping of Star, but he was one of my best friends and fellow bandmates. How could he do something like this? My lord, said Holly, wrapping her arms around my waist to comfort me. I'm okay, I lied. What do we do now? Asked Holly. Shall we go to Angie's house? I nodded gravely. I hoped Star was okay. If Brink had done something to her, Pariah would be down a member permanently. That was unforgivable. Why would Brink do this? I wondered aloud. Perhaps he did it to placate Lady Angelique, said Holly. Jamie and Fox used their magic to teleport all of us to the Plastique residence, right into the very parlor we had found ourselves in the last time. Star! I yelled at the top of my lungs. I heard someone groan like he or she was in pain. Star? I ran towards the noise and found Mrs. Plastique on the floor in the hallway. What happened? I demanded. She probably had something to do with Star being missing. Where's Star? I asked. She just groaned. Where's Angie? I asked. And Brink? I snarled. Basement, she mumbled. Jamie tied her up magically so she could not escape. We headed to the basement of the Plastique house. Holly gasped. I looked in the direction Holly was pointing as we ran down the basement stairs. Brink! He was lying on the floor locked inside of a cell. Brink! Brink! I called. Nothing. He did not stir. I could hear his heartbeat, slow but unmistakably present. Jamie kneeled in front of the cell, peering in at Brink. She blew a shimmery powder in his face that made him scrunch up his nose. He was waking up. He groaned and sat up slowly. He opened his eyes. He seemed horrified to see me. I wasn't thrilled either. Where's Star? I demanded. I don't know. She's the one who knocked me out and put me in here, he said. And let me guess, you were just minding your own business and Star came out of nowhere and did that, or you had her in the cell first, and she had to lock you in to get away, I snarled. Brink gulped. Brinkwell, yeah, but listen, Angie made me do it, began Brink. No one can make you kidnap someone, I scoffed. She's my mate, and all she cares about is being Luna and getting Star out of the way. What else could I do? Cried Brink. You could have taken her to therapy instead of taking her seriously. You let Angie call the shots? She's clearly unhinged, and you're no better, listening to her, I growled. Where's Star? I demanded again. How should I know? He yelled. Don't play games with me, I bellowed in my alpha voice, making the building shake. Find her with your powers. Brink sighed. He closed his eyes. He opened them after a few moments. She's here on the estate still, said Brink. Where? I snarled impatiently. Out front with Angie and Jonah, he added. Where's Noah? The other two quads and I asked in unison. He left to go looking for Star, said Brink. And you let him, knowing full well she was a prisoner here? I asked incredulously. Well, she escaped, said Brink pointedly. Can you open the gate, bro? Asked Brink, adding the bro as an afterthought. I snorted with humorless alpha. I smashed the part with the lock on the gate, bending it, making it faulty. Thanks, bro, said Brink brightly. I glared at him. Bro, I'm sorry, he mumbled, shrugging. No, I'm sorry, I said as he exited the cell. In one swift move, I snapped his neck. At least it was merciful. I could have let him suffer for what he did to my twin sister. He fell down dead. I stepped over him. A blatant enemy was better than a fake friend. At least you would know what to expect already and could not be blindsided. Star's POV. My lip trembled. What are you talking about? Snarled Jonah. Harper's friend Brink is a powerful psychic. He made an illusion where you would see a get-well-soon card in place of the real document, the marriage certificate, I explained. You signed as the groom, and Noah signed as our dear witness. Cooed Angie. How is that even legal? Don't you need an efficient present? I growled. Angie laughed humorlessly. An alpha can act as an efficient once the bride and groom are members of his pack, said Angie snidely, a smug expression on her face. So essentially Noah did the honors. Jonah looked stunned. And why did you kidnap Star? He demanded. Angie snorted with laughter. I couldn't have her around distracting you, now could I? Said Angie. Jonah growled. What's your problem? You proposed to me, said Angie pointedly. You tricked me into signing marriage papers and kidnapped my mate, yelled Jonah in his alpha voice, making the whole mansion shake in its grounds. You're despicable, snapped Jonah. He was seething. His eyes were black. He held me close to his side. Angie laughed coldly. "Feel free to keep Star as your mistress," said Angie with a wicked smile. "I don't mind. All you care about is being Luna," snarled Jonah. "Which you will never be," he hissed. Angie laughed loudly. Was she literally insane? "I already am," she pointed out. "No," said Jonah, his alpha voice reverberating off the walls of the plastic residence. "You won't be Luna until the coronation ceremony, which we won't be holding," he said through gritted teeth. "What about Brink?" I yelled. "Don't you want to be with your mate?" Angie laughed raucously. "You knew who your mate was this whole time?" asked Jonah incredulously. "Why didn't you tell me?" he snarled. "Because it's none of your concern," hissed Angie. Angie's mouth twitched. She was trembling slightly, though not from fear, from rage. "If you won't make me your Luna, I'll make sure you don't have one," she snarled viciously. Without warning, Angie brandished a silver knife at lightning speed. She plunged it in my direction, but Jonah put his arm in front of me, causing the knife to pierce the flesh of his forearm. Blood soaked into the sleeve of his shirt. He placed me on my feet. "What the f***? Angie, you crazy p***, bellowed Jonah. She dove at me, but Jonah held her back. He shoved her and picked me up, running towards his parked car. He put me in the passenger seat and got into the driver's seat, locking all the doors just as Angie reached the car and slammed her palm against the window on my side. I was hyperventilating. This was all too much. "Don't worry. This car is an armored vehicle. She won't be able to get in," he assured me. "Star, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," he kept saying, over and over like a mantra. I didn't know what to say. I had been stunned into silence. Jonah started the car and drove at full speed towards the gates, which were a little more than a mile from the house. He grumbled, realizing Angie had closed them, effectively locking us in. He stopped the car. "Should we shift and run to Jamie and Jesse instead?" he asked breathlessly. His question snapped me out of my stupor. "We've both been stabbed with silver. Your arm and my shoulder. It'll be more of a hindrance if we're on all fours," I pointed out. He nodded. He reversed the car and drove full speed ahead, intending to ram into the gates to open them. There was a padlocked chain uniting the two gates. Angie appeared suddenly in front of the car. I screamed. She looked deranged. She jumped onto the car's hood while it was still heading towards the gate. He drove straight into the gate with Angie clinging to the hood. "Angie, let go!" bellowed Jonah frustratedly. "Never!" she shrieked. "I'm Luna." Angie had gone off the deep end. She was clinging to the hood of the car. Jonah swerved, spinning the car round and round, but Angie didn't fall off. Jonah drove into the gate, and the padlocked chain broke, allowing us through. Angie climbed onto the roof of the car. I glanced back nervously. She was on the back of the car. Everything happened so quickly I could scarcely make sense of it all. Jonah pressed the button that opens the trunk to try to throw her off, but quite the contrary occurred. She managed to climb into the open trunk and kick the back seat in, letting herself through. She pounced on me, grabbing my neck from behind. I felt the burn of the silver blade as it touched my throat. She was going to slit my throat. Before I could grab her hands or defend myself, I heard a sickening snap, and then the clatter of the knife as it fell to the floor. Jonah stepped on the brakes, screeching to a halt, causing us both to jerk forwards, straining against the seatbelts. I glanced around. When she had put the silver knife to my throat to try to kill me, Jonah had snapped her neck. I was shocked. She lay motionless, slumped against the car door. If I didn't know any better, I would say she was sleeping. I was so shocked by this turn of events, all I could do was stare at her lifeless body. I looked at Jonah. He was staring at Angie in the back seat. He looked at me. His face was pale and strained. "I had to," he murmured. "She was out of control," he whispered, his eyes pleading. I nodded slowly, still panting from the effort of everything we had been through. "Are you okay?" Jonah whispered. "Was I okay?" No, I was not. "I'm okay," I lied. Chapter 76. Thursday, 24th September, 2020. Jonah's point of view. I was still in shock. Angie had descended into madness so quickly. Had she always been that deranged? Making her mate Brink a part of her scheme to marry me? Kidnapping Star? Trying to kill Star? Her mother had been in on it. Her mother had also stolen Star's inheritance. I would leave my father to deal with Mrs. Plastique as he saw fit. A part of me felt guilty for killing Angie, but she had been out of control. It was her or Star. Star had always doubted my love for her. I hoped she understood now. There was nothing I wouldn't do for her to protect her. We got out of the car where Angie's lifeless body lay in the back seat. I didn't want to stay there. We were both bleeding from the altercation with Angie and her mother. We had both been stabbed. Angie had stabbed me when trying to stab Star, and Mrs. Plastique had actually stabbed Star prior to that. Perhaps I should deal with Mrs. Plastique right now. I felt ashamed. I had let things get out of hand. I had been daft and reckless with Star's safety in more ways than one. "Jonah? Are you at the Plastique house? Are you with Star?" said Harper in my mind. "Yes, we're out front," I responded over MindLink. "Do you think my aunt might have woken up by now?" asked Star, looking at the mansion warily. Harper, Zaya, Ely, Holly, Jamie, Jesse, and Fox came hurtling out of the mansion. "Harper!" exclaimed Star. He grinned at her in relief and ran to her, scooping her up in a hug, lifting her off her feet. "You're bleeding," he said. "Who did this?" he snarled. "Mrs. Plastique," said Star. Harper growled, turning to go back into the house. Holly and Star held his arms. "No, please. The curse," said Star. "Please listen to Her Highness, my lord. Enough bloodshed for one day," said Holly. "No one's blood was actually shed except Star," snapped Harper. Holly winced at his harsh tone. His expression softened. He pulled her to him. "That's not directed at you, baby," he said softly. "You've been wonderful." He kissed her gently and they wrapped their arms around each other. Zaya and Eli were holding a shaken Star. "Where's Angie?" asked Zaya, narrowing his eyes at me. "Isn't she the one responsible for this whole vendetta?" "I killed her," I whispered. It felt strange to say. I wasn't accustomed to killing like other alphas. Those triplets we had met, for example, killed enemies at the drop of a hat, at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was amazing how they were all scared to displease their tiny Luna. She had no kills under her belt as far as I knew. I had known Angie a while. She had never been a good person, to be honest, and I knew that, but I never thought her capable of something like this. I felt like an "And Brink is dead too," said Harper. "I took care of him." "Wow, Harper killed his best friend. Well, his ex-best friend." "I knew you didn't write those texts," murmured Eli, nuzzling Star. "I knew it, Princess." "Baby, I'm so sorry we let you out of our sight even for a second," said Zaya, smoothing Star's tousled hair. "Dad!" exclaimed Harper. I looked around to see Heath, Star's dad, and Azriel coming towards us. I looked at Zaya quizzically. Harper called their dad and Azriel brought him here when she went missing. We split up, though, when we were searching the house. Heath broke into a run and grabbed his daughter and his son when he reached them. "Dad?" said Star, her voice muffled as her face was against his chest. "You're hurt," said her dad, looking at her bleeding shoulder. "Who did this?" he growled. "Mrs. Plastique," said Harper promptly. Heath snarled. That whole family belongs 6 feet under," said Heath. "Where is she?" asked Heath. "Mrs. Plastique. She's knocked out inside. I kinda threw her off of me," said Star. "Okay, I know this has been an emotional and even traumatic day," announced Jesse. "But we should reunite the bodies now before anything else goes wrong," he implored us. He was right. "I'll ask Dad to get Mrs. Plastique into custody," I assured everyone. "No," growled Zaya. "And then she'll escape, and it'll be Angie Part 2. She'll be after us to avenge her daughter and her daughter's mate. I don't need a vengeful mom after me and my mate. Let's tie her up and bring her with us until Dad's pack warriors can come arrest her." I sighed. I was tired arguing with my younger brothers. "Fine," I said. We walked back into the Plastique mansion, which now had a disturbing air to it. What other horrible things had the Plastique family done that we didn't even know about? Star was a bit jumpy, but Eli and Zaya held her. She walked between them, leading us to the hallway where she had fought Mrs. Plastique. There was blood on the floor. "This is my blood from when she stabbed my shoulder, and then I used my powers. My Fae powers, I think, Dad," said Star, looking up at her dad. He smiled. Harper grinned at her. "And then," began Star. She paused, her smile slipping off of her face. She frowned. "Where?" "She was right there," exclaimed Star. "The hallway was empty. I sent her flying across the hallway," said Star. Star ran across the hallway. "She hit the wall," said Star. Star slapped her palm against the wall. She slid down and slumped over, unconscious, right here, said Star, stooping down where Mrs. Plastique should have been. Alpha Jessie sighed. And then she regained consciousness when you were outside and walked away, he said, his tone apologetic. Don't worry too much yet. At least we know now that we should be on high alert where she's concerned, said Jamie reassuringly. No more detours, okay? Star nodded fervently. It's my fault she ran from the ICU. She found out I had proposed to Angie, I said. Zaya and Eli glared at me, still angry about that. What? Said Heath. No one told me that, he roared, looking at Harper. Sorry, Dad, it slipped my mind. I was so focused on finding Star. I didn't really care if he actually married Angie. I just wanted to find Star safe and sound, said Harper. I only did it to protect Star from the curse, I said, pleading with Heath, hoping he would believe me. Heath sighed. He and Asriel and Harper had all finally been brought up to speed about the curse. Star had told her twin before she left, and Harper had been forced to tell their dad when she went missing, although he had promised Star he wouldn't. I was relieved in a way, honestly. No more secrets. It doesn't matter now. I killed Angie for trying to kill Star, I said. Heath took a deep breath. He was still pissed, but he wasn't unreasonable. He couldn't accuse me of wanting to have my cake and eat it too if I had literally gotten rid of the other person involved. I wanted it all over with. Before Angie died, she tricked me and Noah into signing marriage papers by having Brink block us mentally. We thought we were signing a get-well-soon card for Chet, I confessed. So you and Noah were married to Angie? Asked Eli. No, just me, I said. Noah signed as a witness according to what Angie revealed to us. So where is Noah? Asked Zaya. I sighed. Noah had gone to look for Star, but he was taking so long to get in contact with any of us again. Star had been found. He had gone off to look for Star. I was having trouble mind-linking him right after he left. That was probably because of Brink? I asked. Harper nodded gravely. Noah! I called loudly over MindLink, projecting my call as far and wide as I could. I was worried about Noah now. Jonah? Came Noah's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. Noah, where are you? I asked. I thought Georgiana might have taken Star because we took so long to give her Alto, so I went to her old coven house to look there, he explained. I was shocked. Why didn't you tell us that? We would have gone with you, I said, annoyed. I knew you'd try to stop me from appeasing Georgiana. Georgiana said she did take Star. She admitted to it, said Noah. I was looking right at Star. This was definitely the real Star. No, Noah, listen! She's lying! Star is here! She's with me. She's fine now, I said sternly, practically yelling over MindLink. You're lying to get me to change my mind. Georgiana says she will exchange me for Star. You, Zaya, and Eli need to come here to be ready to take Star home. Okay, after the exchange. I know you won't agree, but it's not fair for Jessie to be the one, and I can't let her have Star. It's the only way. I have to do this for Star. I met her first, and I mishandled everything. I love her so much, I want her to have a good life, Noah said. My body froze over with cold dread. Noah, Georgiana is lying. Don't go with her. Star is here, and we're coming right now to exchange Alto's body for the curse being broken as discussed. I bellowed over MindLink. Had everyone gone insane today? We have to go now, I announced to everyone. Noah is trying to give himself to Georgiana, thinking she has Star. She's here, said Noah, and then the MindLink became fuzzy. Tell him I'm right here, cried Star. I can't seem to reach him. She sobbed. I did, I said. He's just confused. He thinks I'm lying, but Georgiana is deceiving him. We have to go now. Jamie, I said. Fox and I will teleport you straight there, said Jamie. I nodded eagerly. Noah, please be okay, I thought to myself, trying and failing to reach him over MindLink still, while Fox held my hand in Star's, ready to teleport with us. I closed my eyes as I felt the familiar lurch of my stomach. Chapter 77. Thursday, 24th September 2020. Star's point of view. Fox teleported Jonah and me to Georgiana's old coven house. We appeared in a large, dusty, cobwebbed room with a grand staircase before us. Noah, I screamed as soon as I arrived. Zaya and Eli appeared with Jamie. Jamie and Fox disappeared and brought back Harper and Holly and my dad and Jessie. Asriel appeared of his own volition with his fey magic. Where's Alto's body? I asked Jamie, grabbing her by the shoulders. I was frantic. Noah was about to make a huge mistake if he hadn't made it already. Noah, I screamed again. It's right here, said Jamie, pointing to the middle of the room. There was a fine casket there, still gleaming though it was ancient. It was engraved with symbols related to our pack. It reminded me so much of the Pharaoh's sarcophagus. Okay, so Alto is here. He's here in Georgiana's coven house. We did it, didn't we? I asked desperately, what more did Georgiana want? Georgiana, I called. She wants him to be taken to their old haven in the woods, explained Jessie. We knew it would be best for you to hand him over to her. I will levitate the body, said Jamie. Their old haven is in a cottage in the woods. There's a floor-length mirror in an upstairs bedroom. The mirror is a portal to their real haven. Idyllic land of Georgiana's making for just the two of them. That did sound wonderful. They would have been better off there permanently, keeping away from Alto's awful brother, Oleander. Why didn't we teleport straight there? I asked. We were wasting time. For some reason, you can't teleport in and out of that woods. You have to use more powerful magic to leave the woods like a summoning, so Fox will stay here as a safety net to summon us back if anything goes wrong, said Jamie. Fox nodded. Someone needs to stay here to protect Fox if need be, said Jessie. No, I'll be fine, insisted Fox. No one should be alone in this house and the woods behind it, said Jamie sternly. Noah had come here alone. This is all my fault, I cried. I shouldn't have left the ICU in a hurry like that. Then Angie wouldn't have gotten the chance to kidnap me. You did it because of me. I pushed you too far, and I let down my younger brothers. It's my fault, Star, said Jonah. If Georgiana demands another sacrifice even after we return Alto's body, I will go? Not Noah and not Jessie. No one's going anywhere, snapped Jamie. It doesn't matter whose fault it is, she said, getting impatient with all of us. I had never seen Jamie lose her cool even a little before. We need to decide who is staying with the summoning party and who is going into the woods with the curse-breaking party, said Jamie, making everyone focus on the task at hand and forget about assigning blame. She was right. Well, I definitely have to go into the woods along with all the quads. I'm assuming Noah is already in the woods somewhere and hopefully he's okay, I said, feeling out of breath. I was so worried about him. I pictured that day when he helped me with my bag on the first day of school. He had seemed so sweet and I had liked him instantly even before I knew we were mates. I wanted to be with my mates, all 4 of them. I'm not letting Jamie go into the woods without me, said Jessie. Dad, Harper, Holly, Asriel, are you 4 willing to stay here to help call us back if necessary? I asked. You shouldn't go in there without a family member with you, said Harper, still not that willing to trust the quads. He and Dad only liked Eli. Asriel nodded, silently agreeing with Harper. Even his earrings were quiet during a time like this. What if Heath comes while Harper and Holly will want to stay together so they can stay here with Fox? I doubt Harper would want Holly in harm's way, and she's the only Luna here who doesn't have to go into the woods. We need Jamie's magic and Star needs to help break the curse, said Eli, trying to find some middle ground. Asriel can also stay with Fox for extra magic to do the summoning. We have to make sure we can be brought back here properly. Asriel nodded. His earrings wiggled, both agreeing, a rarity among them. They usually fought. Holly blushed at being called a Luna. Harper sighed, but he nodded. He hugged me tightly. In and out and straight back to me. No reckless behavior, he commanded. Even though he spoke softly, he used his alpha voice as an extra deterrent against any unsafe behavior from me. I was to be a Luna in my own right, so I could not be commanded totally, but as the elder twin in an alpha lineage, his commands could influence me, just not permanently. We pulled apart and I nodded. I gave Holly a hug. She seemed shocked. Take care of my big brother. That's an order, I said, sniffling a little. I was scared, but so ready for this to be over. Holly nodded fervently. I hugged Asriel. He rubbed my back gently. Fox will be back soon, I said. The wizard smiled and nodded. Dad hugged Harper and ruffled Holly's hair. He nodded at Harper. Dad, Jamie, Jessie, and the 3 remaining quads walked outside. I followed them. We walked around the house, with Alto's casket levitating behind us. The Coven house was huge, but we were swift. At the edge of the woods, Jamie insisted we shift so we would be faster. She healed my stab wound as well as Jonah's with some witchy herb salve that tingled and glowed while it shrunk our wounds until they were gone. We need to some Georgiana like we did last time? said the witch Luna to her alpha, Jessie. Once summoned, she'll lead us to the haven, but she moves extremely quickly, gliding through the woods. Her feet don't even touch the floor, said Jamie. We all shifted except Jamie, the only non-werewolf present. She climbed onto Jessie's back and began to chant with her eyes close. We all closed our eyes too, waiting anxiously. My heart was racing. "Georgiana, can you hear us?" said Jamie in a stage whisper. "Are you here? Will you come to us?" she asked. A tense, eerie silence fell over the woods. The wind whipped my fur back. It was near to dusk. The last few rays of sunlight were fading. The woods seemed to call to us. I opened my eyes slowly. Had I been in my human form, I would have screamed. Georgiana was crouching near the edge of the woods, her hair dark and wild, her gown lily-white but ragged. She straightened and turned away from us. She seemed to float away. She did not take steps. She barely moved her feet at all. She glided away from us, moving faster and faster. We took off running through the woods, following the ancient witch. She sped up almost as if she was trying to shake us off. We sped up too. I glanced backwards and was impressed to see that Jamie could levitate the coffin all the way, though we were moving so fast. I was practically breathless by the time she seemed to stop somewhere, and then she disappeared as quickly as she had appeared. We found ourselves in front of a cottage in the middle of the woods. Jamie seemed to know the way. She sent the levitating coffin ahead of us. She led us through a back door into a room even dustier than the Coven house. She went up the stairs. Jessie's alpha wolf remained close beside her protectively, sometimes walking slightly ahead of her. We went down a hallway to a bedroom. There was the floor-length mirror. Jamie closed her eyes. The mirror's glass sublimed into a mist. Jamie sent the coffin through the mirror. All the alpha wolves had to shift back to fit into the frame of the mirror. Only my she-wolf was small enough to fit, but I shifted too. Jamie quickly conjured clothes to preserve all of our modesty. She and Jessie stepped hand in hand through the mirror. Jonah went next. Eli and Zaya held my hands and Dad walked in front on me. We entered the mirror. I gasped. We were in a beautiful forest, like something out of a fairy tale. However, there was a hazy mist obscuring much of the lovely scenery, and there was a silence cast over the land as if the inhabitants were in mourning. I supposed they were, or at least she was. She had to be the only inhabitant. We walked through knee-high grass that got steadily taller until it was waist-high. There was a huge castle ahead. "Is this right?" I questioned. "Yeah," came Jessie's voice. "We're in their fairy tale haven that Georgiana conjured up so long ago. Inside the castle, in her chambers, she lies." I took a deep breath. Eli and Zaya walked close beside me, and my dad and Jonah walked just ahead of us. Jessie and Jamie were leading the way. A little further ahead, "Where is Noah?" I whispered as we entered the grand castle. My voice echoed through the hallways more times than should be possible. I clasped my hands over my mouth. "We'll find him," whispered Jonah. Eli and Zaya nodded, determined. We went up a sweeping staircase. How big was this place? We were now going through another long corridor. Finally, we came to quarters that looked like they belonged to a regal young woman. There were personal feminine touches amidst all the grandeur. My heart almost stopped when I saw her. I held my breath for some reason as I approached the canopy bed. The curtains billowed in a wind I could not feel. Georgiana lay there on one side of the fine bedding, with blankets piled on top of her, as if she were merely sleeping. Her face seemed relaxed. Her chest was still. This is where she had chosen to wait for Alto in death. Jamie had levitated the coffin all this way. She set in down near the other side of the bed. "That's it," I whispered. "No," hissed Jamie, trying to keep her voice extremely low in volume. "You and the 3 quads who are here offer the body in exchange for Noah and the curse ending. Put him to rest near to her." Noah and Eli pried open the coffin. A rotten smell emanated throughout the room. I covered my nose. Jonah led me to the coffin. There were only skeletal remains in here, with some light long hair at the head and a jeweled crown and fine robes adorning the body. He was nothing like the perfect Georgiana, fully intact, just motionless. "Let's lift him out of this and put him next to her," I insisted. If we were going to do this, we had to go all the way. She wanted him near her, so be it. I helped the 3 quads lift the heavy remains using the robes to hold it all together. The smell was unbearable. He was surprisingly heavy even after decay. We placed the clothed and crowned skeleton in the bed, tucking it in. We stepped away. There was silence. "Noah," I called. Nothing. "Noah," I cried again desperately. No, this couldn't be happening. Nothing was happening. Uniting the bodies wasn't fixing anything. "Georgiana," I managed to force out, though I had begun to sob. Why? Why had we done all of this just for her to take Noah anyway? She wasn't even here. "Show yourself!" I screamed angrily. "Calm down," implored Jamie. "No," I screamed. "Where's Noah? Why isn't this working?" I sank to my knees. The pain ripped through me. I curled up into a ball and sobbed. The other 3 quads were crying too, though quietly. "I brought back Alto," I said softly. "Give back Noah. I'll stay cursed if you want," I bargained. "I'll stay cursed. I won't be with any of them if they can all stay alive. I'll stay away from them, I promise." I tried. Jamie and Jesse exchanged a glance. They seemed surprised nothing was happening too. Dad got down on his knees. "Honey, get off the floor, come here," he said softly. He pulled me to him. We were both still sitting on the floor. I lay my head against his chest, and he cradled me, rocking me while I sobbed. I made myself get up. "Should we summon Georgiana?" I asked, willing to try anything. "She should know that Alto is here. She holds dominion over this place," said Jamie. I looked at her through tears. "Let's try," said Jamie softly after a while. We formed a circle and held hands. "Luna Georgiana of Mount Viper, Coven Mother, we call to you. Do you hear us?" said Jamie. Her voice seemed magnified magically. It echoed through the room and the floor trembled. "We are in your dominion. We bring to you as promised the body of your fated alpha, Addo," said Jamie. A cold wind blew through the room, though the windows were shut. "Please accept this offering and bring Noah back to us. Please spare these members of Oleander's lineage and their successors and so on. Please let the curse and suffering end here. Accept our apologies and our condolences and our offering," said Jamie as the wind continued to pick up. The room shook like there was an earthquake. It became difficult to hold on to each other's hands. "What's happening?" I yelled as the grand chandelier overhead fell from the ceiling, narrowly missing Jonah and me. Shards of glass scattered everywhere. "She's angry," said Jamie. "That's all I can feel. Rage." "What? Why? What about Noah?" I asked. "We may have to leave the castle and try again. I think she's bringing it down," said Jamie. "I'm so sorry, Star. I'm sorry." Jesse pulled her against him as a chunk of concrete fell from the ceiling, almost hitting Jamie. Dust continued to fall on us. The ground was shaking violently. "We have to go," said Jesse in his alpha voice to get everyone's attention. "No," I squealed. Nothing had been fixed. Noah was missing. "We'll figure it out later," said Dad. "He's right. Come on, honey." He pulled me towards the door. I fought against him, and he half carried me out into the hallway as the castle continued to collapse. "Noah!" I screamed, hoping he would appear somehow and then it would be okay to leave. Jonah, Zaya, and Eli followed us looking pale and sick. We were almost to the staircase. I couldn't let anyone die or get hurt because of me. I willingly hurried downstairs with them and ran out of the castle. When the others had moved away from the castle a little, I felt my misery, making it into something, crafting my emotions into magic. Fey magic was emotional. I knew that with an inexplicable certainty. I conjured a barrier between the castle and my father, my 3 remaining mates and my new friends, Jesse and Jamie, so that they couldn't follow me. I saw the looks of horror on their faces as they reached for me and hit an invisible wall. "Star!" screamed Zaya desperately, kicking and punching at the invisible wall. Eli was searching for a weakness in it. My father shifted and rammed at the wall. "What are you doing, Star?" cried Jonah. "We've come this far. Noah did this to protect you. Don't let it be for nothing." He called after me. I was already running back into the collapsing castle. Chapter 78, Thursday, 24th September, 2020. Star. I ran back into the castle, narrowly avoiding falling slabs of concrete and broken glass. Dust covered me as I ran up the stairs. They gave away under me, but I grabbed the begging of the first story's floor. I held on, my legs dangling in midair. I hoisted myself upwards. I pulled myself onto the shaking ground. The entire first story had not collapsed yet. I ran at werewolf speed to the bedroom with the deceased lovers, throwing caution to the wind. When I made it there, I ran to Alto. Perhaps I was asking the wrong person. Georgiana was too angry, too filled with hate and rage. Her thirst for revenge was too great. "Alpha Alto," I screamed at the crowned corpse, my voice ringing out over the noise of the castle coming down. "Help me, please," I begged. "I tried to give you back to your Luna. I really did. I think you deserve to be together. My alphas are not like their forefather Oleander. They're not like that at all." The room was shaking so violently now, I was gripping the bed to remain upright. "They're good. We're not our families," I said, thinking of Angie's cruelty and her mother's coldness. I'd grown up my whole life thinking we were related. Then I thought about my dad, Harper, Asriel, even Holly, their love and their warmth. I thought about my 4 mates and how even identical people could be so different. I pictured Noah last, sobbing bitterly at this point. "We're not even our friends who we get to choose," I said, thinking about Jillian and Chet lying in the ICU together and Toby sitting at their bedside. "We're only ourselves, and I, Princess Hannah of the Ice Moon Kingdom and the Winter Fae, am asking you, Alpha Alto of the Viper Moon Pack, to give me an audience," I said, not sure if I had lost every last shred of my sanity. I almost jumped out of my skin when something clicked. I moved closer to Alto's body. I looked at the robes closely. I spotted a golden chain. I tugged on it. There was a gold locket. It had clicked. It had clicked open. I looked inside. There were 2 rings there. Wedding bands? I picked them up. They were not identical. One was much larger. I quickly put the larger gold ring on the skeletal wedding finger of Alto and the perfect one of Georgiana. They were never properly married. Customs differed, but some alphas and lunas had wedding feasts before the night of coronation of the Luna, where she was accepted into the pack. The ceiling was moments away from caving in on me. I felt deranged, but I had to try. "I now pronounce you Alpha Alto of the Viper Moon Pack, and you, Mother Georgiana, husband and wife." Georgiana should have been named Luna, Alto's crown. Sometimes the Alpha used his own crown symbolically to crown the Luna. She would be gifted her own more delicate crown if there was time to craft it. There certainly wasn't. My voice shook. I wasn't sure if this was right. As the future Luna of Viper Moon Pack and the mate of Alphas Jonah, Noah, Elijah, and Isaiah, I acknowledge you, Georgiana, a past Luna of the Viper Moon Pack and my predecessor," I said. I was struggling internally to hold the barrier I had made. I could feel Zaya, Eli, and Jonah's wolf join my dad's as they rammed against it. I felt something peculiar. Jamie, she was helping me hold the barrier up. I breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she realized what I was trying to do. My hands trembled as I grabbed Alto's crown and lifted it from his head. I scurried to the other side of the bed, almost falling over. I hoisted the crown up. It was surprisingly heavy. "I crown you Luna Georgiana of the Viper Moon Pack, the Luna of Alpha Alto, also of the Viper Moon Pack," I said, not sure if these were even close to real coronation vows. I placed the heavy crown on her head. Her eyes snapped open. I shrieked and fell over, scrambling away backwards. She remained lying down, but her eyes were open and no longer lifeless. I gasped. Alpha Alto's bones were reshaping, fitting properly together. Flesh and skin covered them. His robes began new. His face became full and a beard grew. His long hair gleamed. Lastly, the crown that had been his gleamed, bright and renewed. I wiped my teary eyes. Was this right? Alpha Alto's eyes opened, the same green as my mate's. They glanced at me. I recoiled, still terrified, but the eyes were kind. He turned slightly, and so did Georgiana. Their gazes met, and the castle stopped collapsing. In fact, it started repairing itself. I watched in amazement as the shattered chandelier on the floor flew upwards and the glass rearranged itself. The whole castle was mending itself as the ancient Luna and Alpha gazed at each other after all these years. I think you can let down the barrier now," I said to Jamie. She could mind link somehow through Jessie, so it was as if they spoke together. "Atta girl," they said. I giggled. I could feel their joy. I peeked at Georgiana and Alto, but their physical bodies had closed their eyes, though their heads were still slightly turned towards each other. I gasped, feeling afraid again. Had I done something wrong? I heard their ghostly laughter intermingling, not threatening, just joyous. No, this was right. I was happy for them. Alto's baritone and Georgiana's melodious voice blended together until it faded. I left the room, unsure of what to do. Where was Noah? The door swung shut. When I tried to open it again, it was locked. I tugged on it, but it was impossible. "Star?" said a voice I'd know anywhere, even though all four of them technically had the same voice. I turned around, tears in my eyes. "Noah!" I gasped. "Luna," said Noah. He was standing there in the hallway, looking unharmed. I ran to him, and he swept me into his arms just as his brothers and my dad came running up to us. Jamie and Jesse followed behind them, their hands linked and fingers interlaced, their smiles knowing. I smiled back, forever grateful to them both. At least, there was a witch Luna still reigning beside her alpha. Love should always prevail. Chapter 79, Thursday, 24th September 2020. Zaya. I crushed Star to my chest. She gave a squeak of protest. "You scared the shit out of me," I said, my voice cracking a little. I quickly composed myself. I was not about to cry in front of Alpha Jesse and Star's dad. "I'm sorry," murmured Star into my shirt. "You don't owe me an apology," I admitted. "I owe you so many apologies and even more thank yous." I nuzzled her, pressing my forehead to hers. Eli pulled Star to him. All four of us were trying to hug her at once, but she didn't seem to mind. Her father, on the other hand, cleared a path and took his daughter away from us. "We need to leave this place. Let's not celebrate prematurely," he said gruffly. Star nodded obediently, which was very unlike Star. Her father was an imposing figure, though, and he was right. We should not linger in a place like this. "Come on," encouraged Jamie. She and Jesse led the way through the enchanted forest in Georgiana's haven. We found the mirror. On this side, it was a large reflective bubble forming from the dew dripping down an archway of branches covered in flowering vines. Jamie ran through it with Jesse, and the bubble popped. I became a little worried until I saw the bubble reforming perfectly from more dripping dew. Heath pulled Star through the archway, and I was on their heels with Eli. I found myself back in the bedroom of the cottage in the woods. Noah and Jonah exited the mirror last. I breathed a sigh of relief. Jamie had a compact mirror with her that she took out and used to contact Fox, who had a similar one back in the coven. "We have to be summoned out of these words," she explained to us. "We can't teleport." "Ready, Fox," she said. "I'm on it," he replied. "We'll summon you 4 at a time." "4 at a time?" asked Jamie incredulously. "Yep," said Fox, grinning. "Okay," said Jamie slowly. "Why is that odd?" I asked quickly. I did not want any more excitement for a long time. "Because there's only one wizard to do the summoning. It's a 1 at a time kind of..." Jamie vanished before she could finish her sentence, along with Jesse, Star, and Heath. My brothers and I looked at each other with wide, worried eyes. I hated being separated from Star. There were a few moments of pause. "What the F?" I began, but I felt my stomach lurch as I rushed through darkness and ended up sitting on a dining room table in a chalk circle. Fox, Azriel, Holly, and Harper were seated around the table, and they each had a chalk circle in front of them. The room was lit by numerous candles. "All of you did the summoning?" asked Jamie, smiling brightly. "Yep," said Fox. "I had a lot of help. Who knew the Fae were so good at summoning spells?" "Fae magic is less precise and more emotional than witch magic, but the effect is similar," commented Azriel. I wondered what those earrings were saying. I kind of missed them. I should ask for more dust so I could talk to them. "Can you give me some of the Fae dust? I want to say hi to Aaron and Rain," I said as I hopped off of the table. Azriel chuckled to himself. "Aaron is not ready to talk," said Azriel, his tone apologetic. Why was the little happy earring pissed at me? "Is Rain not ready either?" I asked, confused. "Oh, Rain hates talking always," said Azriel confidently. "What? Aaron just wants more time. No hard feelings." Okay, I would be busy tonight anyway. My eyes found Star. She was marveling over her brother's Fae abilities and recounting the story of what happened in the castle. Eli, "How did you do it, Princess?" "Tell us," I said. Star had given me 2 huge scares in the same day, but her kidnapping wasn't her fault. It was technically Brink and Angie who had made me think she had left me, and then she actually did run away from me to save Noah and break the curse. When I could not get through that barrier to protect her, my heart had sank. I was massively relieved she was safe and sound. I did not approve of her risking herself. I did not approve of what Noah had done either. He had scared me today, too. "I married Georgiana and Alto," said my princess proudly. "And then I crowned Georgiana a past Luna of the Viper Moon Pack." She and Alto had never exchanged their wedding bands. The rings were in Alto's locket, I begged him to help me instead of her, and the locket clicked open on its own," she exclaimed excitedly. So our ancestor had answered Star's cry for help. I grinned at her. Maybe all alphas of Viper Moon had a soft spot for Star. After they were wearing their wedding bands and the crown was on Georgiana's head, Alto's corpse became whole again, like someone who was just sleeping, the way Georgiana looked, revealed Star. Everyone gasped. He woke up?" asked Jonah apprehensively. For a second, he opened his eyes, and so did Georgiana. They turned to look at each other slightly, and when they did, the castle stopped collapsing and begun to fix itself, squealed Star. Noah grinned. "And I heard their voices, their laughter. They're together somewhere in the afterlife or something," said Star. "I'm no expert," she added sheepishly. "That's show-stopping, movie star," complimented Harper, his arms around his shy mate, Holly. She grinned at her twin. "I'm not exactly approving of how you ran off," grumbled Heath. Star frowned. "But I'm proud of you, sweetheart," said Heath, planting a kiss on Star's forehead. "We all are," said Asriel, ruffling Star's hair. "You did amazing, Star," said Jessie. "You're a natural when it comes to magic," added Jamie with a wink. Star giggled. "And what happened to you, Noah?" I asked, looking at my big brother. "Yeah, where the fuck were you all this time?" asked Zaya. Jonah gave Zaya a disparaging look. "With Georgiana," said Noah softly and hesitantly. Star sniffed. Her face fell. "Ugh, Noah, I wanted to finally get laid tonight. He was upsetting my princess." "You need to explain properly," I demanded, hoping the explanation sounded less provocative. It was not as though I did not appreciate Noah's willingness to sacrifice himself. I knew he loved us and Star and made a choice he thought would benefit us. However, that is not the relationship I wanted us to have with Star, one with chaos and no communication. We needed to tell each other the truth about everything from now on if we were going to rule a pack together. Noah. Flashback. The whole time Star and the others were racing to break the curse, I was in the same bedroom where Georgiana's body lay, but no one could see me. Not even Star while she worked on the curse. Georgiana was there too, muttering to herself and sulking. She had asked for an alpha in exchange for freeing the rest, but she didn't actually want one. She ignored me, for which I was thankful. She sobbed over Alto's corpse when it was brought in by Jamie telekinetically. She hissed at me when I tried to say anything consoling. We stayed 6 feet, if not more, away from each other at all times. Despite that, we were not solid. I did not actually know if spirits could touch each other until Star exchanged the rings and crowned Georgiana's body. Georgiana gasped when Alto's locket had clicked open. She stood up suddenly. When his corpse became the fully fledged version of him, a light sprang up from him, unbeknownst to Star. He materialized into whatever we were. Georgiana wept tears of joy as he embraced her and led her away. "Wait," I cried after them. "What?" hissed Georgiana. Alto's laughter thundered through the room, soon joined by Georgiana's, as her face broke into a smile. "You are so grumpy today, my little witch," he said. "You left me alone." She whimpered. "Never again," he promised. He continued leading her away. "Walk through the wall, Noah, son of Quaid," he said over his shoulder. I hesitated. "Go," insisted Georgiana. "My little witch," chastised Alto. She giggled. "I want to be alone with you," she said. He picked her up bridal style and kissed her. As their lips met, their forms were bathed in a blinding light. I ran straight at the wall and slipped through it, landing on solid ground with a thud. The thud let me know I was really here again. Star had turned around to see me, standing there in the hallway. The way her face had lit up alone made it all worth it. Now, Star and my brothers were all staring at me, waiting for me to explain where I was when I went missing. Georgiana took me to a place between this life and the next. I was in the bedroom. I could see you all, but you couldn't see or hear me, and Georgiana was there. Well, her spirit, I guess, I explained. "Did she talk to you?" asked Jonah. "Not really. She mostly ignored me. She was sullen, and she became very distressed when you brought Alto in," I said. "That's so sad," said Eli. "Yeah, but when Star did the ceremony and Alto's corpse became lifelike, Alto's spirit came out of it," I revealed to a chorus of gasps. "Georgiana must have been overjoyed," said Zaya. "She was. Alto picked her up, and before he carried her away, he told me to run through the wall," I said. "What?" said Zaya. "It worked," I said, shrugging. "I became solid again." That was when you came out of nowhere, exclaimed Star. I grinned at her, nodding. I felt strangely shy around Star suddenly. Our relationship had always been this forbidden desire. I wanted to be close to her now without restriction, but I knew there might be hell to pay for the rocky past. Jonah, I needed to know if the curse was really over or not. I wanted some sort of substantial proof. It wasn't that I didn't trust Star and Noah and their recounting of what had happened. It was just that there was no way to test if the curse was truly broken without risking Star. Suddenly, I realized there was a way. I called Chet's dad while we were on our way back to the academy. "Hello," said a chipper voice. My heart rate sped up. "Hey, it's Jonah," I said gently. "Hey," said Chet's dad. "You're not going to believe this." I was going to believe it. I smiled to myself. Chet and Jillian began healing exponentially all of a sudden. The whole ICU team is shocked. They weren't showing any progress before. They might be downgraded to HDU soon. That's how good they're doing, explained Chet's dad. Everyone was eavesdropping on my phone call. "They're awake?" I asked. "Not fully, no, but they're making sounds in their sleep and moving their hands and feet. They were completely motionless before with unstable vitals. Now, their vitals are stable according to the doctors," he said. His voice sounded thick as though he was close to tears, but I knew they would be tears of joy. "I'm really happy to hear that," I said softly. "Chet and Jillian have begun to recover," I announced excitedly to the room. Everyone began to celebrate, hugging one another and cheering. I knew the perfect way to celebrate, to sneak away with Star. Chapter 80, Friday, 25th September, 2020. Holly. I was relieved that my lord's twin was safe and sound. It was past midnight and well into the witching hour when Prince Harper, Princess Star, and their father checked into a hotel. Prince Asriel had gone back to the castle to see to some affairs, but Lord Heath had no intention of going anywhere without his children. He did not want Star to return to the boarding school she studied at tonight either, so we all ended up at a hotel. Princess Star had her own room, and so did Lord Heath. Prince Harper and I were sharing a room because His Highness would not be parted with me. I had the lingering lotus back in my possession, and all the petals were intact. I hoped we would return to the castle soon. I had much to do. Princess Star had achieved her goal, but I had yet to achieve mine. "What are you thinking about?" asked Harper as he climbed into the bed. I was sitting up among the pillows, but with the covers drawn around me. The room was dark and a bit chilly. "There is an unnatural coldness here, my lord," I said absent-mindedly. "That's air conditioning," replied the prince. "Do you want it to be warmer?" he asked, picking up a small white contraption that controlled the temperature. "No, your highness," I said. Harper's body heat would be more than enough in a moment or two. Belonging with the prince in this way complicated things, but he was well worth the complication. He smiled and curved his body around mine, tucking me under his arm. My back was to his front. He put his leg over my waist. "Holly," he whispered. I turned around to face him, our noses brushing. My cheeks flushed of their own accord. He kissed me hungrily, and I kissed him back just as urgently, forgetting myself. "Holly," he whispered again as we parted. "Yes, my lord," I whispered back. "Say Harper," he said. I hesitated. "Prince Harper," I said. "Say Harper without any title in front of it," he insisted. I was quiet. "I'm ordering you," he hissed. "Harper," I said very softly. "Say it again," he said as he gently pushed me onto my back. "Harper," I breathed as he lay over me, settling his body between my legs. I could feel his huge hard manhood pressing against my core. I dared not moan the way I wanted to. "Again," he commanded. "Harper," I said a little more firmly. He was teasing the flesh of my neck between his teeth. He kissed his way down my throat as my heart sped up. His hands found the hem of my nightdress and pushed the fabric up until it bunched at my waist. His lips found the skin of my torso. He kissed his way down my belly in a straight line down the very center, making me shiver. "And again," he ordered. "Harper." I gasped out as his hands found the waistband of my underwear. He pulled it down my trembling thighs, over my knees, down my calves and ankles, and off of my feet, running his fingers along me all the way. I felt his hands on my knees as he parted my thighs. His eyes were on my already weeping flower. "May I, Princess Holly?" he asked. I bit my lip and nodded eagerly. I was not even sure of what he intended to do to me, but I knew I wanted whatever it was. Keep saying my name, he instructed. I gulped. Harper. I began as I felt his breath on my inner thighs. He began peppering them with light kisses. He got greedier as he went along. Harper, I continued, as he kissed upwards and kissed me dangerously close to my core. Har? I tried, but moaned midway as his tongue licked my center all the way up to my tender bud. Harper, please, I wasn't sure what I was begging for as he took my clit into his mouth, sucking on it. His fingers parted me as his tongue licked broad stripes along my vulva. His mouth covered my flower, and his tongue swirled round and round my swollen bud, making me squirm. He gripped my hips, holding me still as he continued this sweet torture. He plunged his tongue deep inside of me, and I cried out. He used his grip on my hips to rock me back and forth as he pushed me higher and higher. There was a pressure in my core, building and building. Harper. I whimpered as the pressure shattered me. Waves of pleasure crashed over me, and my prince kissed his way back up until his lips connected with mine. I tasted myself in his mouth as his tongue stroked mine. He parted from me when I was breathless, brushing his nose against mine, nuzzling me. Harper, I breathed. Holly, he replied softly, pressing his lips to mine again. Star. It was after midnight. My father had checked Harper, himself and me into a hotel. It was a fancy place, but it was not where I wanted to be. Every opportunity to be alone with my mates earlier had been curtailed by my dad. I was surprised he let me have my own hotel room. I peeked into his. He was snoring softly. I went back to mine and shut my door. There was a light tap on my window. I looked out. Down below, the quadruplets were staring up at me. I grinned at them. Zaya motioned for me to come down to them. I opened the window. A gust of wind blew my tangled ringlets back. I climbed onto the ledge. I was not sure how to do this. I heard Eli's voice in my mind. Careful, princess. Turn left and walk across to that pipe there and shimmy down. We'll catch you if you fall. I did as I was told. I found the huge pipe and clutched it. I used it to slide down. I was much more agile than I remembered myself being. It reminded me of maneuvering around my dragon's scaled back. As my feet touched the floor, I found myself surrounded on all sides by warm bodies. Star, murmured Zaya in my ear. Noah nipped at my other earlobe. Eli was holding me by my waist from behind. I could feel Jonah's hands creeping under my shirt, his hot fingertips tracing patterns on my skin, leaving tingles in their wake. I stifled a moan. My mates ushered me to a car nearby. I was put in the back between Eli and Zaya after much snarling among them about who was to sit next to me. Noah reluctantly drove, speeding through the darkness, and Jonah kept glancing back at me. Where are we going? I asked. To our place, said Jonah. Your suite at the academy? I asked. The pack house, said Noah. Oh, we drove in a tense silence. After yearning for all of my mates all to myself, it was dawning on me that 4 was quite a lot of mates. You're so quiet, groaned Zaya. We want to hear your voice, said Eli. We're here, I announced with an awkward little laugh. The Viper Moon pack house was just as huge as I had expected. My mates led me through a maze of marble floors and dark, elegant hallways until we came to a staircase. They raced each other up the staircase. I giggled. I followed them down yet another hallway. They hesitated. I could tell they were communicating with each other telepathically and arguing at that. Eventually, Jonah sighed. Mon ciel étoilé, whose room do you want to go to? He asked. Can't we all spend some time together? I asked. Oh, we will, Luna, assured Noah, smirking at me. But we still have to be in one room. Princess, did you think we shared a bedroom? Asked Eli. Baby, that would be weird as f***, muttered Zaya. I hesitated. She wants to go to mine, said Zaya quickly. Noah rolled his eyes, but Zaya grabbed me and swung me over his shoulder. I squealed, totally not expecting that. As Zaya marched towards his room, I looked up to see Eli, Noah, and Jonah following closely behind. A heat was growing in the pit of my stomach. I barely got a look at a huge, high-ceilinged bedroom with simple decor before Zaya tossed me onto a huge soft bed. I squeaked. Be careful with her, hissed Jonah. You be careful with her, replied Zaya. She likes me this way just fine. Before I could argue with Zaya, his lips were on mine. He kissed me ravenously. He nipped at my lip, and I groaned into his mouth. That noise seemed to trigger my other mates who had been standing at the foot of the bed. They descended upon me. It was very difficult at first to tell who was where and doing what. My mind was numb and hazy, like the first time I had been around the four of them at that party that seemed aged ago. I broke apart from Zaya, breathless, and he turned his attention to my neck, kissing and nibbling his way down. Noah pulled my shoes and socks off, trailing his fingers along my ankles. He traced lines on my calves, knees, and thighs. Eli tugged at the waistband of my skirt, slipping it off of me with Noah's help. Jonah got behind me, my back resting against his hard chest. His hands encircled my waist. He found the hem of my top and gripped it, pulling it upwards. I put my arms up so he could pull it over my head. My alphas paused a little, admiring me in my underwear. I blushed deeply, looking down. "Don't be shy, baby," rasped Zaya in my ear. "You are so beautiful." He reached behind me, unclasping my bra and releasing my breasts. All of my mates groaned. I heard Jonah say in my other ear as he gazed down at my breasts, his chin on my shoulder. He cupped them from behind and thumbed my nuts, making them harden. I whimpered under his touch. Noah and Zaya bent down, each taking an in his mouth. I moaned as I felt their tongues swirling round and round my nuts. Jonah slipped his hands into my panty. I squeaked as he parted my folds. Eli stuffed his hands into my panty too, just as Jonah teased the flesh of my neck between his teeth. I was soaked down there in a matter of minutes. I heard the sound of fabric tearing. I opened my eyes to see Eli and Jonah ripping my underwear off. Jonah inserted a finger deep inside, making me cry out, while Eli kissed my quivering inner thighs. Zaya had worked his way from my breast back up to my mouth, and Noah had worked his way down to my tummy, peppering it with open-mouth kisses. My alphas were making me feel like I was going to explode. "I haven't tasted her properly yet," complained Jonah. "Come here, Star." My mates spun me around to face Jonah, who grinned. He grabbed me by my waist and lifted me easily onto his shoulders with my pookie pressed against his face. I felt Noah part my butt cheeks, and Eli and Zaya found my breasts. I felt Jonah's tongue lick my vulva, just as Noah's tongue teased my back opening. Eli and Zaya were enveloping my knuckles in their mouths, grazing them with their teeth. I felt faint. Jonah zeroed in on my clit, sucking it eagerly into his mouth while he locked eyes with me. "You taste so good, Star," he said in my mind. I tangled my hands in his hair, gripping onto him for dear life as he worked me into a frenzy. Noah was doing the same to my back end. I glanced back, one of my hands slipping into Noah's silky hair. I could feel him smirk between my cheeks. Noah and Jonah were definitely vying for my attention, while Zaya and Eli made my just painfully hard. I rocked my hips back and forth against my mates' faces. Noah slipped his finger up into my pookie, making me gasp. He began pumping me at a steady pace while Eli captured my lips and Jonah sucked on my clit. I could feel Zaya kissing his way up and down my spine, making the muscles there clench and unclench. I cried out. The pressure in my middle was to bursting. "Come on, baby," came Zaya's voice in my mind. He grabbed my hair, yanking my head back. His mouth sucked on one of my marking spots, helping to push me over the edge, just as Eli's mouth found another one of my would-be marking spots on the other side. "Come for us, princess," murmured Eli in my mind. "Come on my face, Luna. I want to feel it," begged Noah as his tongue skimmed my entrance in place of his fingers, while Jonah increased the pressure on my clit. "Fuck!" I screamed as I came undone. My whole body trembled, every muscle tensing and then relaxing. As my release came, waves of pleasure crashed over me. I felt my fluids gushing onto Jonah's face and dripping down onto Noah. I could hear Eli and Zaya's satisfied groans in my ears as my first orgasm of the night washed over me. I felt the soft sheets under my back as my mates lay me down. 4 identical faces hovered over me, their green eyes agleam, watching my flushed, panting body with keen interest. "What should we do with you next, baby?" wondered Zaya aloud. I smiled mischievously, and he grinned back. Chapter 81. Friday, 25th September, 2020. Star. I sat up and pressed my lips eagerly against Zaya's. Zaya moved his soft, full lips skillfully against mine, coaxing my mouth open so he could slip his tongue inside. I groaned as he nipped playfully at my bottom nip, causing heat to flare up in my belly. I felt a little strange that I was completely naked now, and the guys were still mostly clothed. I gripped the hem of Zaya's shirt and pulled it over his head, revealing washboard abs and tight rippling muscles. Eli was behind me, planting kisses along my shoulders. I turned around to rid him of his shirt as well. He cupped my face and kissed me hungrily, pressing his hard torso against mine. I could feel Noah's lips trailing kisses down my spine until it dipped just above my behind. He put his fingers there at my tailbone and ran them lightly upwards, following the grooves of my spine. I shivered, parting from Eli and reaching for Noah. His kisses were sweeter and slower, yet they left me more breathless than the others. He pulled me down onto his chest while he kissed me deeply as we tangled our fingers in each other's hair. I found the hem of his shirt and slid my hands underneath, feeling every taut muscle. I slipped his shirt off his head, breaking our kiss to do so. Before I could resume our embrace, Jonah spun me around and kissed me ravenously. He pinned me underneath him as we both pulled his shirt over his head. He rocked me against him, spreading warmth throughout my body. When we finally broke apart, I was giddy and panting. I moaned as Jonah trailed kisses down my neck and his teeth grazed my marking spot. I looked up to see all 4 of my alphas staring down at me, black-eyed, with flushed faces and messy hair. They looked so glorious and powerful with their perfectly carved features and their strong builds. My eyes trailed lower to the 4 large identical bulges in their pants. "Baby, do you want to go further?" asked Zaya. I nodded mutely. "Princess, we would have to go one at a time, of course. We can't be too zealous," pointed out Eli with a little laugh. "So you have to pick the person," began Noah. "Who will be the one to take your virginity?" finished Jonah. I really didn't want to make any of them feel less important to me. I loved them all, and I had risked everything to be with all of them. I had an answer, but I was afraid to say it. "We won't be mad, Princess," cooed Eli, brushing sweat-soaked strands of hair from my forehead. "It's yours to give, Luna," added Noah, tracing his thumb across my lower lip. "To whomever you see fit," continued Jonah, taking my hands and kissing my knuckles and fingertips. "Regardless of what we think," said Zaya, running his index finger down the bridge of my nose to the tip. He nuzzled me. "I love all of you," I whispered. I had never said that out loud explicitly, and I had only heard it in blatant terms from Noah. "I love you, baby," replied Zaya, his voice husky and his nose still brushing against mine. "Same here." "I love you, Princess," murmured Eli, pressing his lips to my forehead. "You already know I love you, Luna," said Noah softly, caressing my cheek. Jonah was staring at me. He reached out and ran his fingers through my hair. "I love you, Star, mon ciel étoilé," whispered Jonah, locking eyes with me. "I know I put you through hell. I mishandled so many things, and I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I promise to show you how much I love you every day for the rest of our lives," said Jonah. I cupped his face in my hands, drawing him to me. Our lips found each other eagerly, and our breath intermingled. We broke apart. "Maybe I'm a fool, but I forgive you already, Jonah," I said weakly. I couldn't pretend anymore that I didn't care deeply for all of my mates. "I'm so sorry, Two-Star. You're my Luna, and I just meant to protect you. I'm sorry for all the push and pull. That was my doing, and it was wrong. I hope you can forgive me too, Luna," whispered Noah. "I forgive you, Noah. I am sorry too, Princess. I still feel guilty for being mean to you at that party. I'm sorry you had such a rough transition with us, Princess," said Eli, kissing my hands. "I forgive you, Eli," I said, smiling. He kissed me slowly and gently. "I'm sorry for telling you to fuck off at that party," blurted out Zaya. "It's okay. I forgive you, Zaya. That feels like a lifetime ago," I murmured. "You all promise not to be upset?" I whispered. "Of course," said Noah. Jonah nodded and so did Eli. "I promise," said Zaya. "I want all of you, but Zaya will be my first," I said so softly I was worried they hadn't heard. Zaya had definitely heard. He lit up like a Christmas tree. He was grinning from ear to ear. The others nodded. They did not seem angry. I was relieved. "Come here, Princess," murmured Eli, sitting up and making me lie back and rest my head in his lap. I looked up at him and he bent down to kiss me. Jonah and Noah were on either side of me, each holding one of my hands and kissing the fingertips. My heart was racing. "Relax, baby," purred Zaya, settling himself between my legs. "Okay," he said, pressing his forehead to mine. "Okay," I said. He kissed me deeply. I was already so wet down there, but Zaya parted my folds gently and explored me to make sure. I whimpered a little. His fingers became soothing. He parted my legs further. He inserted one finger deep inside of me. I cried out at the intrusion. He swiftly added another finger, while his fingers pumped me. I moaned, my thighs quivering. Eli was stroking my hair and massaging my scalp. Jonah and Noah continued kissing my hands. When he was satisfied, Zaya lowered his weight, not me. "This might hurt at first, baby," whispered Zaya, brushing his nose against mine and locking gazes with me. The other three continued their ministrations, with Eli massaging my scalp and Noah and Jonah massaging my wrists. Zaya pressed his huge think member against my entrance. I groaned as he slid it in slowly, inch by inch, stretching me. He paused. "You sure?" He double-checked. I nodded eagerly, already feeling the urge in my hips to move. Zaya broke past my barrier. I cried out as the sharp sting of it hit me. I bit down into his shoulder reflexively and he groaned. He pushed himself into the hilt. I could feel him brushing against my cervix. I whimpered. Eli was massaging my shoulders now, and Jonah and Noah had both taken to massaging my sides while they held my hands. I gripped their hands tightly as I adjusted to the feeling. The elder quads kissed my cheeks while Eli kissed my forehead, and Zaya brushed his lips against mine. "You okay?" asked Zaya privately. "Yes," I said. "Is this okay?" he asked, rocking his hips very slowly against mine so that his member slid out and back in rhythmically. I bit my lip. It was uncomfortable for a few moments, and then a thrill of pleasure coursed through me. I moaned. I nodded. He was grinding against me. He grasped the undersides of my knees and wrapped my legs around his waist as he quickened the pace, thrusting into me faster and deeper. I moaned louder. He was stroking a spot within me that was radiating pleasure throughout my trembling body. "There?" he asked, stroking the tender spot within slowly and deliberately, making me shiver. I nodded eagerly. He smirked as he pulled almost all the way out before filling me again. I arched my back in response to that, and he pushed my legs further apart, burying himself deeper into me while the others continued soothing me. Move, baby," encouraged Zaya. I moved my hips to match his movements, meeting every thrust of his, so that the feeling intensified. I cried out as the pressure in me built deliciously. I could feel it in my tummy. Zaya snaked his tongue into my mouth. I relished his taste as he started to pound me. I swore, breaking our kiss. He grinned, driving into me, hitting that spot over and over again, taking me higher and higher. The pressure inside me reached a crescendo. Zaya's green eyes gave way to black. "Baby, can I mark you?" he said. I nodded eagerly. "May I, princess?" asked Eli. I nodded, not able to form words right now. "Luna, will you be mine too?" questioned Noah. I nodded, becoming impatient, moving my hips to encourage Zaya. "Monsieur l'étoile, moi aussi?" asked Jonah. I knew what he meant instinctively. I nodded and gripped Zaya's shoulders to make a point. He grinned, baring his canines. I watched the teeth elongate into perfect sharp points. He sped up, and just as the pressure broke, spilling over, he sank his teeth into me along with Eli. Noah and Jonah followed, 4 bites, 2 on either side of my neck. Their essence coursed through me, intensifying my orgasm tenfold. I threw my head back, arching my back. My whole body trembled as waves of pleasure crashed over me. I screamed as I let go, surrendering to the moment. Zaya broke away from my neck, sealed his mark quickly, and pressed his mouth to mine. The others were sealing theirs, running their tongues over it. Sleep was already weighing heavily on me. "Thank you, baby," murmured Zaya, pressing his forehead and nose to mine. "Sleep now, princess," encouraged Eli. "We love you, Luna," cooed Noah. "Bonne nuit, Monsieur l'étoile," whispered Jonah. It was a good night indeed. My eyelids were heavy. Zaya slipped out of me. I was aware of someone wiping me off with a warm, damp towel. Other hands massaged my aching muscles. Someone tucked me in under blankets. Someone pulled me onto their chest to sleep there. Sleep pulled me under, and I welcomed its embrace. Chapter 82, Friday, 25th September, 2020. Star. I woke up in a tangle of limbs at the Viper Moon Pack House. I had never actually been here before. It was strange that I was to be the new Luna here. Chet and Jillian had begun to heal exponentially last night. They had been downgraded from ICU to HDU. They would soon be ready for a normal ward. The curse really was broken. I looked at my mates. Eli and Zaya were on either side of me, and Jonah and Noah were on the ends. I had heard the elder two complaining last night and discussing taking turns with their younger brothers. Zaya and Eli had reluctantly agreed. I hadn't told them yet, but there would be no turns. Noah and Jonah would remain on the ends for as long as I felt like. I knew Noah had sacrificed himself for me, but I had risked my life for all of them multiple times, and had considered their feelings when they sometimes failed to consider mine. Things would escalate on my timing, now not theirs. Last night had been amazing. I could finally feel free with my mates. Although only Zaya and I had completed the mating process, I bore all 4 of their marks. I traced the permanent silvery marks on my neck, 2 on either side. I could tell exactly which one belonged to which mate when I felt the mark, though the marks were as identical as the quads themselves. "Go back to sleep," mumbled Zaya sleepily in response to me sitting up. His eyes remained closed. I smiled at him. Eli pulled me down back onto his chest. Zaya spooned me from behind. I had to drop a bomb on them. I took a deep breath. "I want to go back to the Ice Moon Castle for a bit," I said softly. Zaya shot up into a sitting position. "What?" he snarled. "Go to sleep, princess," said Eli calmly. "Oh, and no," he added. I wiggled out of Eli's embrace and narrowly avoided Zaya's arms. I stood before the bed. All 4 of them were awake now. Noah sat up slowly. Jonah was groggily rubbing sleep out of his eyes. It dawned on me yet again that 4 mates was quite a lot. I felt like I was addressing a small sports team or something with all of them looking at me from the bed. 8 green eyes were on me. "I want you all to come with me, actually," I said hesitantly. "Why?" asked Zaya suspiciously. "Why do I want you with me?" I clarified. Zaya flashed me a dazzling grin. My heart sped up a little. "No, I know why you want me there," he said, leaving out the other 3. "And Eli," he added. "I mean, look at us," he said confidently, gesturing to himself. I struggled not to roll my eyes at his cheekiness. All 4 of my mates were shirtless. They slept in their boxers. There were a lot of tight, rippling muscles and washboard abs on show right now. I hugged myself. "Why do you want to be there instead of here, where you will be, Luna?" asked Zaya. Eli nodded. "Because I want to learn to harness my Fae powers fully," I admitted. "My Fae powers helped save us," I reminded them. Zaya frowned. He was still not over me, barricading him out of the collapsing castle while I ran in. He lay back down and pretended to be asleep. "Zaya, are you coming with me or not?" I demanded. "Yes, baby. Okay, now let me sleep and get your pretty ass back in bed," he growled in my mind. I crawled back between him and Eli. "Eli, are you coming?" I asked. "Yes, but we'll need to get back to Viper Moon eventually, princess," he said. "I know," I assured him. "Okay, princess," said Eli, kissing my forehead. "No," I asked. "Yes, I'm going with you," he said simply. He had lost all his combativeness for the time being. "Jonah," I asked. Jonah was quiet. "I want to be where you are, so yes, but I'm not too happy to go, to be honest. But I'm going," he said. "Okay," I said softly, hiding my smile. It felt great to finally feel like all of my mates were mine and no one else's. I snuck away from them again. I needed a shower. I got red every time I remembered last night. After the quads had marked me, Zaya had finished inside of me. Eli, Noah, and Jonah had gotten off from watching. I felt overheated just thinking about my mates. I still hadn't mated with most of them. Zaya's master bathroom was adjacent to his master bedroom, so it was easy enough to find. I sighed as the warm water streamed down on me from all sides inside the colossal shower. The roar of the water was so loud I didn't hear someone coming in. Strong arms snaked around my middle and soft lips brushed against my ear. "Wouldn't a bath have been better, princess? To soothe those aching muscles?" said a husky voice in my ear. I would recognize that voice anywhere. Eli. "Perhaps," I said, blushing deeply, feeling so shy all of a sudden. Eli spun me around and pressed me against the shower wall. My eyes widened, wondering what he intended to do. He grinned. "Not quite, princess. I'm more of a romantic than that. Our first will not be rushed in the shower," he chuckled. "Our second and third and so on can be wherever you like, though," he added. My cheeks were burning. Eli's lips crashed against mine. I kissed him back just as hungrily. He lifted me up and I wrapped my legs around his torso as he braced me against the wet-tiled wall. He moved away from my mouth, trailing kisses down my jaw and neck until he found his mark. He ran his tongue over it, making me shiver. "You know, you totally lied that time when you said Star's dad wanted to talk to me," said yet another voice I would recognize anywhere. "Jonah." I broke apart from Eli, but he kept me in his arms and pressed against the wall. Eli grinned at Jonah, laughing. "You just wanted me out of Star's room," said Jonah, his tone accusatory. He stepped into the shower and it dawned on me that they were both stark naked. I didn't know what else I was expecting. We were in a shower after all, but I'd never seen them in such bright lighting before. They were both at attention, and as anatomically blessed as alphas should be. I extricated myself from Eli. "You mean back at the Ice Moon Castle?" asked Eli, still laughing. "You know exactly what I mean," snapped Jonah, though he seemed playful rather than truly upset. I didn't know the relaxed sides of Jonah or Noah very well, and I wanted to badly. Eli roared with laughter. "What are you doing huddled in the corner, monsieur le toilette?" asked Jonah, stalking over to me. I shrank against the wall a little, feeling a bit intimidated. I was trying not to stare. "What does that mean?" I asked, changing the subject. "Monsieur le toilette," asked Jonah. "No, corner," scoffed Eli. I snickered a little. "Of course that, Jonah," grumbled Eli. Jonah shoved him playfully. Eli shoved him back. "It's a term of endearment. It suits you," said Jonah. "It means nice ass," joked a third voice, Zaya. This shower was huge, but it was getting a bit crowded. "You snuck away from me, baby," complained Zaya. I laughed awkwardly. "It means my starry sky," said Jonah. "Why is Luna hiding in the corner like that?" asked a fourth voice. Noah. My cheeks got redder if that were possible. I had not intended to shower with 4 hot guys this morning. "Come here, Luna," said Noah. "Let us help you with that," murmured Jonah. Noah poured shampoo onto my hair, and Jonah began massaging it into my scalp, while Noah lathered soap all over my body. Eli and Zaya complained that they were being left out, so they began to help, although I had more than enough soap and shampoo on me already. I giggled. "Let's wash you off," chuckled Jonah. Noah started rinsing my hair, while Jonah scrubbed my skin gently. I couldn't help the moan that escaped me when he reached between my thighs. 8 green eyes darkened a little. Noah began putting conditioner in my hair, while Jonah massaged it in from the roots to the tips. The elder 2 were quite nurturing. I supposed I had never experienced it before, because they had always been fighting the mate bond. "I feel like I'm just getting to know you 2, I said softly. "Yeah, every day feels like the first time with us," commented Zaya, referring to Eli and himself. "I meant Noah and Jonah," I chuckled. "Oh, them. They're us but dull," said Zaya. "They're us with training wheels," added Eli. "Safety first," said Zaya, grinning. Eli chuckled. I rolled my eyes. The elder 2 ignored their younger brothers teasing them completely, focused on my hair. I wondered if they had even heard me until they spoke. "I know what you mean. We haven't been able to spend much time with you yet," said Jonah as he rinsed the conditioner out. "We have forever now, Luna, which was always the goal," added Noah, while he continued massaging my scalp. It felt heavenly. I gasped as Jonah reached between my thighs again and slipped 2 fingers in. He parted my folds, gently washing the area while Noah rinsed off my behind. They were taking these particular areas very seriously and very slowly. I squirmed between the 2 of them, their hard bodies pressed close to me. They towered over me. I looked up at Jonah and he pressed his lips hungrily to mine, while Noah moved my curls aside to kiss the nape of my neck. Both of them still had their hands caressing my most sensitive areas. My moan was stifled by Jonah, slipping his tongue into my mouth. I relished the feeling, putting my hands against his muscular chest. I felt a rush of jealousy all of a sudden as something occurred to me. I broke the kiss. "Did you ever wash Angie's hair?" I asked, not sure why it even mattered anymore. Jonah looked shocked. "No," he said simply. He looked like he wanted to argue, but decided against it. "Did you wash Harper's hair?" asked Zaya suspiciously. "That's her long-lost twin, remember?" said Eli. "Oh yeah," said Zaya. "Never mind. My bad. Those 2 were insane, but I loved them." Jonah bundled me up in a huge, soft, fuzzy white towel and carried me out of the bathroom. I cuddled up to his chest as he carried me around bridal style. I realized we were leaving Zaya's room altogether. "Where are we going?" I squeaked. "Just across the hall to my room," he said simply. I didn't protest. Noah came with us. They dressed literally in seconds and began to dry me off. I knew they had probably asked the younger 2 for some time with me. I actually hoped to get alone time with all of them. I was only a quarter way through with the mating process. "She has no clothes to change into here," said Noah to Jonah. Jonah got a t-shirt from his closet. It felt super soft. It would fit like a t-shirt dress because of the height difference. "I don't have any underwear," I said to them. I had left with them without really thinking or planning anything. I tried not to think about how pissed my dad probably was by now. "I have underwear for you, actually," said Noah, his cheeks tinging pink. "Huh? What?" I asked, surprised. He zoomed out of the room and back. He had something hidden behind his back. He revealed a bag of lingerie from a designer place. I looked through it. They were all brand new and the correct size. Jonah smirked at the bag knowingly. They were actually the right sizes. "I'm so confused," I chuckled to myself, as I picked out a dusty pink set and put it on. Lover boy over here would placate himself with ordering lingerie for you online for the future, while the curse was in full effect, and we were both avoiding you, said Jonah, making me raise my arms so he could slip the t-shirt over me. I liked being taken care of like this. "It helped me stay away from you," said Noah, blushing deeply. "He was giving himself something to look forward to," said Jonah. Noah shrugged. "There's more in my room," mumbled Noah. "He's keeping the super kinky pieces hidden even from me. I guess that's only for the two of you," snickered Jonah. Noah's entire face was red and so was mine. "Thanks, Noah," I said softly, actually really intrigued by my secret lingerie collection. "How did you know my sizes?" I asked. "Chet," said Noah. "Chet asked Jillian all of your sizes. She agreed not to tell you when we told her it was for presents for you. She was less pissed at us for not accepting you right away when she found out we were shopping for you," explained Jonah. "Though we didn't explain about the curse to her. She thought we had commitment phobia or something," added Jonah, entering his walk-in closet. "We?" I asked. "Both of you were shopping for me?" "At least I don't have a foot fetish," said Noah offhandedly. My jaw dropped. "I do not have a foot fetish," growled Jonah, annoyed. "Then how come you bought so many shoes for Star, and they're all heels?" said Noah. "They're nice to look at, and she will look sexy in them," mumbled Jonah. "I do not have a foot fetish." Jonah led me through his walk-in closet to an area in the back with a shelf of brand-new designer heels. "What the I burst out laughing. "My lingerie thing is normal," said Noah triumphantly. "Girls like shoes," said Jonah pointedly, clearly very sensitive about this. "I love the lingerie and the shoes. Okay, guys, thank you," I said enthusiastically. I kissed both of them on the mouth, lingering a little with each kiss. Okay, so there was a lot of stuff I didn't know about Noah and Jonah. I was amazed by the designer heels. I picked up a pair with transparent glass heels and pink straps. They were so pretty. Dolce & Gabbana, wow. Mom helped pick those, Jonah said proudly. Their mom knew I existed. Jonah had talked about me to his mom. He used to ignore me in the cafeteria. "I'm not sure why he's involving our poor mother in this," teased Noah. "I do not have a foot fetish," grumbled Jonah. "He does not have a foot fetish," repeated Noah. He just wants you to step on his neck with those," added Noah. Jonah shoved Noah, and Noah shoved him back. I giggled at their antics while I tried on the shoes. They were surprisingly comfortable. Jonah grinned. I walked around in them and did a small spin for Noah and Jonah. "The t-shirt ruins the whole look," commented Noah in a mock serious tone. "Try it again with just the lingerie and the heels." Jonah shoved him. "My dad is going to kill me," I said, coming down from my high a little. "No," said Jonah. "He doesn't know you left." "How is that possible?" I asked. "You answered your hotel door and said you weren't feeling up to coming down for breakfast in the hotel and to leave you alone to sleep," said Noah. "And your dad totally understood," added Jonah. "I'm so confused," I said. "Jamie helped us with a glamour, an illusion," said Noah, holding up what looked like a perfume bottle in front of me, but was actually a potion bottle. "A glamour spell that transforms someone to look like you and is set to wear off soon, so we need to get you back," said Jonah, strictly business again. "Who is me right now?" I asked. Jonah grinned. "Toby," said Noah. "I owed Toby big time. I owed Jamie 2 lifetimes. Jesse too. Those two had done so much for us. I was sad I had to go back until I remembered they were coming with me to the Ice Moon Castle." "We'll sneak you in," said Jonah. "Then you act surprised when we show up to say hi." I nodded. The quads and I walked to the same car we had used last night. I couldn't stop thinking about the events of last night whenever all 5 of us were together. I wanted to finish sealing the deal. Even though we had broken the curse, there was this unsettling feeling I couldn't quite put my finger on. Things felt unfinished somehow. "What's wrong, Princess?" asked Eli, holding me against his side in the back seat. "I don't know," I said honestly. Yet I added, Chapter 83, Friday 25th September, 2020. Holly. I woke up tangled up with His Highness. I gazed at Prince Harper's face. He was so handsome. A blush crept up to my cheeks as visions of last night returned to me. I kissed the prince's forehead, and he stirred. "Holly," he said groggily. "My lord, I did not mean to disturb your slumber." "My apologies," I said in earnest. Harper snorted with laughter. He sat up, wiping the sleep from his eyes. "Being with you is like being in a play or something," he laughed. "I am comical?" I inquired. "You are formal, very," he replied with a grin that made my heart leap. His Highness had yet to fully consummate our strange union, and I was glad for the clarity to finish my task. Harper numbed my mind. I was afraid of the besotted fool I would be if I gave myself to him totally. Girls sometimes behaved very foolishly over handsome suitors and rich ones. My mother said so. Harper had money and looks and station. There was no one higher than a prince save the king, and there was no king currently. Harper sniffed the air. He narrowed his eyes. "Something's wrong," he growled. He marched into the hallway, still shirtless in undergarment pants. "My lord, you are indecent," I cried, grabbing 2 robes. I covered myself with one and ran into the hallway. 2 maids were passing by with their cart. They stared at my lord's exposed back with hungry eyes. I threw the robe over him. "Holly!" yelled Harper indignantly, muffled by the robe covering his face. The maids stared at me, and then my lord as he righted himself, putting on his robe properly. My blush deepened. "The hottest guys always have the weirdest girlfriends," muttered one of the maids to the other. "They like the drama," replied the other. I glared at them and they scurried away. "Ah, maid service left. I wanted more towels," complained the prince. "My lord, it is my doing. I shall fetch them for you," I began. "You're not going anywhere," snapped Harper. "As if I'd let you loose in the modern world. I'd never find you again," he said more to himself than to me. He banged on Princess Star's door. Lord Heath entered the hallway. I curtsied for him. "Morning, Holly," he said to me. "Your sister is sleeping in," he said in hushed tones to Harper. "Have you spoken to her?" asked Harper quickly. "Yes," said Heath. Harper raised his eyebrows. "Okay, thanks, Dad," said Harper. Heath went back to his room. Harper began fiddling with the lock. The door swung inwards suddenly. Harper was met with Princess Star. She looked disgruntled. "Harper, I'm sleeping," she whined and flipped her hair very dramatically. She was behaving strangely. Even I could see that. Harper chuckled. "Who the fuck are you?" he muttered lowly. "Excuse me," she said, rolling her eyes and flipping her hair again. Harper burst into laughter. "Where did Star go?" "Is she with those 4 idiots?" Harper asked. "I don't know what you're talking ab," began Star, but Harper pushed her into the room, yanked me in and shut the door. "Where is Star?" he growled, his eyes turning black. "Harper, it's me. It's Toby." "Chill out," said Star, or perhaps Toby in impeccable drag. "Lord Toby, you look exactly like her. Such great magic or makeup," I complimented. "Both," said Toby. "I just had to try Star's highlighter. She has this great brand," began Toby. Harper jacked Toby up against the wall. "Where's my sister?" Harper hissed. "With the quads," yelped Toby. Harper let him go with a sigh. "She's going to come back here marked, isn't she?" snarled Harper. "My lord," I said hesitantly. "Yes, baby," murmured Harper, pulling me against him. "Why is this a bad happening?" I asked, snuggling into him. "It's not, I guess," murmured Harper. I kissed the prince's ear, and then his neck, and then his shoulder. I had him distracted. "Let us leave Toby to finish his theatrics in peace," I said brightly, luring Harper back to our room. I winked at Toby over my shoulder. Toby looked grateful. I pushed Harper into our room. He was shocked. I slammed our doors shut and pushed him onto the bed. I straddled him. "Whoa," was all he said, and then I pressed my lips against his. I pulled back suddenly. "What's wrong, baby?" he asked quickly. "We are going back to Ice Moon today, correct?" I asked breathlessly. "Yeah, he began, but I stopped him with another kiss. "Star, I can't go in there," I said, just realizing something. How could I have been so stupid? "Why not, baby?" asked Zaya, his tone worried. He moved my curls off of my face. My hair was all over the place after the quads sharing the back seat with me had gotten handsy. Eli was breathless from our kissing. "What's wrong, princess?" he asked. "Luna will sneak you in, no problem," said Noah. Her neck, said Jonah, his voice grave, realizing what I had just realized. The other quads gasped. Makeup, said Zaya. Toby will cover it, said Eli. Toby's upstairs, said Jonah pointedly. Luna, you'll have to climb back up, can you? He asked. I don't know, I said. Zaya got out of the car. He opened the back door and ushered me out. The quads brought me to the same meeting place from last night. I looked up at the steep wall. Zaya picked me up, holding me bridal style. He leapt onto the ledge with me in his arms. Wow, I gasped. He winked at me. He rapped on the window. It was flung open by me? Star, Harper knows it's me, said Toby me. Looking hot AF, Toby, growled Zaya playfully. Toby me blushed deeply and helped me inside. Zaya climbed in. I have to go downstairs and arrive with my other brothers. Cover that neck seamlessly, please, said Zaya, holding Toby me's shoulders. Toby me nodded eagerly. Zaya was gone in a flash. Toby me folded his arms. Work your magic, I said. No, I require payment, said Toby me. Toby was loaded. What was he talking about? Details, or you get nothing, Toby me demanded. I giggled. Well, first they rapped on my window, I began. Ooh, I love having my window rapped on, snarled Toby me, doing a shimmy. I stifled my laughter so Dad wouldn't hear two me's in here and continued with my juicy story in hushed tones. Chapter 84, Friday, 25th September 2020, Star. So only Zaya took a dip in your Milky Way, Star? Confirmed Toby me. Toby, I said indignantly, my cheeks flushing. Just clarifying, said Toby me. Toby me put the finishing touches of concealer on my neck and then practically bathed me in perfume. What was that for? I said in between sneezes. You reek of your mates, said Toby me, as though it was obvious. I had totally forgotten about scent, and so had the quads. Your dad'll know eventually. You do realize that, right? Asked Toby me. I know, I said softly. I just needed to buy some time and get Dad to agree to the quads coming back to the Ice Moon Castle with us. I was already missing there. It did feel like home. I especially missed Haven, my dragon. I bet Harper missed Helena too. Toby, I owe you one, I said, admiring the seemingly blemish-free skin on my neck. You owe me 4, said Toby me, laughing. I sighed at the stupid joke. When do you change back into you? I asked. I have about 10 to 15 minutes again, said Toby me, glancing at his phone. Just enough time to show you how good you would look if you let me pick out your outfits, said Toby me, flinging my dresses all over the place until one was deemed worthy. Toby me put on the skimpy black dress and smoothed on some red lipstick with a ton of mascara. Eyelashes are everything, darling, he informed me. Toby strutted out of the room down the hallway, receiving quite a few looks and even a catcall when we reached the hotel bar. Toby had his chauffeur waiting for him with a bag of his own clothes. We got into the back seat of the car just as his curls straightened and shortened. His eyes changed colors. His jaw became more prominent. His boobs shrank. Aw, lamented Toby at the loss of his boobs. He burst into laughter. I giggled. He pulled on some fancy joggers, a polo, and a blazer, all black. He tossed my heels away and put on his own shoes. A hallway and a bar full of people just saw us. They probably assumed we were twins, I said hopefully. Honey, no one was looking at you in that, said Toby frankly, gesturing towards my t-shirt. The shoes are gorge, though, he exclaimed. Jonah got them for me, I said happily. It felt strange to say. Jonah buying me gifts? Fair. I was accustomed to him calling me Cloud. Had I forgiven him too soon? I pulled off his t-shirt, revealing the lingerie from Noah. Toby made a purring noise in response to that. I giggled. Noah got me this, I said. Kinky, said Toby. I realized Toby had tricked me. Hey, you walked away so suddenly, I said. You didn't realize you'd have to wear this dress, said Toby, finishing my sentence for me and handing me the tiny dress he had catwalked around the hotel with moments earlier. I had to wear it. The t-shirt smelled of Jonah. Keep the Jonah shoes, he instructed. They're fab. I pulled on the dress. It hugged my figure. I was used to more loose-fitting dresses. I grumbled to myself. We ran back into the hotel and upstairs. I bumped into my dad. Dad! I squeaked. I got up a little while ago and met Toby at the bar for a brunch cocktail, I said, making up whatever I could think of. Toby eyed me, judging my pathetic lie silently. I know, said Dad. You told me Toby would be meeting you earlier. I did? Of course, I said. Toby grinned. Heath, I must say you don't look like you could have a daughter Star's age. You look like a college student, exclaimed Toby. Dad smiled. Yeah, right. he said in his gruff voice. I do not tell lies, said Toby dramatically. Dad chuckled. If you say so, said Dad. Dad, the Quads will also be joining us for brunch if that's okay, I said. Dad narrowed his eyes. I know you don't like them, Dad, I began. I like Eli, said Dad defensively. 1 out of 4 ain't bad, said Toby. Yes, it is, I said. That's a failing grade. Hey, he could have liked none of them, said Toby. I like this kid, said Dad. Whose side are you on? I growled at Toby over MindLink. I'm helping your dad to feel that his emotions and thoughts are being validated, said Toby. Why don't you date this kid? Asked Dad. Toby stifled a laugh. Dad, I said, not sure how to state the obvious. Star is too good for me, joked Toby. Star is very special, agreed Dad. But she needs to be with someone respectful like you or Eli. She is with Eli, said Toby. And company, he added. Dad frowned. They're really not that bad, Heath, trust me, said Toby. Now that serial killer Barbie is out of Jonah's life, things will be much easier for you and for Star. Dad snorted with laughter. I suppose, he said. Let's go down to the brunch. I nodded, linking arms with Toby on one side and my dad on the other. Harper and Holly came out of their room just then. Harper glared at Toby. Holly, vintage. I love it, said Toby, looking at her peasant-style dress, although she actually always dressed like that. She wasn't from a modern Fae community. She was from one of Luddites where technology and modern lifestyles and fashion were frowned upon. Those clothes suited her, though. You look pretty as always, I said. Holly blushed from all the attention. Toby extended his arm to Holly, and she took it with Harper on her other side. Friends? Asked Toby, looking at Harper. Yeah, said Harper exasperatedly. Harper was looking at me, scrutinizing my neck and sniffing the air. What happened between you two? Asked Dad, looking suspiciously at Harper and Toby. We wanted different people to win the voice, said Toby, as though this was a horrible, life-altering difference in opinion. We're okay with each other's picks now, said Harper. Okay, said Dad slowly. Had I actually gotten away with sneaking out last night? I tried to hide my grin as we made our way down to the brunch buffet. I spotted my mates right away at a large table. They waved us over. Good morning, mumbled Dad. Aren't you 4 here early? He said. Yeah, said Noah brightly. We wanted to check on Star first thing this morning. How are you feeling? Asked Jonah, pulling out my chair. Good, I said as I sat down. Sir, I just want to reiterate how sorry I am regarding my outburst the last time we spoke back at the castle. I spoke out of turn and that was rude of me, but I was just desperate to have my mate with me. I know you of all people know how much it hurts to be apart from one's mate, said Zaya. Dad nodded. He didn't say anything. Sir, thank you for allowing us to join your family for brunch, said Eli. You're welcome, Eli, said Dad with a small smile. Yes, thank you, sir, said Jonah. Dad just frowned at Jonah. When are you heading back to Ice Moon? Asked Eli. Today, said Dad as a waiter brought us coffee and cocktails. We were hoping to go back with you, said Noah. To Ice Moon? The 4 of you, grunted Dad. They all nodded eagerly. No, said Dad sternly. Dad, may I speak with you in private, I said. No, said Dad. Dad! I said. Dad sighed. We walked away from the table and out of the dining area into an empty hallway. Why can't they come back with us? I asked. Why should they come back with us? He countered. They're my mates, I said. So, they need to earn you, said Dad. They broke the curse, I said defensively. You broke the curse? Growled Dad. Jonah broke up with Angie like you wanted, I said, my voice becoming more shrill as my emotions got the better of me. Dad snorted with laughter. She's dead. They didn't break up, said Dad. Jonah killed her. To protect me. I yelled. Jonah waited for his former girlfriend to all but kill you before he protected you, snarled Dad. The others are blameless. I lied. Noah and Jonah have been wishy-washy from the start. You think I don't see things. You think I don't know things. You think you know better than me. You don't. You're young and inexperienced, and it shows, snapped Dad. You let Harper be with his mate, no problem, I snapped back. Double standards because I'm a girl, I hissed. Don't insult me, roared Dad. Name one thing, that Holly has done to harm Harper physically or emotionally. She only just got here. I don't know, I said. Ugh. I couldn't think of anything, and I didn't actually have any problem with Holly. I felt guilty for bringing her up. Let me tell you what I see and what I know, little girl, because that is what you're acting like. hissed Dad. I narrowed my eyes at him. I was seething. Since you want to compare yourself to your brother, Holly is practically Harper's shadow. She has no complaints, no lingering psycho boyfriend, no reservations, no deadly curse on her family. No need to take Harper back to the Fey village she is from. She has never bullied Harper or helped other people bully Harper. She has never ignored Harper, played hot and cold, humiliated him in front of peers, paraded a different love of interest around, nor started a fight with you, Star, roared Dad. My eyes were brimming with tears as I recalled certain things. I know Zaya tried to attack Harper in his wolf form at your school talent show. I know Angelique bullied you and Zaya and Ely didn't do much to stop it. And Noah and Jonah even helped, calling you names too. I know Noah and Jonah played games with your feelings, all in the name of the curse. Oh, please. Spare me. What does the curse have to do with being mean to you? Had they been better men, they wouldn't have even bothered you or breathed your name until they were ready, yelled Dad. He stopped. He was slightly out of breath. A waitress had come to check on us. She was standing there awkwardly with a tray of drinks. Dad took a napkin and wiped it on the condensed water droplets on the outside of a glass. Dad waved her inside, and she scampered away. Dad took the damp napkin and wiped my neck. I flinched, but the concealer had already come off. Dad's face when he looked at the marks was so forlorn. I want you to value yourself enough to know that you're worth working and waiting for, he said softly. He handed me the napkin and went back inside. I stayed out in the hallway just clutching the napkin. Chapter 85. Friday, 25th September 2020. Harper. I was happy that Dad wasn't making it easy for the quads, but I was sad for my twin sister. She needed someone to give her a break. Dad returned to our table without Star. I could tell through our link as twins that Star was really upset. I would bet almost anything that Star was marked and had covered it with makeup or something. Dad had probably realized and flipped out, knowing that Star had sneaked out last night. Dad probably didn't know that Toby was involved because he seemed to like Toby. Sir, I know you have your reservations about us, but we won't get much of a chance to prove ourselves to you and Star if we can't be around you both, said Eli, his eyes wide. Dad made an annoyed sound as he ate his pancakes. I think the quads should come back to Ice Moon with us, I said. Everyone's jaw dropped, including the quads. And why is that? Asked Dad sharply. It's inevitable that Star and the quads will be together. It might as well be in front of your face rather than behind your back, I said boldly. Dad took a deep breath. Star earned her happily ever after fair and square, even if the quads haven't impressed you yet, Dad, I pointed out. Sir, we know we messed up on many occasions, but we have forever to make it up to Star and to earn your blessing, said Jonah in earnest. Do you think your behavior towards Star was warranted? Snapped Dad. You mean, began Noah. I mean the name-calling, the back and forth, Angelique, fighting with Harper, all of it, hissed Dad. No, it wasn't, said Noah. I, for one, totally mishandled the situation. Jonah wanted me to stay away from Star until the coast was clear, and I just couldn't do that, and I'm truly sorry. I made it harder than it needed to be. I won't insult you by denying that. Dad was quiet. I know you're upset about Angie, and I did go completely overboard, but I was trying to make the witch think Angie was my mate so Star wouldn't be the target. That was part of our plan, explained Jonah. I am really sorry for not realizing sooner how deranged Angie was and for endangering Star like that. I thought Harper was her boyfriend, not her twin, said Zaya. What? Yelped Dad. That's a long story, I said quickly. I hired Harper to help Star make the quads jealous. I didn't even know about the curse aspect and fooling the witch. I only found out about that stuff from the quads like the other day, admitted Toby. Dad looked pale and very worried. He looked at me. Did anything happen between you and your sister that I should know about before you knew you were twins? He asked in my mind. No, I said immediately, forever grateful that Star turned down the kiss I offered her before we knew we were long-lost siblings. Dad sighed in relief. Is there anything we could do to reassure you how much we love Star? Asked Eli desperately. Dad smiled faintly. He seemed like he had been waiting for such a question. Jamie, you should have told her right away, said Jessie. I sighed. I know, I said, We were each holding one of our twins as we walked around the Ambrosia Coven House gardens. "Call her and tell her," demanded Jessie. "I wanted her to have a moment of peace," I said. Jessie took a deep breath. He was gearing up to argue, I could tell. "Okay," I said, yielding. I took out my phone and called Star. She picked up on the second ring. "Hello," she sounded dazed. "Star, are you all right?" I asked, concerned. "I will be," she said. "I'm sorry to add to your stress when you already sound worried about something," I began. No, insisted Star. "You've been a lifesaver," I smiled. "So, about your aunt, Angelique's mom?" I said. "Yeah," said Star slowly. "I found her unconscious after you knocked her out, and I tied her up magically so she couldn't get away," I admitted. "I don't understand." "She did get away," said Star. "That's the worrying part. I didn't point out what it meant because I wanted you all to focus on ending the curse once and for all," I explained. "What does it mean?" asked Star. "Angie's mother escaping my magical binding means there was another accomplice. A fourth person besides Angie, Brink and Angie's mom," I explained. Star was silent on the other end. "That fourth person, whoever they are, they're magically gifted," I said. "Are you sure?" asked Star, her voice a little shaky. "Yes, unfortunately. It's the only explanation. I also did a revealing spell in the spot where Angie's mom should have been tied up, and someone released her with magic. Someone very powerful," I said softly. Star sighed. "If whoever that is comes back to harm you, let me know right away. I'm always on your side, Star," I said. "That makes one person," said Star, laughing humorlessly. "Oh, a lot of people love you, Star. That's not true," I said, trying to cheer her up. Star sniffled. "I know," she said. "I just feel a little attacked right now," she confessed. "How did the glamour on Toby work out?" I asked eagerly, trying to talk about something less dreary for the while. Star sighed even more deeply. "Oh, no. It worked, but my dad found out I was marked, which is not your fault at all. Your glamour was flawless. He still doesn't know about Toby. I guess something I did gave me away," said Star. "And he's not pleased?" I asked. "That's an understatement," said Star. "He would be a really weird dad if he were happy to hand you over to your mates unconditionally," I said. "True," she said. "Just be careful, okay, and call me if you need anything," I said. "I will," said Star. Star. I felt so embarrassed walking back to the table, as if everyone had heard my argument with my dad even though I knew they had not. I slipped back into my seat. The atmosphere around the table was tense, as though there had been another argument in my absence. "Your mates are coming with us back to Ice Moon," said Dad dryly. My eyes widened in disbelief. Harper smiled at me, though his eyes were filled with concern. My mates gave me strained smiles. "Thank you, Dad," was all I could say, keeping my eyes on my plate. "They have agreed to my demands," continued Dad as he sliced up his waffles. "Your demands?" I asked, not liking the sound of that. "Yes, my demands," he said. "Which are?" I asked, though I was afraid to find out. "Among the Fey nobility, brides have to be won by completing tasks set by the family," said Dad. "Since there are 4 of them, I think completing tasks based on the 4 cardinal virtues should be appropriate," said Dad with a wry smile. "Will these tasks be dangerous?" I asked. I had only just saved my mates. "No," said Dad to my relief. "But they will be difficult because you are very precious," said Dad. I smiled very faintly. I had umpteen more questions to ask, but Harper gave me a little shake of his head. "I'll explain the 4 cardinal virtues to you after, and how we can help your knucklehead mates prove themselves by displaying each one," said Harper. "How do you know what they are?" I asked curiously. "I'm an artist, Star," said Harper. "I know a lot of random interesting things." I snorted with laughter, and Harper shot me an indignant look. "I haven't seen my adopted grandmother in a really long time," I said as the waitress cleared the table. "If you would like her to come with us to Ice Moon, she can," said Dad. "I doubt she would want to," I admitted. "Gran was a homebody. But I want her to be comfortable," I said. "She is," said Harper. "She's staying with my parents," said Harper. Dad frowned. "My adopted parents," clarified Harper. "She's at the Jogi house?" I asked, shocked. "Yeah," said Harper with a laugh. "And Mom says she's baking up a storm and teaching them how to knit." I grinned. "We'll stop by the Jogi house before we head back," said Dad, seemingly trying to call a truce. I shrugged. "Perhaps we should hurry back, Lord Heath. There is so much to do to prepare Harper for the throne," said Holly with a serene smile. That was weird of her. She rarely had any opinion on anything. Perhaps she was getting more comfortable with us. I smiled at her. No, there's no rush, said Dad offhandedly. Holly frowned. Eager to be queen, my love, said Harper, running his fingers through Holly's hair. She blushed slightly. No, my lord, I am merely excited on your behalf, she said. Baby, you need to bond with my adopted parents, said Harper with a sense of finality to his tone. He really did evoke an air of leadership without even trying. Star should see her adopted grandmother. It is a very necessary visit. We will travel back to Ice Moon right after we go to my house, Harper said. As you wish it, my lord, said Holly, who could scarcely hide her displeasure at his decision. What's she in a rush for? I asked. She probably misses her home, said Harper. She never even talks about anyone she has to go back to, though. She was able to stick to you like glue from the moment you two met. Is no one missing her at home? I asked. Someone probably is missing her back at her village. That's probably why she's in a hurry, said Harper. I wasn't so convinced. Holly seemed anxious. Holly, tell us about yourself. We know so little about you, said Lady Mia, the woman who had raised Harper. I was seated in the parlor of the Jogi Manor. It was a very fine house. It had a nicer air to it than the large, cold castle. Mia had insisted we have tea together. The low table before me was overladen with teacups and the steaming kettle and platters of sweet treats. I recognized most of the squares and cakes for what they were. Some were foreign to me. I picked up a tiny round sandwich that came in many colors and sniffed it surreptitiously. It's a macaron, said Harper helpfully in my mind. I smiled at him gratefully. He was able to communicate with me telepathically somehow, though I was not a wolf. He said it was through our bond. The Jogi family were waiting for me to tell them about myself. I'm 19, I said. An older woman, exclaimed Mr. Jogi. His wife, Mia, erupted into a fit of giggles and playfully swatted him. Dad, muttered Harper, rolling his eyes. It's a joke, said Mia, squeezing Harper's knee. His nursemaid was so familiar with him. I marveled at that. Holly, have you always been a cougar? Or is it just something about Harper in particular? Said Mr. Jogi. Harper sighed deeply and put his head in his hands. Mia swatted his knee. No, I do not have transformative capabilities such as the prince. No wolf, no wild cat. I suppose being a cougar would be exciting, thrilling, a great adventure, I pronounced. Mia and Mr. Jogi were in hysterics. She's hilarious, said Mr. Jogi. She understands my dad humor unlike someone, he said, pointedly looking at Harper, who was still looking away. I am simply a fae, half fae, I corrected. Half human. Mia gasped, startling me. I love humans. Oh God, said Harper, we should go. Do you want to see my thesis from college? It's about female human beauty regimes. Truly amazing stuff. Almost as good as magic, and a lot of anti-aging too, like us wolves have naturally. The ways human girls get around the lack of magic are astounding. There's creams for wrinkles with collagen. Mia went on a tangent, so my eyes glazed over. I had so much to do. I did not have time for this. Harper was ignoring all of us. Harper, do I seem like a cougar? Do I seem fierce? I asked. Had I behaved impolitely? No, baby. A cougar is a woman who dates younger men. I'm 18 and you're 19, and my dad is an he explained. I gasped. They were concerned about my being 1 year older. Some kings waited until 30 or 40 or older to marry and selected younger brides. But you say we are fated, I said, feeling a bit hurt. Hey, said Harper, sitting up and pulling me against his chest. What's wrong? Asked Mr. Jogi, offering me more tiny, colorful, circular sandwiches. She probably has her period, whispered Mia. Do you need anything, honey? Holly, I corrected them with a frown. The Jogis burst into laughter. Harper actually smiled a little. Perhaps this was going well. I almost jumped for joy when it was time to leave. Goodbye, I said with a bit too much glee. We'll miss you, honey, cried Mia, grabbing me into a tight hug. Mr. Jogi hugged me too. Take good care of Harper, he instructed me. I nodded resolutely. I will protect the true Royal Fae family with my life, I pledged. Awesome sauce, said Mr. Jogi. Dad, said Harper as he was pulled into Mia's arms. Don't be a stranger, said Mr. Jogi, hugging Harper. He kissed both of them on their cheeks. Let's go, he said, ushering me out. Princess Star was saying goodbye to her other grandmother outside. This grandmother was not of the same blood as her. The grandmother back at the castle was not of the same blood either, but Star did not know that. Harper pulled out the ornament that the portal was disguised as. Wow, magnificent. I marveled at it. The glass sphere had a snowstorm inside, and the night sky in there held many twinkling stars. I know, I've been working out, said Harper, grinning, revealing his muscles by lifting his shirt a little. I blushed. Dad's humor always rubs off on me, he grumbled. Your father and this other father? I began. The guy with the jokes is my biological father's best friend. He raised me and I didn't know my biological dad existed. My biological dad has no jokes. He's the serious one, explained Harper. I laughed. Harper winked at me. Star! He yelled. Coming, she said. Everyone surrounded us. Star, the 4 identical alphas, Lord Heath, even Lord Toby. Toby, you're not coming, said Lord Heath. I know, I just wanted to see the portal, mumbled Lord Toby, stepping back a little. Why can't Toby come? Asked Star. Lord Heath looked livid. How many people do you want to take back to Ice Moon? Why don't you let everyone in Viper Moon know in case they want to go too? Grumbled Lord Heath. When Star and I get married, we should get everyone together. The 2 packs! That's a great idea, sir, exclaimed Alpha Elijah, missing the sarcasm that even I picked up on. I wondered about him sometimes. I'm about to open the portal, so everyone hold on to each other, announced Harper, snaking his arms around my waist. The others held on tightly to our shoulders. Right before we disappeared, I saw Lord Toby hold onto Star's shoulder. What was he doing? I felt the familiar, nauseated feeling as the portal swallowed us, Lord Toby included. Chapter 86, Saturday, 26 September, 2020. Star. Our great-grandmother, the Winter Fae Queen, held a feast in our honor upon our return to the Ice Moon Castle. The food was delicious. Every single dish was seasoned to perfection, but I did not have much of an appetite. I picked at my food here and there. I was anxious to find out more about the tasks the quads had to do to prove themselves worthy mates. It seemed like something was always in my way when it came to the quads. The status quo, Angelique, the curse, and now the 4 cardinal virtues. Harper was supposed to explain them to me, but he was actually tipsy, a great feat for an alpha. He had goblet after goblet of mead, ale, and wine. He was swaying slightly in his chair at the head table with Holly on his lap. She was blushing furiously at being on his lap in front of everyone. Toby was nowhere to be found, though he had been sitting next to me earlier. Shall we retire, my lord? She kept asking. No, baby. The night is young, said Harper with a hiccup. It's 2 a.m, I grumbled. Aren't we cheerful? Teased Harper. You're supposed to explain the 4 cardinal virtues to me. I guess self-control is not one of them, I snapped. Harper laughed. Actually, it is. Temperance is one of them, and that's basically restraint or self-control, explained Harper. My face lit up. I had thought he was totally out of it. He hiccuped again. And the other 3? I asked eagerly. Prudence, courage, and justice, he said, slamming his goblet down on the table as he uttered the word justice. The wine sloshed around in the goblet, and some of it splattered onto the table. So what will the quads have to do? I wondered aloud. The best strategy is to match the quads to the 4 cardinal virtues based on their strengths, continued Harper. For instance, prudence is all about discerning the best course of action. You gotta do the right thing at the right time, said Harper, slamming his goblet down again. This time it tipped over and spilled all over the table. A servant came hurrying forwards to clean it up. Thank you, Melody. You're amazing, he said, the servant who was named Phyllis. So who's the most cerebral quad? Asked Harper. Who's the smarty pants? I chuckled. I think Noah, I said. Justice, self-explanatory. Who plays by the rules? Who makes things fair? Said Harper, pouring himself another goblet of wine. As soon as he poured it, the wine seemed to dissipate before our very eyes, leaving the glass half full. This wine is thin. It takes more to fill up a glass, he said. Where had the wine gone? Holly smiled conspiratorially at me. I grinned back. Eli acts fairly, I said. Yeah, I would say so too. Courage, he said, closing his eyes and leaning back in his chair. Zaya, I said with the utmost certainty. That leaves who and what, he mumbled. That leaves Temperance and Jonah. That's a good match too. Jonah was the one always resisting, the urge when it came to the curse, I exclaimed. Harper opened one eye and then the other. I did not need to know that, he said. I chuckled. Jonah can do this, I know he can, and the other three can too, I said, trying to convince myself also. The quads had been seated separately from us. They were across the room with another group of Fey nobles. Eli's gaze never left me. My cheeks reddened every time our eyes met. I still felt somewhat shy around my mates. Zaya was chatting with Azriel. I could hear Aaron and Ryan adding their 2 cents into the conversation, whether they could be heard or not. Noah was deep in conversation too, but with the advisors to the queen. I looked for Jonah. He was missing from his chair. I got up. "Leaving so soon?" asked Harper. "It's been hours," I said, giggling. "We should retire too, my lord," mumbled Holly. She tried to slip out of his arms, but he tightened them around her. "I got sunshine on a cloudy day," sang Harper. He proceeded to serenade a completely red Holly as onlookers cheered. Even drunk, he had a great voice. I left the hall looking for Jonah. I was walking down a wide hallway when I felt a pair of arms snake around my waist. Someone pressed me against the wall. I braced myself with my palms against the wall. My heart was beating so fast. "You shouldn't be wandering about on your own, Monsieur l'Étoile. Who knows who could be lurking these corridors?" Came a silky, sweet voice. "Jonah," I said feebly as he spun me around and pressed my back against the stone wall. "Star," he breathed right before his lips crashed into mine. Our kiss was hungry, ravenous. His tongue slipped into my mouth and his hands found the backs of my thighs. He lifted me effortlessly and pressed me into the wall while I flung my arms around his neck. I could feel his member, a huge and hard bulge pressing against me. This position immediately reminded of our first kiss, a stolen kiss in the bathroom at the academy. This one was different, though. It was filled yearning on both sides. I was a little lightheaded from the lack of air by the time he pulled away, panting. As if drawn by the scent of my arousal, my other 3 mates found themselves in the hallway with darkened, lust-filled eyes. Jonah placed me gently on my feet and stepped back. Zaya smirked at me. He was the only one to have completed the mating process with me. Eli licked his lips. Noah sniffed the air. Jonah growled playfully as I slowly backed away from them. A mischievous smile spread across my face. I broke out into a run, dashing down the hallway and up the winding staircase nearby. My mates were hot on my heels. I knew they could catch me easily if they really tried. I spotted the double doors to my room and I darted towards them. Before I could reach the doors, I found Eli blocking my path. I turned around. Noah. I spun around. Zaya, the last available direction. Jonah. I was surrounded. "I give up," I said, raising my arms in surrender. Zaya took the opportunity to reach for the hem of my dress, pulling it upwards over my head in outstretched arms. I was standing in the hallway in the lingerie Noah had bought me. Zaya handed my dress to Eli, who sniffed it, inhaling deeply. They edged closer. I backed away right through the doors into my room. I heard the door click as it locked. My stomach clenched in anticipation. "Hey, princess," said Eli, his voice husky. The 4 of them stalked towards me as I back away, my anticipation blossoming inside of me. Jonah gently pushed me so that I fell back onto the bed. I sat up immediately. He reached for the straps of the heels he had given me, undoing them one by one and taking them off. He kissed the soles of my feet and then my ankles, working his way up my calves, my knees, and my trembling thighs. All the while, Eli sat beside me and pulled me into a steamy kiss, our breath intermingling. He nipped at my lower lip and I squealed. He slid his tongue into my mouth and I eagerly stroked it with mine. Somehow, I knew which quad was doing what without having to look. I could feel Noah unhooking my bra and massaging my shoulder blades, Brat moving outwards to squeeze my upper arms. His hands grasped my shoulders, kneading them, releasing the tension there. He clasped his hands around my throat and very gently applied pressure. Meanwhile, Zaya was slipping my underwear off. The smell of my arousal filled the room as he did so. Eli broke our kiss to groan at the delicious scent emanating from my core. Princess, you're mouth-watering," he growled, pushing me onto the bed. My back hit the soft fabric. Noah gripped me by my upper arms and pulled me further up onto the bed so that my feet were no longer dangling over the edge of the bed. I was completely nude now, and I was beginning to lose track of things. All I knew was that there were eager, hungry mouths everywhere all at once, kissing my mouth, my feet, planting hot, open-mouthed kisses on my torso, darting their tongue in and out of my belly button. A hot mouth latched onto my left knob. making me squeal. Another mouth sucked on the other knee, and I began to whimper, and the need was growing greater and greater the more they teased, licked, and nibbled my knees. I lifted my heavy eyelids to see Noah attached to one neck while Jonah was sucking on the other. Eli parted my legs. I looked up, and a soft mouth covered mine in a sweet kiss. He had my head in his lap and was looking down at me in adoration. A blush crept onto my already flushed cheeks. I arched my back as the elder two continued to work their magic on my sensitive "neh." Eli reached my core and licked it firmly, parting my folds with his tongue. "You taste so good, princess," he said. Noah detached himself from my neck with a wet plop, curious about what Eli was doing. Noah trailed the tip of his downwards until he reached my core, making me cry out while Eli slipped a finger deep inside of me. Noah and Eli began to alternate their roles, each taking turns to finger my pucky and eat it out. I could no longer hold back the moans and whimpers coming out of me. Zaya knelt over me and took charge of the neck Noah had left unattended while he pinched and rolled the other one between his fingers. Jonah pressed his lips to my mouth. I lost myself in the kiss and in the pleasure all of my mates were giving me. They were making me woozy. Noah was now slipping his fingers easily in and out of my dripping pucky while I wiggled about trying to escape the intense pressure. Eli and Noah were relentless while Jonah and Zaya focused on soothing me with their kisses and caresses. The pressure built. I could feel myself rising higher and higher, and Noah kissed my inner thighs while his fingers worked their magic. "Come for us, baby," murmured Zaya in my ear. He and Jonah bit down on their marks. That pushed me over the edge. I moaned as the wave of euphoria hit me. I arched my back as I came undone. My release made every muscle in my body tense and then relax. I was panting as I slowly came down. The quads were watching me in awe. I knew they were wondering who I would take next. I answered their unspoken question. "Eli," I said so softly that they would not have heard me had they not been wolves. Eli crawled up to eye level with me, hovering over me, putting his weight on his palms. "You sure, princess?" he whispered. I stared into his green eyes, watching his pupils dilate. They were the most astonishing green I had ever beheld. All of the quads had brilliantly bright green eyes like emeralds shining in the sunlight. I nodded. Eli smiled. He brushed his nose against mine and pressed his lips to my mouth sweetly. "You might still be a little sore," he murmured softly. I nodded. There had been a dull ache since Zaya had claimed me, but it was fading and I was very wet. Eli plunged a finger into me, gently prodding the area. I moaned at the intrusion. When he was satisfied, he removed his hand from my core and gripped my waist. He rid himself of his clothes swiftly and settled himself between my legs. I could feel the head of his huge hard member pressing against my entrance. He pushed in inch by inch, never taking his eyes off of my face. He pushed himself into the hilt, making me cry out. The fullness was somewhat familiar to me after Zaya. Eli was identical, but his movements were much slower, more methodical. He rocked his hips against mine. My head was in Noah's lap, while Zaya and Jonah massaged my side. "Move a little, Luna," whispered Noah as he brushed hair off of my face. I matched Eli's movements, joining him every time he thrusted. The feel of his skin and of his length filling me and stretching me was amazing. I shivered in delight. Eli picked up the pace a little. I moved a bit faster in time with him, keeping a steady rhythm as I climbed higher and higher. Suddenly, Eli grasped the backs of my thighs and sat up with me still in his arms. He bounced me up and down in his lap, sliding in and out of me, increasing the pressure in my torso until it built to a crescendo. I desperately needed a release. We were nose to nose, forehead to forehead, our breath intermingling and our gazes locked. I was vaguely aware of the other quads, but in that moment they seemed to fade away. Into the background, there was only me and Eli. He sped up, bouncing me harder and faster. A moan escaped me as he continued his sweet torture. I was on my knees, straddling his lap. "Ride, princess," instructed Eli, his voice deep and gravelly with lust. I could feel someone's lips trailing down my spine. Another kissed the nape of my neck, and someone grazed my shoulder with their teeth. I grasped Eli's broad, muscular shoulders and rocked my pelvis back and forth and up and down. The feeling was delicious. I tightened my hold around Eli's neck as he gripped my hips harder, his fingers biting into my tender flesh. He began to pound me, filling me over and over. I cried out as he kept up a relentless pace. I would break soon. "Let go, Luna," whispered Noah. "Come for us, Monsieur l'Étoile," breathed Jonah in my ear. Eli sped up, pounding me faster and faster, lighting a fire within me and building a ball of pressure in my middle. I met every thrust, moving my hips back and forth, feeling every stroke of him. My mates ran their rough hands all over me, 6 hands caressing my flushed body as Eli kept his hands securely on my hips while he worked me into a frenzy. The ball inside me burst. I screamed as I came, my key contracting around his member, milking him as he pulsed within me. He grunted as he spurted within me. I heard 3 breathless groans as my mates reached their release. They could feel the pressure and the pleasure coursing through Eli and me through our bond. I collapsed in Eli's arms, clinging to him. He wrapped his arms around me tightly, brushing his lips against my forehead. "You were amazing, Princess," he whispered against my skin as my eyelids grew heavy. "I love you, Star. I'm so in love with you," murmured Eli. "You mean the world to us, Star," whispered Noah. "You're our everything," said Jonah softly. "We're so lucky, baby, to have you," said Zaya. My eyes fluttered closed. "I love you. All of you, Eli, Noah, Jonah, and Zaya," was the last thing I said before sleep came and carried me off. Chapter 87, Sunday, 27th September, 2020. Star. I woke up in the midst of a tangle of limbs. I was sleeping on my side with Zaya spooning me. Eli had his head nestled in my bosom and his leg over my waist. Noah was on Zaya's other side and Jonah was on the opposite end. I extricated myself from Zaya and Eli as carefully as I could and went to use the bathroom. When I was finished, I opened the door and came face to face with Noah. "Hey," I said. "Morning, Luna," said Noah, looking pensive. "Something wrong?" I asked. Noah sighed. "Why do I feel as though you're still mad at me?" asked Noah. I'm not mad. I just don't have as much trust built up with you as with—" I began. "Zaya and Eli," said Noah, nodding. "I love you," I said, cupping his face. He pressed his forehead to mine and held on to me. "I just need a little more stability. I haven't gotten to spend that much time with you or Jonah," I explained. Noah nodded. "But I am not mad at you," I said pointedly. "I love you, Hannah Starr," said Noah softly, looking into my eyes. "I know I hurt you," he continued. I smiled sadly. "I should not have been mean to you at all. That totally wasn't necessary. I should have just been distant until the curse was broken. I should have told you on the first day of school when I helped you with your bag," he said. I smiled. "But you didn't know for sure back then that I was your mate," I said. "I had an inkling," he admitted. I caressed his cheek. "I should have told you the truth that night on your birthday. We ruined your birthday," whispered Noah. He was teary-eyed. "Noah," I said. "Shh," I said, trying to soothe him. A tear ran down his cheek and I quickly wiped it away. "Now that you have my mark," said Noah. "I can feel it. I could feel it that night faintly, but I feel it sharp now," he said. "Feel what?" I asked. "How much we hurt you, Jonah and I, especially that night," he said. "Oh, Noah," I said, pulling him into a hug. I had been devastated that night when Jonah and Noah didn't seem to want me as their mate, and I wasn't sure why. "It did hurt, yeah, but we have forever to move past it, don't we?" I said, trying to be optimistic. I could feel Noah nod against my shoulder. "We do. I just want you to know I'm sorry," he said. "I know," I whispered. "I wanted to know something. You said around that time that Jonah wanted to be with Angie. Well, you thought that was the reason he didn't react well to being your mate," said Noah. "Yeah," I said, not sure where he was going with this. "What was your reasoning regarding me?" he asked. I gulped. This was painful to remember. "I thought the same thing I thought when you didn't want to talk to me at Angie's party, that you were embarrassed of me," I admitted. Noah chuckled. "Why would I be embarrassed of you?" he asked. "My time at the academy was not ideal. It wasn't just Angie who shunned me. The scholarship kids like me and Jillian were left out in general," I said. "That's awful," he said. "I never cared that you didn't come from money, though you technically did. You just weren't aware of it," he said, gesturing to the palace around us. "Yeah, I'm still getting used to all of it. It still feels surreal to me," I admitted. "You know what feels surreal to me?" Noah asked, grinning. "Know what?" I asked. "Finally, getting to be with you," he said, kissing my fingertips. "I thought I'd never get to. I thought Georgiana would kill me or keep me or worse yet, kill you," he said. I smiled. I hugged him tightly, and he hugged me back even more tightly. "I've had to pee for like 15 minutes, but I didn't want to walk past. You were both crying so," said Zaya. Noah and I jumped apart, realizing Zaya had been standing there and we were still standing in the bathroom doorway. "Sorry," I said, laughing a little. "A kiss will make up for it," said Zaya. I grinned and stood on tiptoe to give him a peck. He grabbed me and kissed me passionately, leaving me breathless. "Want to watch me pee?" he asked. "What?" I yelped. "No, not really," I giggled, running away. Noah rolled his eyes and followed me. Holly, the prince, kept me by his side or on his lap constantly. I would be lying if I said that I was displeased with this arrangement. I looked at the prince's face. His Highness was still asleep. I did not wish to leave him unattended. Truth be told, I feared for him and for the princess. I did not know when the fake Winter Fae Queen intended to strike. I knew they could not be safe with her on the throne. They threatened her claim to the Ice Moon Pack. It was a wonder to me how the impostor had managed such a feat without discovery. I took out my grandfather's journal. It was one of the possessions he had left me. My father had thought him a madman. He had taken his truths for rambling, tall tales, or even the confusion that comes with old age. None of these things were true. My grandfather had been quite sane indeed. September 12th, 2002. Today I was entrusted with the most precious cargo imaginable. A newborn baby girl. A princess. She won't grow up knowing it, though. Her mother hid her with the afterbirth. Hesper has always known I was of noble heart. I will ensure this innocent child remains hidden from the wretched people at the Ice Moon Castle. They are filled with deceit and deserve to in turn be deceived. They believe dear Hesper gave birth to one child, a stillborn boy. That is far from the truth. She gave birth to twins, 2 live births. The lad has already been smuggled away. Dear Hesper arrived in a state, still in the throes of labor. I delivered the afterbirth. The poor lass had to be wrapped up with the placenta. I was afraid the child would be stifled. I returned to my cottage as soon as possible. Alas, I cannot keep the child so close to those who would seek to harm her. Thankfully, I am a most fortunate man. In my medical practice, I came across a young lass on the opposite end of wolf country, barren and in despair. She and her mate are desperate for a little one of their own. Now they shall know the joy of a child. Old as I am, I have a baby in the house already. My granddaughter is but 1 year. My darling Holly would be such a good playmate for the princess. But I promised she would be sent far away from these packlands, and I always keep my promises. Chapter 88, Sunday, 27th September, 2020. Holly. I slipped away before the prince woke up. Once in the hallway, I tread as lightly as possible. I did not trust many in the castle. Without His Highness doting on me, I was just a peasant in their eyes, replaceable, disposable, collateral damage. The chambers of the Winter Fae Queen were on the highest habitable floor according to my grandfather. The floor above that was the tip of the highest tower. There were no bedchambers there. His Highness told me a most unbelievable tale, that he had crashed through the window of the highest tower of this castle. That added weight to my initial idea. Instead of meandering through endless guard patrols trying to go up the Queen's chambers, I should go down to them. From the highest tower, that was where Helena the Heaven-born came in. Star, I wanted to tell the quads about the conversation I had had with Jamie, but I was enjoying having worry-free time with them for once, especially when it came to Jonah and Noah. Sure, I was worried, but they were not. Noah actually laughed, and Jonah was acting laid back. Ignorance really was bliss, but I did not want to wait too long to tell them. In the huge dining hall at breakfast, my father was there with a few Fae nobles and rich werewolves who were staying at the castle. Now was as good a time as ever. "I have to tell you all something," I said. Everyone froze and looked up. "I talked to Jamie the last day we were in Viper Moon at the hotel," I began. "Okay," said Jonah, prompting me as I paused. "What did she say?" asked Noah sharply. "She said that she had magically tied up Mrs. Plastique," I said hesitantly. "But she was gone," said Zaya. "Someone must have helped her escape," said Noah, more to himself than to us, the realization dawning on him. "Yeah, Jamie said someone with significant magical talent must have helped Angie's mom undo the binding. There had to be a 4th person working with Brink, Angie and her mom," I concluded. "Angie's dad?" suggested Eli. No, came my father's gruff voice with a sigh. I asked my best friend, Harper's adopted dad, to have someone locate Mr. Plastique. Apparently, he had been on a business trip, or at least that was the story that Angelique and her mother put out. Everyone was focused on my dad now. I sensed something shocking was coming. The investigation produced some results, but I was waiting a little while to tell all of you, giving you some time to not think about what you went through, said Dad, looking at me apologetically. What is it? I asked anxiously. Mr. Plastique did not go on a business trip, or at least he did not get a chance to go. He had one scheduled but never showed up. The hotel he had booked confirmed that, and the people he was meeting with did too. He was a no-show with no explanation until what? I asked, my anxiety building as my dad stalled. He was found dead on the Plastique's estate, said Dad. Someone murdered him. Jonah breathed in sharply. Noah seemed as though the gears in his mind were turning. Zaya groaned and Eli sighed. Any suspects? I asked. Mrs. Plastique, of course, or someone connected to her, said Dad. Angie's mom was rumored to be having an affair, several actually, admitted Jonah. You ever saw any of the guys? Asked Dad. No, said Jonah, shaking his head. But Angie and her mom were really good at hiding those things. I mean, Angie was with Brink the whole time, and I had no idea. Yeah, but that could be because your mind was always on Star, said Noah. You might not have noticed Angie behaving strangely or signs that she was cheating because you didn't care. She cheated on you with Harper before Star came into the picture, blurted out Zaya. Zaya! Snapped Eli. Sorry, we need to put everything out on the table and examine it, said Zaya. Eli sighed. Yeah, Harper told me, said Eli. Dad frowned. Thank goodness for Holly, grumbled Dad. Angie as a daughter-in-law? I've suffered enough. Holly? I made my way out of the castle as quickly and quietly as I possibly could. The lingering lotus was within my possession, though I would not need it just yet. I found Haven the hellish and Helena the heaven-born making eyes at each other in the courtyard. You have a suitor here at the castle as well, I see, I said to Helena. She sniffed and snorted. I interpreted that as a laugh. Haven watched me with curiosity, but kept his distance, stretching and folding his magnificent wings in the early morning sun. I need to go to the very top of the castle, I whispered to Helena. She was aware of this already. It was strange how I had befriended a dragon. I remembered it quite vividly. Flashback, 1 year ago. Even if I could steal the lingering lotus, how would I just storm the castle successfully? They would throw me in the dungeon if I marched right up to the gates and demanded an audience with the queen. They would try me for treason if I spread knowledge of her falsehood far and wide. I still needed more for my case against her. I needed to be absolutely sure of her true identity. Father had called grandfather a madman. He said the old doctor was afflicted with senility. He used his age to discount all of his ideas as ramblings, but the same accusations in grandfather's diary began years ago, almost 2 decades in the past. I was so lost in my own thoughts as I strayed from the village, I did not realize I was entering dragon territory. I bumped right into something hard and rough. I braced my palms against it. I marveled at the bright red scales. I looked up and the dragon roared. I shut my eyes, knowing that running was futile. The false Fey Queen would reign forever. I waited for the pain of its dagger-like teeth or the burn of its fire. Neither came. I peeked upwards again. The red dragon was retreating. I gasped. I looked around, still shaken. Another dragon was approaching. This one was female. I was not sure how I knew that, but I knew it with such a certainty. She was beautiful. Her scales dazzled me. I could scarcely look upon her. She came as close as her peer had been and sniffed me. She nodded to the red dragon, and he snorted angrily, but flew away. What had she told him? What did my smell mean to her? The dragon walked me out of their territory. I was still too scared to attempt to ride the dragon. For some strange reason, I knew I was not meant to be her rider, though she might let me ride on her back if need be. It was a puzzle to solve, but my head was already throbbing. I am Holly, I said as we approached my village. I did not want to alarm the sheltered Fae there, so I thought we should say goodbye at this point. The dragon wrote in the snow with her claw. I was not surprised. Dragons were ancient creatures, brilliant of mind, though they had a certain savagery. Helena, I read. Helena the heaven-born. That is beautiful. I exclaimed. Helena seemed pleased. Thank you so much, Helena the Heaven-born, I said in earnest as I bowed before her. End of flashback. I knew what she had smelled now. Dragons knew their riders by smell, and perhaps they knew their riders' mates as well. She had led the prince right to me. I got onto Helena's back with some help from Haven, who used his snout to nudge me upwards. I gripped onto her scales. Ready, I said nervously. I was not the best dragon rider, so I had to count on Helena to steer herself with some feeble instructions from me about where I would like to land. Helena took off, flapping her sparkling wings. I realized that she was the opposite of inconspicuous. Haven would be less noticeable, but then again, a dragon was a dragon. They would both be noticed perching on the castle's towers, but that was allowed, so hopefully no one spotted me on her back. Helena neared the highest tower. She curled herself around it so that I could walk right across her back to the window. I did just that, and found it shut tightly. It was a floor-length window with stained glass. Beautiful. Locked. I sighed. I focused my fey magic on the locked window, imagining it opening for me. I felt the desperation with which I wanted to expose the imposter. I thought about my grandfather and how I wanted to make him proud, even in death. He had not finished his task, and I needed to finish it for him. I thought about Harper being in danger, because he was the only person who could take the throne from the imposter. The last thought did it. I heard the click of the lock, and the windows flung themselves open. I grinned happily. Fey magic was emotional, whereas witchcraft involved self-control, practice, and academia. I climbed into the tower. I had asked Helena to give me an hour. There was a huge clock tower in view of the courtyard. I felt a sense of panic as the dragon flew away. There was no turning back at this point. The tower was filled with random artifacts, all strange and unfamiliar to me. I found a door that led to a winding, tiled staircase. I crept down it, hoping that the queen would be asleep or in the dining hall. I found myself in a hallway. The painting on the wall nearby was of an ice dragon causing hail to rain down on a village. The farmers depicted below were overjoyed. I realized why. The village had been experiencing a drought, and this was the dragon's way of blessing them with water. They all had their pails held up to the heavens. The inscription said, "Ellipse of the earth ends drought." All the paintings were of dragons of the Fae and the good deeds they had done. I was so intrigued by them, I almost did not hear someone coming. I ducked into a corner where a table with flowers had a long tablecloth. I hid under it. I watched two attendants to the queen walk down the hallway. One was new based on their conversation. Her Majesty is very secretive. That's the first thing you should know if you intend to work here. When she says get out, she means it. She needs a lot of solitude, said one. Why? Said the other. No one knows, not even her lady's maids. They get ordered out of the room too at these special times, explained the first. That's strange, said the new attendant. Don't question it, snapped the experienced one. You'll get yourself dismissed, or you'll disappear. The last inquisitive attendant went missing. Their voices echoed down the hallway until they faded to silence. I crawled out from my hiding place. I focused my energy. My invisibility spells were a bit shaky, but I had to do my best. I watched my own hands fade away as I walked to the far end of the hallway towards a set of double doors. The double doors burst open, almost hitting me. I jumped out of the way as three ladies' maids in elegant floral gowns picked up their skirts and all but ran down the hallway. I quickly slipped in while the doors were still open. As soon as I had done that, they slammed shut. Someone had done that magically. I was in a huge, high-ceilinged room. The Winter Fae Queen's chamber. It was lavishly decorated in white gold and pale icy blues. The furniture was white and designed to look like frost-covered branches. Imbeciles, said a shockingly deep voice. I almost jumped out of my skin. I looked straight ahead. I realized why I had not noticed her before. The queen's robes, wig, and crown were so intricately designed that it blended into the decor. Her bejeweled and heavily embroidered dress was icy blue and white like the room, and her blonde hair was extremely pale. It was in a foot-hair elegant undo with the white gold crown on its pinnacle. The queen gently removed her crown, then her elaborate wig. She stood and shed her robes. She went over to her floor-length mirror. She was clad in a simple plain white slip. Her hair was blonde and long and a bit wild under the wig. She looked at her own reflection with disgust. I watched her in awe. Her face was bubbling, as though the skin was a pot of boiling water. She seemed to grow in height before my very eyes. I watched and waited with bated breath. Dark hair replaced the blonde locks, and her pale skin became olive. Her body changed from waif-like to heavily muscled. I clutched my own mouth to stifle my gasp. The imposter was a male werewolf. A chill crept through me. Oh no, a werewolf. "I know you're there," he said, sniffing the air. "I can smell Harper all over you." I was trembling. It was useless to run. The doors had locked themselves with magic. My invisibility fooled the Fae, but werewolves picked up scents regardless. "I guess this is ideal, come to think of it. Killing you first, as his perspective, Luna will leave him weak and vulnerable. You've also brought back the lingering lotus. If I didn't have to dispose of you, I'd hire you," he said with a cackle. "You've just made my job easy, Holly." Chapter 89, Sunday, 27th September 2020. Jonah. "Eldest first," said Heath, Star's dad. He was sitting across from me in the dining hall of the Ice Moon Castle. "Where's Harper?" asked Star, stalling for me. She looked extremely nervous on my behalf, which was doing nothing for my confidence. "Let Harper sleep. He has his own pack to run and his own Luna to keep track of," said Heath. "And where's Toby?" exclaimed Star as though she had only just realized he was missing. "He's been MIA a while," said Noah, frowning. "He was at the feast last night," said Zaya. "He's probably hung over somewhere." "Not likely," said Noah softly. "Shall we go looking for him?" "Star's worried," said Eli. "It's time for brother's task. If you don't want to watch, it's fine. Go look for Toby," said Heath with a shrug. Star sighed. "Have you decided who will do which task?" said Heath, looking at the four of us. I began. "Yes," said Star excitedly. "We did." "We did," I said, looking at her in confusion. "Yes, don't you remember?" she asked me pointedly. "Was I that bad of a listener? Had I missed such an important discussion?" "Right," I said, smiling. "We, as in Harper and I, decided that Noah should demonstrate prudence, since he's the smarty pants and it's all about discernment. Eli will be justice since he's pretty fair. Noah screams courage or fortitude, as it's sometimes called. And you, my love, will be temperance, which is basically self-control. You know how good you are at resisting your desires," said Star in my mind, giving me a sly smile. She had planned ahead. I felt a little stupid for not looking this up myself. I was supposed to be the one proving myself. I felt like it was always Star bearing the brunt of everything. I was still stuck on her calling me her love. I could not wipe the grin off my face in response to that. "I won't let you down, Star. Mon amour," I said. She smiled. She was so beautiful. "Jonah," said Heath dryly. I was pretty sure he had been saying something else, but I could not ask him now. "Yes, I'm ready. I will be temperance," said Jonah. "Temperance as in self-control. You?" "Too, girlfriend Jonah," said Heath with a mocking smile. "Dad, please," said Star, looking at him disapprovingly. I ignored his jibe and continued with Star's plan. "Zaya will be courage, Noah will be prudence, and Eli will be justice," I announced. My younger brothers all nodded, seemingly happy with the cardinal virtues assigned to them. "Will it be in birth order, sir?" asked Eli. "Yes," said Heath with a small smile directed at Eli. I knew he probably wished that Star had one mate and that the one mate was Eli, but we were quadruplets and he would have to accept that. "What will I be doing to show you how disciplined I am?" I asked. "You'll be entering the challenge arena," came a voice I recognized. Azrael. Where had he been? Toby was with him. "Toby!" exclaimed Star. "Hey!" said Toby cheerfully. "Where have you been?" asked Star, concern and a tad of suspicion in her voice. "Helping Azrael set up the challenge," said Toby brightly. "You?" asked Star, shocked. "Yeah, he volunteered the moment he got here," said Azrael. "I've been showing him some basic magic." "What sense does it make showing a werewolf magic?" asked Noah sharply. Azrael shrugged. "There are some people who, though not inherently magical, can learn," explained Azrael. "Is Toby one of those people?" asked Noah, narrowing his eyes. "No," said Toby sadly. "I think the Fae are amazing. They're so glamorous. I really wanted to come here and see some Fae magic in fashion, maybe even learn a thing or do, but I wasn't able to do any of the things Azrael showed me." "Ah, it's okay, Toby. You don't even need magic. You're amazing without it," said Star, giving her friend a hug. "So, we're going to the arena now?" asked Zaya. How far is it from the castle? It's inside the castle, said Azriel with a huge grin on his face. Star laughed randomly. What? I asked, raising my eyebrows at her. Oh no, it's, Rain and Aaron. They're Azriel's earrings. They're pretty funny, explained Star. Oh, I said. I think Zaya told me about them. Only the Fae can hear them, right? Basically, but there's Fae dust you can use to hear them too if you want, said Zaya. I would love to meet Aaron and Rain, I said brightly. Talking Fae earrings sounded handy. Maybe they could tell me how to win this challenge. Azriel frowned at me. Oh, Aaron isn't ready to start talking to anyone new right now, said Azriel apologetically. Aaron's happy you're moving on, Zaya, laughed Toby. How can you hear them? Asked Noah. I gave him some of the Fae dust, said Azriel, grinning. So how come Aaron will talk to Toby and not me? I asked, actually feeling offended that an earring didn't want to talk to me. Enough of this. Let's get on with the most important thing on the agenda for today, said Heath. You proving your devotion to my daughter. I nodded. Are you ready to win the hand of a Fae princess? Said Azriel with a flourish of his hand. I've been ready, I said confidently. The Queen should be meeting us to watch the challenge. She would like to give her blessing also if it all turns out well, said Heath, looking around the dining hall. Looks like Her Majesty and Harper are both sleeping in, said Eli. And Holly, said Zaya. I should go up to her chambers and inform her before we start, grumbled Heath, getting up from his chair. She might take offense if we start without her. I'll be right back and then it's showtime. Harper. I woke up more disgruntled and disoriented than usual. As a rock star, I was not a morning person, but Holly's presence had made even the earliest and coldest mornings blissful. She must have wiggled away from me. I sat up and groggily looked around. There was a bundle of blankets next to me. She was always doing that, wrapping up like a little burrito, stealing all the blankets and pillows. Little thief. I smirked to myself. I snatched the blankets up, intending to pounce on her playfully. Holly, I said, frowning. She was not in bed. I got up. Holly, I called. She was not in my room. I looked at the cuckoo clock on my wall. Most Fae versions of a cuckoo clock had a tiny dragon inside instead, a real one. The little sapphire dragon in the clock popped out and breathed fire, signifying it was exactly noon on the dot. The challenge was today. I hoped they had not started without me. Holly was probably down there to show moral support for Star and the Quads. She was so sweet. She could have woken me, though. Knowing her, she probably felt I needed the rest. I got ready quickly. I mind-linked Holly. She was quiet. She was probably in the arena then. The arena was actually an enchanted room that Azriel had set up, apparently. The Quads were not allowed outside help, so no mind-linking could be done in the room, according to Azriel. Suddenly, dread and confusion filled me out of nowhere. Holly? No. It was Helena. She was panicked for some reason. I was feeling my dragon's emotions. She was summoning me. Holly, Star and the Quads would be fine. I needed to check on my dragon. Star. Azriel magically transported us all to the arena. We found ourselves standing in one of the castle's many hallways in front of a simple door with Fae art expertly carved into the wood. It was a forest scene filled with animals. A beautiful depiction. I marveled at the details, tracing the grooves of the wood with my fingertips. Where's the entrance to the arena? I asked absent-mindedly. You're touching it, said Azriel with a laugh. It's that door, princess, said Aaron. Arena my ass. It's a bloody room, muttered Ryan. I'm so excited, I'm a little worried for Zaya, though. Is he emotionally up to this? I know I hurt him, said Aaron in hushed tones. He's fine, I exclaimed, chuckling. He's relieved. He dodged a bullet with you, said Ryan. I'm someone that you can't live with, but also can't live without, said Aaron. It's a curse. I make people crazy. I didn't ask to be this way, sobbed Aaron. Please don't say the word curse around me, I said with a frown. And cheer up, Aaron. Can I get you anything? I asked soothingly. I wasn't sure what would help Aaron feel better. Could the earring have a glass of water or some tea? I doubted that. You can get me the hell out of here, barked Rain. I'm missing my soaps. Azriel's taping it. Relax, said Aaron, sounding happy again. That earring was always on an emotional roller coaster. What soaps do you watch, Rain? I asked curiously, killing time while we waited for my dad to return with my great-grandmother. You wouldn't know them. They have a niche following. I don't watch mainstream programming. grumbled Rain. Rain is a nonconformist, said Aaron. I know what I like. I know good art when I see it. I'm an artist myself, revealed Ryan. Really? I said, actually very intrigued. What kind of art? Rain is a poet, said Aaron. Can I hear? I began. No, snapped Rain. I frowned. The world isn't ready, said Rain. I sing and I paint watercolors, said Aaron. Aaron sang Happy Birthday at a party once and fell on a wet paintbrush. When Azrael cleaned Aaron with a napkin, smears of paint were left behind, said Ryan dryly. Abstract, said Aaron. I refused to be limited by realism. The conversation between two earrings was actually beyond me. I'm going to go get my dad so we can start, I said. I'm back, said Dad, coming round the corner. Oh, where's great-grandmother? I asked. She's not coming. She'll congratulate you 4 after, he said, looking at the quads. Assuming you're triumphant. We will be, said Zaya. Dad ushered us through the door into a simple room with 4 doors just as magnificent as the one we had gone through. Jonah, are you ready to demonstrate temperance? Asked Dad. Jonah nodded. Yes, sir. Well, you can start by picking the right door, said Dad, gesturing towards the 4 doors. Jonah examined the doors, scrutinizing their various carvings. This one, he said finally. Dad smiled. He had picked a door which showed Wolf surrounded by rabbits all running in different directions. The wolf sat on his hind legs, not chasing any of them. You will not be able to communicate with anyone for assistance via mind link, said Azrael. I gasped. They had not told me that. Jonah did not seem surprised. He nodded. We'll be watching through here, said Azrael, pointing to a huge stained glass window on the wall adjacent to the wall with the 4 doors. With a wave of his hand, Azrael enchanted the window and the artwork disappeared to reveal a dense mist. When he enters, the mist will clear and we'll be able to see what's happening, said Azrael. Wish me luck, said Jonah. My nerves were beginning to get the better of me now. I hugged myself and Eli rubbed my shoulders, trying to comfort me. I love you, Star, said Jonah. I love you, Jonah, I said without hesitation. He smiled and then entered the arena. Chapter 90. Sunday, 27th September 2020. Harper. I ran to the courtyard at werewolf speed, searching for Helena. She should be difficult to miss, but she was nowhere to be found. I immediately looked up, scanning the skyline. The whoosh of displaced air made me look in that direction. I could see her flying around the tallest tower of the castle. What was she doing? Helena! I yelled. She spotted me and dove towards me, landing so quickly she left grooves in the courtyard. What's going on? I asked, worried. She did not look hurt. I ran my fingers along the scales of her snout. Our eyes met, and I knew instantly what was wrong. Holly was in trouble. Holly. What good would it do to kill me now? I asked, trying to delay the imposter. You should keep me alive to use as a bargaining chip with the prince, I suggested. I don't intend to bargain with the prince, spat the man. I intend to kill him also. The whole family has to go. Brother, sister, father, cackled the man. And mother? I asked, intrigued. He narrowed his eyes at me. She is as good as dead, he said vaguely. My heart leapt a little. I had not been entirely certain if Harper's mother was alive. The imposter had confirmed my suspicions based on my grandfather's writings. May I at least know the name of my killer? I asked. The man tossed his head back, cackling madly, practically howling with laughter. As if you don't know already. Holly, don't jest, he said. I am quite serious, I said, edging a little closer to the door. If you move an inch more, I'll kill you where you stand, barked the imposter. I froze on the spot. Understood, I said. I was willing to behave and to keep him talking. He seemed the type who could not resist a good brag. How have you managed to evade discovery all of these years? You must be a fantastic sorcerer, I said, pretending to marvel at him. Oh, Holly, flattery. Save that for your lover, Harper. I have no use for it, he said, scowling. My cheeks were tinged with pink at the word lover. Flattery would not get him talking. Perhaps feigning ignorance was not the way either. He stalked towards me, his eyes darkening. He bared his teeth, and I watched his canines lengthen, their sharp points gleaming. Holden, please, just answer one thing, I pleaded. He stopped at the mention of his name. He grinned wickedly. That is Alpha Holden to you, he said mockingly. I took a deep breath. I had never seen him before, but it had to be him if my grandfather's writings were to be believed. Holden, the son of Hagen. Hagen was the younger brother of Alpha Otto, the last alpha of Ice Moon before the queen usurped the throne. Holden was supposed to wed his own first cousin, Hesper, to claim the alpha position and keep the alpha lineage within the family. Hesper ran away, though, with Heath, of course, her true mate. I did not blame her. I had a plethora of questions, most of which I doubted he would answer. There was one, though, that I believed would strike a chord with him. Why didn't you kill Hesper? You said she is as good as dead. Why isn't she actually dead? Surely you have no plans of ruling alongside her anymore. What purpose would it serve to keep her alive all these years? I asked, already guessing the reason. When motives did not make sense logically, they tended to involve matters of the heart. Holden sighed. His black eyes lightened momentarily at the mention of Hesper. His face softened a little. I wanted to be alpha at any cost, he said with a dry, humorless laugh. But I also wanted Hesper. You genuinely wanted to marry her? I asked incredulously. Yes, he said roughly. But she rebuffed me. She wanted that commoner, said Holden. Heath was her mate, I said with a shrug. He roared in anger at this, startling me. Very well then, I said, trying to sound calm, but my voice shook. He did not deserve her. He was a mere pack warrior without a title. He had nothing to offer besides his brawn. She ran off with him, acting like a common growled Holden. I was seething at the sheer audacity of this fiend, but I had to remain in control of my emotions. Holden finally seemed willing to talk. She ran off with that mangy warrior. She pretended to have one boy. He spat, holding up one finger. Stillborn, said Holden, sighing. She returned to me after that lowlife had wreaked havoc, killing so many of my finest warriors, snarled Holden, storming away from me and sitting at the vanity. I believed her without question, said Holden. I believed her. I could have never dreamed that there had been 2 living babies. Harper, the spitting image of his arrogant father, smuggled away to another pack to be raised by a friend of his father's. And Hannah, bundled up. Hesper pretended that bundle was the afterbirth. I was so stupid at that age. So very stupid, commented Holden. How so? Hesper's plan was just clever. You are not foolish, I tried, still stalling. The doctor, said Holden with a wave of his hand. My heart began to race at the mention of my grandfather, but Holden did not seem to notice. I doubted that he knew I was related to the doctor. When she came back and pretended she had come back to be with me, I summoned a doctor to help her pass the afterbirth, as she falsely labeled it. The doctor had it bundled up in rags. He was scurrying away with it, said Holden, his eyes far away, remembering that fateful day. I asked him what he was doing. Why was he taking it with him? He went on and on about the benefits of the placenta and what people use it for. Something told me to look at it, the so-called placenta, but I didn't bother. I was anxious to check on Hesper. She had been through an arduous labor, and as far as I knew, she had lost the baby. I was rushing to her side to comfort her, said Holden, laughing hysterically. He sighed. I rushed to comfort her. Poor sweet Hesper. Not deceitful, spiteful Hesper. He spat. So how did you end up ruling like this? I asked, gesturing to the queen's gown laid out on the bed. Holden laughed. I couldn't get Hesper to love me no matter what I did, he hissed. She kept trying to escape. I had a messenger deliver some fake news to her, that Heath was dead, to break her spirit. If she was vulnerable enough, she would want me, or so I thought, said Holden, sighing. The still tried to escape even after Heath's alleged death, roared Holden, slamming his fist down on the vanity counter. I jumped, startled. Holden laughed madly at my reaction. He had a laugh like a hyena. It was disconcerting. He seemed deranged. I should have known then that she had something to fight for, other than her mate, said Holden. Harper and Hannah, I said, nodding. Exactly, hissed Holden. You found out about them? I asked. Not at that time. I questioned her. She stuck to her story about the stillborn boy. I sent men to tail Heath. I knew he was alive and in another pack. My men stalked him. He was aware of them. He did boring, basic things every day. He never led us to any child, any son, said Holden. And we still had no idea about Hannah. My assumption was that the stillbirth was a lie, and there was one live son somewhere, threatening my position here. One night, I caught Hesper trying to escape again. I had always been a talented practicer of the craft, said Holden, grinning. Unusual for a werewolf, I said. My mother wasn't a wolf, said Holden. She was a witch. I was shocked. Your family was willing to marry you off to your own cousin. They do not seem the type of family to be fine with a half-wizard child," I said. It did not make sense. "Yeah, well, my father had an affair," revealed Holden, "with some witch barmaid at a tavern. She got pregnant, and he and his mate raised me as their own because his mate was barren, so she was more accepting of the infidelity. She really wanted a child." "Oh," I said. I slid down against the wall until I was sitting. "Giving up already?" he asked incredulously. I wanted to keep him talking, so I figured I would act comfortable. "But who taught you magic?" I asked. "It came easily to me," he said with a shrug. "And I found my birth mother as a teenager. My parents were okay with me spending time with her in secret. I saw my lack of pedigree as a strength, clearly," he exclaimed, gesturing to his surroundings. "This is a waste of your magical talent," I said. "Why not try to rule as yourself?" He rolled his eyes. "The challenges for the throne would be endless. When Hesper tried to escape that last time, I stopped her. I put her somewhere safe, alive, because I could not bear to kill her back then. I think I could bear it now," he said with an evil grin. "I pretended she had committed suicide by throwing herself into the sea so there wouldn't be a body. Trust me, everyone searched. Her grandmother, the Winter Fae Queen," he said, motioning with his hands as though he were worshipping someone. "Her Highness blessed us with her presence. She killed my father," he said, glaring at me. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "She got rid of many involved in Hesper's alleged downfall. When it came time to dispose of me, she didn't bank on me having magical abilities. I was a surprise," he said with a grandiose wave of his arms. "I did not kill her either. I kept her alive as a perennial source of magic for me. A generator," he said, cackling, "and I took her place. She did come to take this throne in Hesper's name." "That's true, but she never sat on it. I intercepted her. Pretending to be her was inspired. No one dared to challenge the grieving Winter Fae Queen all these years, until your mate decided to come home," roared Holden, swiping his arm along the vanity counter so that all the vials went crashing to the ground, leaving broken glass everywhere. He covered his face in his hands. "I have no choice," he mumbled. "All of you have to go now." He turned swiftly, and I felt his magical energy crackle in the air like lightning getting ready to strike. I readied myself to block it. He was about to lash out when the door opened. "Sorry to barge in your high," began Heath. Holden turned to him. Hatred marred his features. "No, Heath, run," I screamed. It was too late. "You," was all Heath said, in disbelief, before Holden sent a whip-like coil of black energy his way. The spell struck Heath square in the chest. He fell to his knees and then collapsed in a heap, face down. "No!" I screamed, rushing to Heath, but Holden waved his hand and I felt my stomach lurch as I was transported into some impenetrable darkness.